are more suitable for funding infrastructure projects given the long-term patient capital they are having. However, strict regulatory requirements make these investors to invest only in safe government and public sector bonds, and they have limited appetite for high risk, below AA rated papers. As most of the infrastructure projects are rated below AA, it is critical to enhance their rating to augment the access of institutional investors. A well-capitalized credit enhancement institution would serve the purpose. Long-term resources from pension and and insurance sectors are channelized into the infrastructure bond market. However, the existing investment guidelines of the insurance as well as pension funds limit the exposure of such funds to InvIT and REIT, which itself needs some streamlining to promote active participation. So, the other point is that strengthening of municipal bonds. Most of the urbanization is funded by municipal bonds. Grants from state and central government dominate the municipal finance landscape in Bharat, which is substantially lower than the investment requirement of the local government. In order to augment their funding sources, they have to start tapping the bond market. So far, 11 local bodies in India have raised rupees 3,881 crores via municipal bonds. By 2024, 50 cities are expected to issue in municipal bonds. However, absence of secondary market for municipal bonds, problem relating to rating of bonds, accounting practices followed by municipal bodies, inadequacy of user charges for generating adequate cash flow to service these bonds are the issues to be addressed in order to attract investors into the sector. Asset monetization, the direct benefit of asset monetization is that it creates an enabling environment for participation of long-term financial institutional investors and introduce private sector efficiencies in the management of these projects. The NHI is amongst the first to monetize operational assets in the past 4 years. InvIT has been a key to which private developers would monetize their investment in infrastructure projects to enable them to raise cash for new projects development. The Indian InvIT market is yet to mature and has supported formation of only 10 InvITs, out of which only 2 are listed. Deepening of IDF, that is infrastructure development markets and development of asset-based securitization market are essential, which need to attract FPIs and FDIs also. To conclude, finally, I would suggest that a continued thrust on infrastructure spending will rekindle fresh investment, facilitate ease of doing business, improve the quality of the life and give a boost to the inclusive growth. Hence, development of a viable option for financing infrastructure development should be considered as an important element in the micro-financial policy toolkit of promoting growth. Thank you. Thank you for patient listening. Dhanyavad.
The next topic is Future Trends in Fundraising and Financial Innovation in Bharat by Srimati Sangeeta Shankaran Sumesh.
Namaste. I'm going to be talking about future trends in fundraising and financial innovations, and I'm going to intersperse my talk with learnings from our Hindu Dharma. Narad Rishi, he had a divine magical fruit which he gave to Lord Shiva and Parvati. Shiva and Parvati wanted to give it to one of their sons, the first one who could circle the world 3 times. Hearing this, Kartik hopped onto his peacock and off he went. Ganesh, on the other hand, knowing his limitations, decided to circle his parents 3 times because his parents meant the world to him. So what can we learn about this from a fundraising perspective? I call this the keys for fundraising. Pause and think. Are you raising funds for the sake of raising funds? Can you utilize the funds more effectively to scale your business? How can you effectively utilize your funds? So think about that. The second P is the perspective shift. Can you shift your perspective? Can you look at things from a different lens? Can you do things differently so that your business gains the most? The third P is to pivot on strengths. How can you leverage on your strengths so that whatever weaknesses that you have, you can cover them up and mitigate your risks? So those are the three Ps. Keep that in mind before you raise funds. Did you know machine automation and machine intelligence existed from the time of Mahabharata? I'm talking about the Sudarshan Chakra of Krishna. It could identify the target, destroy the target, and come back to its owner. So when you're talking about future trends in fundraising, automation is something that obviously excites investors, anything that's innovative in the space of automation. And that apart, what else do investors like? Renewable energy. It can be clean tech, climate tech, agri-tech. Those are potential areas that investors love to invest in. Let me give you examples from Bharat. 75F is a startup that's into smart building solutions, such as wireless sensors and proactive building automation. And then you have Ace Green, which is into recycling of batteries. Coimbatore-based biofuels, it segregates and from waste biomass, and it converts to biofuels. A stands for automotive. In this day and age, automotive is synonymous with electric vehicles. And the example from Bharat I'd like to share is none other than Ola Electric, which is intelligent and sustainable electric vehicles. What is I? I is for innovation. Any sort of innovation that you can come up with in whatever domain that you're working in, that is something investors would get attracted towards. So the example here is Razorpay. I'm sure most of us here would have used it. It's an online payment gateway that is used in Bharat. S stands for your social impact. What sort of social impact can your business come up with? What sort of social impact is your startup into? Because social impact is something that's gaining a lot of importance these days. So the example I'd like to share is about a startup called Happy Hens. It is into organic, free-range egg suppliers in Bharat. The birds are not caged. They are allowed to roam around freely in the farms. E stands for your ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance. ESG is gaining a lot of traction, not just in the investment space, but even otherwise. Corporates also, like you may know, have to follow the ESG standards. And therefore, ESG is a high and upcoming area, has a lot of potential in the trends in fundraising. And the example I'd like to share from Bharat is about Trini, which is an ESG consulting and technology partner. They are into minimizing supply chain risks and building enterprise resilience. Samudra Manthan. Like we know, when this was churned, what happened? What were the things that evolved? First came the poison, and then it was the gems, and then it was Dhanvantri, Kamadhenu, and so on. So similarly, the fundraising practices have been evolving. So what can we learn from them? We is your venture debt, which is nothing but a type of loan or debt financing, which is used to finance your working capital requirements, or it could be for purchasing capital expenses. So that is your venture debt. A is your alternative funding. That is nothing but the non-diluted funding. And here, you don't have to sell a portion of your company to get the money, and that's why it's known as an alternative funding. L is lot of investors, and that's nothing but your crowdsourcing. You have many people investing small amounts into taking it as your investment, which is nothing but your crowdsourcing. U is useful investing, which is your impact investing. Impact investing, again, is something very, very important. Of course, they look at financial returns. The investors look for financial returns. But that apart, what is more important is the kind of impact your startup can create. So that is your useful investing. And E is your early stage investing. Like the name says, it's at an early stage wherein it has limited revenue, small number of people working, and the products are just about evolving, and therefore, it could be quite risky. However, this might also be highly rewarding from an investor perspective. So that's on your evolving fundraising practices. Let's get back to Mahabharat. Duryodhan blindly followed Shakuni Mama, which led to his devastation. They looked only at a short-term perspective and did not have a long-term vision in mind, right? So similarly, if you want to come up with financial innovations, you need to have the long-term vision in mind. So what should you be doing? What are the focus areas? Focus on these 4 Ps. The first being people. And the example I'd like to share with you is the UPI, which has revolutionized the way the financial transactions are being made. I would also like to mention Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which is into promoting digital healthcare. The second P is on the planet. Green finance, green bonds, green loans, green banks, all of these are into financing projects that have a positive environmental impact. So if you're into any of these spaces, that is a good space to be in. And the largest green bond issuer, Bharat Green Co Group, they are into funding hydro, solar, and wind power projects. The third P is the product. IppoPay is a payment infrastructure company that's into collecting and disbursing payments for business. Similarly, another one is called Entitled, which is into financial wellness and financial inclusion for the low-income workers. Startups is not just about valuation, you also need to make money, so therefore generating your profits is also very important. And look at Jio, for instance. They have changed the way the digital penetration into rural India as well, and therefore focus on the profitability of your business as well. Now, I often get asked, how do I pitch? How do I make a good pitch? Apart from the elevator pitch that my co-panelists mentioned about, what else can be a good way to attract investment? Think about these 5 areas that you have to mention in your pitch deck. First, Ma Durga. What does she do? She slayed Mahishasura. Similarly, your business, what is the problem that it's solving? Mention about that in your pitch deck. I stands for your investment required. Vyasa had asked Ganesha to write the Mahabharata as he was dictating. Ganesha agreed, but he had a condition. He said, you must recite the verses non-stop, and then only I will be writing for you. Vyasa agreed, but he had a counter condition. He said, as you're writing, you must understand the meaning of it and then write. So you see what happens? He negotiated well and created a win-win strategy for both. So similarly, when it comes to your pitch deck, when you're talking about the investment that's required, create a win-win strategy for both you as well as your investor. Mention how effectively you're going to use the investment, the funds that are being raised. So talk about that. T is for your team. When we say Pandavas, you of course know who the team concept comprises, right? So similarly in your business, who are your co-founders? Who are the industry experts you deal with? Who are your board directors? Who are your mentors? Do you work with coaches? So on and so forth. So talk about the team that is part of your business. C stands for your customer acquisition strategy. Vishnu, when he dressed as Mohini, he lured his customers, lured the asuras. So in your business, how are you luring your customers? How are you going to acquire your customers? What is your go-to market strategy? So speak about all of these. And lastly is the H, which is your high-level numbers. Many times, many people tell me, oh, numbers, it's so confusing, finance is boring, challenging, not my cup of tea, it's like a chakra view. But my friends, if you need to be on top of the game in your business, you need to understand your numbers, you need to know the finance aspect of your business model, your revenue model, and so on. So therefore, you need to pay attention to that aspect as well. So that is the pitch, which is you need to cover in your presentation, in your pitch deck. So lastly, Visarjan, right? What happens? Visarjan signifies adaptability in anticipation of return next year. It reminds us that nothing is constant and also enables thriving of our economy in the form of pandals and related festivities when it comes to Ganesh Chaturthi. So similarly, if you were to ace in your space and ace in your game, what should you follow? Embrace adaptability, embrace change, and embrace economic growth so that you contribute to the growth of the country. So that is what I wanted to share with you. I'm reachable. My social media handles are the Gain Enabler. So happy to connect with you. I work on maximizing potential, performance, and profits, and those are my books. And since you've been an amazing audience, if you'd like to get free copies of my book, please get in touch with me. I'll share you a copy of my ebook. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Yep. So good thing is I don't have slides. Uh, as it was said, India will become the third largest economy in the world by 2027. But when I grew up in late 70s, early 80s, I was always bombarded, although I was studying engineering, I was always bombarded with a word called Hindu rate of growth. I don't know how many of you remember. I think I can see a lot of hands, a lot of people smiling. It was a derogatory word that India cannot grow at all. It is less than 4%, probably 2% should be what Hindu rate of growth. And because of Hindus, India will not grow beyond that because we keep on fighting. We divide ourselves into different parts and so on and so forth. So do you think in last 30 years, post-liberalization, that Hindu rate of growth has gone from, say, 2%, 3%, 4% in different people's mind to decisively 7.5%? Have we done it together? So give us a round of applause, all of us Hindus. What happened in last 30 years and specifically in last 10 years? So I'll tell you the story where we came, how did we come in next few minutes. And then, of course, we have some time to question us, all of us. And, of course, around early 90s, I think 1991, we had a serious balance of payment crisis where we were not able to import or we did not have the foreign currency to import even 15 days of imports. And that's why we had to sell our gold or pledge our gold, as it is said. And I was just starting my job, and basically my company, that is IDBI, was managing the private sector loans which were taken in foreign currency. And so I have been pretty much party to many of these things. And today, yesterday I tweeted that India's foreign currency foreign currency reserves increased to $596 billion. It's, I think, third or fourth largest in the world. And that is what we have achieved in last 30 years, 32 years. And that's why did this happen? What happened is that India started investing in its institutions. India started investing into what we call public digital infrastructure. Today, public digital infrastructure is a very large and important point across the world. There are hard infrastructure and there is soft infrastructure. Hard infrastructure is all bridges, roads, ports, which we need to still build. We are building, as it was said, in that national infrastructure pipeline, we had 120 lakh crore being invested. But more importantly, we ended up starting newer institutions like National Stock Exchange, which was completely screen-based. There was no floor at all. A stock exchange used to have a floor. NSE was the first stock exchange in the world. When it was set up, had no floor at all. After it became successful, New York Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Chicago, Japan, all of them became automated. So we were the pioneers of digital public infrastructure, or PDI as it is now known in India, which of course is Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, Mobile, CoWIN, and everything else, GST. And what we have done is that setting this up in 1993-94, when I was setting up NSE, India's total market capitalization as defined by the total companies listed and at their value was 4 lakh crore rupees. Today, it is 3.25 crore rupees, $3.8 trillion. That is 3.25 multiplied by 14 zeros. Add 14 zeros, and 80 times this is increased. Why it has increased is because of automation. Now everyone trusts the Indian markets. People's trust in India's entrepreneurs has increased manifold. They are able to invest in India's entrepreneurs from anywhere in the country. Today, using your mobile, people from Dibrugarh or Jorhat are able to invest small little money, 1,000 rupees, $8, $10, into a company doing work in Salem in Tamil Nadu. That 1,000 rupees may not be important to you, but that 1,000 rupees is important to that small investor. And she has a complete confidence that her 1,000 rupees invested in that entrepreneur will be used correctly. And in case profit happens, then she will have a part in that profit. It is such a great leap of faith that India has created in its population that today 140 crore Indians are trusting each other. We are a very trustful society today. It is not easy for trusting people. A brother doesn't trust brother. A sister doesn't trust sister, especially for poor people. Our per capita GDP today in India is still one of the lowest in the world. But there is no market which is of our type in the world. At $2,600 per capita, we are now the 4th largest market capitalization country in the world. After US, China and Hong Kong and Japan, we have now $3.8, $3.9 trillion as market capitalization. Almost $4 trillion. There is no similar country in the world. Countries which have double per capita income than us, $5,000 per capita income, there is no similar country with that market. At $10,000 per capita, there is no similar market. At $20,000 also, there is no such capital markets. It's only in India. How did it happen? 4 times, 8 times GDP having countries per capita are not having people trusting other people with their hard-earned money. How is it happening in India? Why did it happen in India? It is because of our tradition of doing business for the society. We have tradition from Daneshwari Karna, from Bhamasa to later on Tatas and everyone else. Our people trust their businesses. Despite all what we hear in Hindenburg and everything, we are now the best governed or amongst the top 5 governed, including the ease of doing business ranking. Best 5 governed, corporate governed exchanges in the world for minority protection. That is, people who are not owning the larger shares in the company, their protection, small little investors, we are amongst the best in the world. And that's why small people with transparency, when I was growing up, getting a quarterly results was not possible. Even annual results was very difficult for a company. Today, if you don't give quarterly results, your company stops getting traded. And that's where India has been able to make a huge dent. Why people are investing today from abroad. Last 30 years, India has now got literally $350 billion or even more from foreigners investing in India. But that $350 billion has now become close to $700 billion. They own almost 20%, 19% of India's total market capitalization. But more interestingly, earlier, we were dependent on foreigners for our growth. We require capital. We were saving a lot, but we were not financializing our savings. Today, most of our funding needs, 120 lakh crore for national infrastructure pipeline, or for all our small companies, SME companies, large companies, Indians are now financing themselves. Our mutual fund now size has gone up to 46.75 lakh crore. It was not even half or even 1/5 in 10 years back. And that is where today NSE has 8.25 crore investors directly investing with it. 8.25 crore. We know each investor's phone number, address, email ID, and of course, government knows their biometrics also. But effectively, if we were a country at 8.25 crore people, we would be 20th largest in the world. And that is the kind of numbers, more and more people are coming. 3 years back, there were less than 3 crore investors in India. And these are unique investors. It's not that one person having 3 accounts or 5 accounts with 5 brokers. No, unlike SIM cards. Here, we have all the details. It is 8.25 crore unique PAN numbers. And in 3 years, it has actually gone up 2 times. That is, from less than 3 crores, now it is 8.25 crores. And it's increasing every day. Youngsters who are coming into job markets are earning more than their parents, and they have, of course, increased the consumption, but many of them save, and they save through stock markets. And that is what is the story of India, story of whatever you see in financing, whether government needs financing, state governments need financing, infrastructure financing, SME financing, municipal bond financing, every type of instruments today we have. NSE is considered the largest exchange of any type in the world today. In terms of the value traded, we are third largest in the world. In the number of trades, we are the largest. On some days, we do 45% of all trades in the world in all exchanges put together. And our response time is less than few microseconds. 1 second has 1 million microseconds, 10 lakh microseconds. So in terms of technology, in terms of what people need to invest in, what information they need to get, that transparency, that trust is what the government has been able to create, the judiciary has been able to create, our regulators, exchanges, and of course, our entrepreneurs. The credit goes to our entrepreneurs, and that's where we have gone decisively, in my opinion, especially in last 10 years. That the Hindu rate of growth, I think, has to adjust from 4% to 7.5%. Thank you very much. So I have been told to encourage you to send us questions. We will try to answer as much as possible. We have still got around 25 minutes. We can extend probably 5 minutes more, but please keep your questions to the questions and only one question at a time. And I've been told that people have tendency to actually make comments. Next time, if you want to make comments, just tell the organizers. They might include you in panelist name. But today, please restrict it to questions. Okay, Prabhu, Gauranga ji.
Thank you very much, Ashish ji, for sharing your wonderful insights on the markets. One question is, from the ethical and the philosophical and cultural point of view, what are some of the significant 2-3 elements in Hindu culture or family traditions which you really feel have played a major role in transforming the way India operates in its business and governance?
Thank you, Prabhuji. I will ask Srimati Shangita to sort of answer that because she has invoked many of our stories. All of us will, of course, being Hindus, we will have our own views, but I'm sure we need to give her the first opportunity to answer.
Namaste, Swamiji. So that's a great question. I have never thought of it like that, but what comes to my mind is, I think, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I think from a culture and Hindu Dharma perspective, if we stop thinking just about me and my family and have a larger vision and not have a selfish attitude, I think that would help. And I think ethics is something that needs to be integral to each of us. And therefore, if you follow that and, in your mind, because sometimes I have always found, there could be things that are gray. But the yardstick that I use is, if it's creating a doubt in you, then maybe there's a small element which is not related to the integrity factor. So if there is, you're very clear, then you're sure that you're doing the right path. So that is your integrity. And like I said, if we look at the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, I think that might help. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that aptly sums up. Who else?
Myself, Samir Panda.
Okay.
I am a WSC volunteer also. We have a company that's making tires with zero emissions, and it is world's first anti-puncture, anti-burst tire. I have a question for Sangeeta ma'am. You told about the green bond. So can you elucidate about it so that we can get the advantage of this kind of innovation?
Yes, so anything that creates a positive environmental impact, anything that is good for the environment, right? Because we need to conserve the environment as well. So any of these green things is what helps. So you have banks that finance green loans. There are green bonds that happen, right? So all these under the, when you say green, then you know it's related to the environment. So any of those, I'm sure you can leverage on that. You need to talk to the banks and then mention about that. Yes.
Thank you. I think we have a gentleman here.
I'm Brahm Agarwal from Orlando, Florida. We are in the real estate business. Home building, we develop communities and apartment buildings and all. So my thing is that we are very ignorant about the possibilities in India. And we feel, I mean, especially people who are involved in this group, we feel that there's tremendous potential in India. But how do we go about it? And then that money in the return we get, we are not interested in taking it back to America. We can all do it here. And now, especially America, dollar, you know, may not be that good for a long time. And America is coming up. So who do we talk to invest money in India?
No, thank you. I think it's a very good question, probably for most NRIs. One thing I would request you not to do charity for India. Try to make money in India. Wherever you need to take, please do that. But Subhash ji has been, he's in London, and he has been investing and making people invest in India on variety of structures. So I would tell him, but idea is that India want you to make money, don't do charity on us.
Absolutely, I totally agree with Ashish ji. You know, you need to make money, and in fact, I also wanted to respond to the Swamiji's question earlier, that I think ultimately people invest where they're going to make a return, right? That is the defining factor. I know it's controversial because we might say we do it because we like the people. Yes, as I said earlier, we like the people, but they have to be making money for you. Then only you're going to do it. So I think, but as regards to the vehicles for investment, there are quite a lot of organizations who can take your money and invest it. Sometimes, in my experience, and I've done 25 years of business in Bharat, also in the infrastructure space, it's very difficult to be a direct operator in business in Bharat if you're based abroad. Best is to go to organized investor houses and give them your money, choose them well, and then check how they perform. And that works very well, and people have made fairly large amounts of money in that process.
So just to add to this, Hyundai has just recently purchased a very large plot in Mumbai, I think at Lower Parel. So even the larger foreign companies are now directly trying to invest in India's real estate and office spaces and things like that. The other way, like Brookfield, which is a Canadian agency, and there are Canadian pension funds and all, they end up investing literally billions of dollars in ready-made infrastructure projects, which is like ports, roads, even office spaces. They take literally $1 billion running office spaces which are on lease, and we have some of the Indian entrepreneurs here in similar space. I can see Mr. Jivraj Ka, who can also guide you to figure out how does this thing happen. But basically, there are many ways to cut the cake, and I'm sure within this group, if we just do a little bit of networking, you will find many, many answers to your question. But it's a very pertinent question. How do we invest in India from abroad because of our love and affection for the country, for the people of the country, and naturally, many of us sitting outside also want India to come up, and now that it is looking like it's coming back and resurging, or it's a resurgent India, how do we participate in that? And that's where I think we have many people from India here who can actually help you make decisions. But please, the way I look at it is, first you verify and then trust, rather than trust and verify. We will discuss later on after this is over. Okay, there. you have a mic.
Namaste.
Okay, this question and then later on
Namaste,
that.
I am Hemendra from Delhi, Bharat. My question is to Shri Ashish Chauhanji. We know that NSC and BSC has grown in number of transactions, etc. But my question and problem which I want to address is that still there are a lot of companies, especially penny stock companies, which are non-compliant towards ROC, towards bankers, towards GST, and still they are being traded on the stock exchanges. Because of that, a lot of investors are being cheated by them. So can it be any process wherein NSC and BSC intervene, and in case of any of non-compliance and public disclosure requirement failure, the listing and trading is closed, so that at least we can save investors who are trusting and dealing in those shares?
Sure, thank you. So this is a question which is very technical. Many of you who do not invest in shares might not understand. But India's framework for stock markets is the exchanges act as bulletin boards. That is, a company has to give information on periodic basis as well as on important events. In case something goes right, something goes wrong, they need to give information to the exchange, which exchange gives it to the public. That is the role the exchanges play, and that's a very important role because transparency comes in companies' workings there. The question is, if the company is not paying, say, taxes well, or company is not paying their employees in time, or their vendors in time, can exchanges help them pay up those taxes? What is required is that there is a portal being launched by NSE in 2024, where information about all their court cases, all their compliances on the tax side and legal side, those things will be provided as much as available from the public data, because today India is the, what I call the soft infrastructure or digital capital infrastructure in the world, where all the information is available in some or other government databases. We are trying to cull out those information and give it to the public. But our job is not to make them pay. That is policing. We don't have those rights, although you may ascribe those rights to us. Our job is to just get the information as much as possible and provide it to public. If they don't provide, we stop their trading. So today, all the companies listed on or traded on NSE have all the information that is required to be given on quarterly basis is provided. If they don't, in 2 quarters, we stop their trading. So NSE is around 2,500 stocks, out of which around 200 are suspended, which is basically because of the reason of non-compliance of the disclosure norms. So we do that, and naturally, it's a signal to public that these companies, you should not be investing your money in. But imagine people who have already invested their money in, but that is a different question to solve. But effectively, what your questions are, we actually do, but we are going to do more by creating newer information channels through which you can get some of the information currently you don't have.
Excuse me, delegates. We have 10 minutes time. We will give sufficient time for everybody to ask their questions. Okay? Don't rush up one by one. Please have the questions brief.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for the delegates for delivering a very informative lecture and the informations. My question is on the startups. When compared to Western countries now, where startups are very high, even though their success rate is very less, but they do it. India is very rich in knowledge. There are youngsters there, they are aspiring to become entrepreneurs, but they don't know how to make a startup and whom to approach and whom to fund. I've seen a lot of engineering students in there, they have brilliant ideas, but they approach for angel funding or incubators, they don't get any support at all. Now, what are the steps as I would rather say matured investors as well as the important people assembled here, how we can make this forum which make a decision so that the startup youngsters are supported well in the ground. So they are coming up.
No, that's a very important question. Sangeeta ji, you want to take a look, and then Subhash ji can, both of them, one of them invests other people's money and his money, and then Sangeeta ji actually trains people what to do.
Yes, that's a nice question. So I think there are a lot of these angel networks. And some of them are very, very knowledgeable in different industries, different domains. And they also act as advisors, because obviously it is in their interest as well that the financial returns are being made. And therefore, if you start collaborating with such people, I think that makes a lot of difference. However, to my knowledge, there's nothing structured that is there, but people are always ready to help. I think that's a speciality of Bharat. People are always ready to help. You only need to go and reach out to the right person. When I say right person, people who have knowledge about that industry, and then, if you take hold of their expertise, I think it creates a win-win for everybody. That's what I would like to share. And Subhashji.
Thank you very much. Well, I think if you've got a good idea, don't give up, is the main point I want to make. Don't give up. Ultimately, you will find some people participating with you. But make sure you take a good advisor with you who can ensure that what you're presenting is effective, right? I mean, there are a lot of presentations that I see in my life, and I just throw them away because there's no substance to that. So you need to, before it ever gets to anybody who is investing, make sure you've done your homework well, as I mentioned earlier in my talk.
Yeah, just to basically summarize in a normal English, that every idea is not a business. Every brilliant idea it may be successful, but may not be successful in business. So what these people fund, people with money, I am just a traffic police. They are the people with cars, right? So, but my 32 years of watching them, what these people actually invest in is a business which can make more profit, right? If your business, if you have only ideas, learn to make it into a business. Once you have a business, make it profitable. If you can make profitable, then why do you need investment, right? So, but that is besides the point. Still, people will invest if you make money, and if you lose money. The world of finance, many times, the state governments, other officials come to me. They are like me when we are bureaucrats, right? We are not supposed to know business. And they say, but why these people are not willing to give us? We have this great need. And I say, they don't give money to people in need. They give money to people who can give them back, right? So if we somehow figure out that, no, I have a great need, so that's why I deserve the money, that is not the purpose for these people. That will be a separate discussion on CSR, where we can discuss that portion, that if you have a need, how do you do charity, right? But here, with these people, it is about, if I give you money, how much it will come back, right? So please understand, then start training your engineering students, other students, that boss, ideas don't matter. Execution does, and more importantly, profit does, right?
I would just add to that a little bit by saying, think about not yourself and your idea, but about the investor. How is the investor going to make his money from you? If you can demonstrate that, you'll succeed.
Namaste. I am from Krishna, from Mangalore, Karnataka, South India. It is said that, the question to any of the panelists, it is said that the growth is in tier 3, tier 4 cities in India. So there are a lot of good ideas, good projects coming up. Also, we can see a lot of investors who want to invest, but there is no a concrete platform where these investors can trust on these entrepreneurs who have got very good ideas. Like the funding may not be in thousands of crores. Funding required maybe 5 crores, 10 crores, something like that. And CRISIL, ICRA, these all will be, for the new age entrepreneurs from tier 3, tier 4 cities, it will be really difficult. So my question is, can HF have a platform where they can be rated, where they can be nurtured, and where many of them will not have the idea like what is told now, how to present their ideas, they may not be knowing. So they may be needing nurturing. So can we have HF create a platform for bringing together such a beautiful ideas with a very good return, as Ashish ji told, they can assure a very good return, and ethics are anyway will be there, and investor can come and invest in those ventures.
Yeah, I'll take that question, and thank you very much for a very good question. It's something that the forum has considered quite a lot, and every forum, like this afternoon at 4:30, I think, am I right, 4:30? There is a networking event which is not really networking, it's actually matchmaking event where people are going to be pitching for their businesses. And there are going to be a group of investors or advisors to investors who are going to be listening and commenting on them. And so do participate with that. And of course, outside this, there are some groups that I've met in Mumbai, for example, who specialize in introducing and running this kind of business angels groups, etc. And those are the ones to work with.
Just to add to this, again, I mean, I have been a failed entrepreneur, so I know what you feel about. Nobody funded me, right? So I can feel for you. So if you have a good business, don't worry about ideas. Create business, make it profitable, come to stock exchange. Even if you want 1 crore rupees, exchanges are allowing you. That's the purpose of SME. Today's topic was also about how to make people, see, there are angel networks. I don't know how many of you know, but across India now, people with money are getting together, 5 people, 10 people, even in tier 3, tier 4 cities, where you are able to go and pitch them. And they are your people near you, so they want to, of course, check what you want to do. They will, they have done businesses before. They can actually promote you. Then they will take you to larger angel groups, and then they'll take you to venture capitalists, private equity. But despite whatever you read in Economic Times, page 3, all the entrepreneurs don't get funded. In fact, 99.999% entrepreneurs will not get funded. I'm not saying about ideas. Ideas will be even larger ideas, I mean, larger number of ideas will not get funded. Businesses will not get funded by angel investors or private equity or venture capitalists because they don't see the potential. That doesn't mean your business is bad. It's just that you need to work harder. And I have seen many companies which were not funded by angel investors, even in Mumbai, which has like very large number of angel investors. They have come to stock markets. They have raised SME capital, 1 crore, 2 crore, like that. In 1 crore, you don't get even a 2-bedroom hall kitchen flat in Coimbatore today, right? But people have raised 1 crore on Indian capital market. And that is the uniqueness of Indian capital market. Nowhere in the world, this kind of tiny companies are able to raise funds from public. Only in India, because the cost of raising funds. Subhashji also knows people who help you take to the SME platform if nobody is funding, provided it's a profit-making business running for more than 3 years and has some potential. So they will be able to file prospectus and actually take you to the NSE or BSE platform. So don't worry. If you have a good business, today's India will get you funding wherever, whichever caste you come from, whichever regions you come from, whichever tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 cities.
I am ML Meena. We are in the waste management and we are working almost in 15 states on bioremediation and processing. And one of the main issue is the disposal of RDF, inert, etc. Now the only solution seems to be the setting up of waste to energy plants. We are working on this waste to energy plant. So Sangeeta ji talked about the renewable energy, but the main issue is the fund availability. We have seen, we have technology, very good technology. We have submitted the plans, but the availability of fund is the main issue. Now, one of the problem is that there is no policy framework. State governments don't have proper policy as regarding to the power purchase agreements. Even if the PPAs are there, they have terminated the PPAs, so the project has landed up in a serious problem. So I just would like to know where we can get this fund for this waste to energy plant.
So you will have to pitch to the right investors who believe in that, who want to contribute, for the green or the waste part. So just go to probably any of the angel networks will be a good point to start. You have India Angel Network, Chennai Angels, Native Angels. There are lots of, different Mumbai Angels. There are a lot of these angel networks. So I think the good way for you would be to start with these angel networks, prepare a nice pitch deck, and then see if you can raise funds.
Can I want to add.
Yeah, this policy on the power purchase and all, yeah.
No, I just want to have, waste invariably there are industrial, can I, yeah. Get closer to the mic. Invariably, there are industrial associations who gather together and create common effluent treatment or whatever it is common. That is how it is done in most of the places. In most of the places, what happens is that the association, wherever you have a similar set of industry, cluster of industry, they gather, they chip in, they make sure that necessary funding is done, they contribute and do it. This is how it has been done. And government also does in most of the industrial estates.
Let me just add, have you prepared a business plan for for this idea that you just mentioned? So let's have a look at it.
Yep, and if it doesn't work, Sangeeta ji mentioned in her, one of the slides, it's called pivot. If this thing doesn't work, you have to do pivot and do something else, right? So learn to shift rather than saying my idea is the best, it will not change, the rest of the world has to change, that doesn't work, right? You'll have to change to what world requires, and probably that is a piece of advice I gave to myself after I failed.
Namaste.
And thank you, organizers have increased the time by a few more minutes, so please.
Namaste. I am Chaya Nanjappa. I run a social enterprise in rural Bharat, one of the successful units of the Khadi and Village Industries Commission since the past 15 years. I would kindly want to know from the esteemed panelists, how are the opportunities for women-owned businesses, especially social enterprises that are profitable, not merely sustaining, but scaling up and doing extremely well and creating an impact, because we find a big gap there because local banks don't support us. And like you all said, if Bharat needs to become a Vishwaguru, it has to be with inclusive growth because rural women folk are contributing enormously. Just wanted to have a response.
Well, I'll quickly say that don't ever feel that women cannot raise money for their business. That's not the case, and you should be able to do it. You must be able to do it, and there are plenty of organizations now who are supporting and raising money. So if you've got a good business, prepare a business plan. Good business plan, put it out, you'll be able to raise the money.
No, I think everyone has issues. Women have, of course, more issues in raising funds. But the experience is that even recent past, a lot of companies led by women have raised funds from public also, and they've done well. At the same time, the government is very acutely aware of the problems women face, so they are supporting the NGOs. They are also supporting the women entrepreneurs by Mudra loan and everything else.
Self-help groups.
And self-help groups and all. But now social stock exchange has also been mooted. So the social stock exchange also is starting up now. Any NGO which has impact investments, which is a profit making but wants more investments, or which is not for profit but wants investments like Gaurang Prabhuji's also activities also we are trying to list as NGOs and their activities on the NSE's social stock exchange platform. So depending on what you want to do, not for profit, but figure that out. You can't be in between. Then nobody will want to know, either you have to be on NGO side or you have to be on profit side. When you are on profit side, you have to show profits, continue to show higher and higher profits. If you want to do the impact on the not-for-profit, then you have to keep on showing more and more impact, larger impact, and then of course the funds today start getting available based on the results you provide, right?
Namaskar. My name is Sunil Kataria. I am myself a CFO, so Sangeeta ji's presentation resonated all the more to me. But the question is to you, Ashish ji. This triggered from the discussion on the charity, just for a brief that happened. We have created a foundation called the WOW Network because we felt the pain that not-for-profits go through by asking for charity day after day and year after year. So with the help of this foundation, we have socially inclined businesses, these are real businesses, profitable, whom we are trying to help with our ecosystem, grow 10x from where they join us, but at the same time create pledges the endowments, the returns we give it to not-for-profits. This is an inclusive growth model that we are working on. The question is, because you coming from the for-profit side of it, all of you here, what is that one thing that you would advise us that will help us bring the socially inclined businesses and the not-for-profits to contribute to the growth of Bharat?
So one thing I would say, the lady who asked question to meet you after this, so she can actually get the funding she needs, right? So we have a matchmaking happening here. But effectively, whatever you want to do, even for charity or not-for-profit, I work on both because of social stock exchange. And of course, in my personal time, I work on the not-for-profit side. But basically, for whichever side you work on, funding is available for results, not for ideas, not for talks, not for projections. If you can give execution, if you can results, people will give you more, even if you are in impact or NGO side. If you are on business or profit side, again, results matter. Everything else is what I call hot air. Last question.
So just to add on, that's my book. It's called Where's the Moolah? Moolah is money. So it talks about financial growth hacking for business profitability. So I think whichever sector people are into, if they can focus on the growth, financial growth of the business, I think that really helps.
Panelists, there are last 3 questions.
Okay.
There is so much demand. So bear with us.
But please be very, very quick with the questions.
Very quick and brief.
Namaste, Ashish ji. The question is to you. It is on the social stock exchange. I am an author on a geographical indication book. Bharat has got 350 geographical indication products. And most of the association which are holding the ownership, they don't know about social stock exchange. And there is an immense potential. We can invite them. Do you have any roadmap on that? Number one. Number two.
Please, one question. Sorry, so much of demand.
Okay, so basically, as I told you, my job is of a traffic police. Traffic police usually doesn't have roadmap. He sits on the counter section and then starts sort of regulating traffic. So we have the WOW network, which can tell you. In fact, some of you who are into social sector might want to know the story of Haribol, milk product and other products from ISKCON, which is just becoming very large across India and also internationally. It's again an impact investment, but it's profitable because they want to remain profitable and things like that. So you will have many varieties which are suitable to, because till now we were working on models which are Western models. Now we are working on Bharat models also, right? Of course, Western models have worked for them, and so we have adopted those models in stock exchange and all. But now we are also modifying that platform to suit our own cultural requirements, and so that's where there are many people here I see, I work with them, I advise them on more impact side or on the NGO side. So you will just network here and you will find some answers to your questions.
Namaste, Ashish ji. So my name is Sri Dharmaraghavan. I'm a journalist. So people have been talking about infrastructure and everything. So what about media sector? Where can we pitch investments for the media sector? Media in the sense, the future is going to be social media. Either it is going to be YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter for some reasons. So, but these are the platforms which pays very well also. Be it YouTube monetization policy and Facebook monetization policy, it pays a very good amount as well. So where can we pitch? I mean, I'm from the media sector, so where can we pitch for media investments?
4:30 p.m. today. Ask Mr. Thakrar after this.
Okay, one last question from this gentleman.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for this session. We spoke a lot about financial investments here in the financial sector. What is your feel about investing in health tech, and have you got any insights into population health management specifically around that side?
No, it's a good question. We have so many hospitals listed in last 3 years, especially during COVID and after COVID. In the middle of COVID, I listed a company called Max Healthcare, and it became $1 billion market cap in no time. Today, probably it's much larger. But we are having many, many hospitals getting listed, many other, of course, pharmaceutical companies. India is a leader. But in every area on small, SME sector, which is actually a high-tech sector, there also you can list if you have a small company, if you have a larger company, but there are venture capitalists, there are angel investors, they need money basically. Of course, they might be interested in healthcare as sort of an extra thing, but if you can show them that you can make money for their investments, they will invest in you even otherwise. So it's not about the media or healthcare or roads. Investors want returns, right? So once you can show that, then you will get the sort of investments.
It is really, it's a pleasure to have a lot of questions with the panelists. But since we are running short of time, you can meet them personally. If you have any further questions, you can ask them. So we'll take a break for about 5 to 10 minutes, and we reassemble here for the next session at 11:15.
Thank you very much, audience.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big applause for the panelists. आशीष जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, सुभाष जी, नारायण जी, संगीता जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you.
No, that's a different Sanjay. I know him.
Namaste. Could I request Sriraj ji, please? Sriraj ji.
Namaste. May I request all the delegates to kindly have the seat. We're starting the session soon. May always also request all those who are outside to please come in and take the seat. Thank you. We're starting the session soon. I would once again request all of you to kindly take the seat. We are starting the session. We have to be in time. May I request Vishwa Prasad ji Alwa to be near the stage? Our speaker, Shri Vishwa Prasad Alwa ji. Once again, a humble request to kindly take the seat. We're starting the session soon. Namaste. Now we are here with the session number 4, and the session is Healthcare Innovation, MedTech and Medical Tourism. This session is going to be chaired by Dr. Ajay Muradia, Chairman, Founder, Indira IVF Bharat. Our other eminent speakers, Shri Vishwa Prasad Alwa, Founder, MD and CEO, Scanray Technologies Limited. He'll be speaking on advancements in medtech and opportunity in manufacturing. May I request Vishwa Prasad Alwaji to kindly come on the stage. Our next speaker, Dr. Upendra Mahato, Chairman, Nepal Medicity Hospital, Nepal. And the topic is cost-effective health infrastructure and delivery. Dr. Upendra Mahato, please. Welcome, Doctor. Our other eminent speaker, Shri Madhusudan Chauhan, CEO and Director, Jiva Ayurveda Bharat. And the topic is medical tourism and Ayurveda. Welcome, Dr. Saab. And Dr. Ajay Muradi, our chairman, would be speaking on the access of healthcare at your doorstep and opportunity. And this session will be followed by Q&A. Thank you, welcome, and over to you, Dr. Saab. Thank you. Yeah, I request Dr. Saab to take over the proceedings, and I also request Shri Vishwa Prasad Alwa, wherever he is, to come soon on the dais. Thank you.
Namaste. Jai Shri Ram. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers and respected delegates, good morning. I am truly honored to stand before you today as the chairperson of this session on healthcare innovation, medical technology, and medical tourism in Bharat. Bharat, with its rich history and diverse cultural heritage, is rapidly emerging as a global hub for medical tourism. Our country's healthcare sector is witnessing a surge in international patients seeking high-quality medical services coupled with cultural experiences and holistic wellness. Healthcare is not merely a sector, it is a cornerstone of societal well-being and progress. The fusion of technology and medicine has given rise to a new era, one where the boundaries of what was once deemed impossible are continually pushed. Medical technology, with its strides in artificial intelligence, robotics, and data analytics, is revolutionizing diagnostic, treatment, and patient care, from precision medicine to wearable devices. The synergy between technology and healthcare is reshaping the way we approach wellness. Throughout the course of this session, we'll hear from experts and thought leaders who are at the forefront of healthcare innovation. I encourage each one of you to actively participate, share your insights, and engage in meaningful conversation that will shape the future of healthcare in our nation. In our effort of exploration and discovery, let's uphold collaboration, inclusivity, and excellence. Together we can drive Bharat's healthcare innovation to new global heights. Thank you, and let the session on healthcare innovation, medical technology, and medical tourism, Bharat begins. And I first invite Shri Upendra Mahato. He is the chairman, Nepal Medicity Hospital, Nepal, and he will speak on cost-effective health infrastructure and delivery. Mr. Mahato, please.
Dear friends, Nepal lies between Bharat and China. It looks very small country because of population of the Bharat and China, but it is not so small. The population of Nepal is 30 million. Nepal stands on 50th largest country of the world. Nepal is very unique country. We have more than 80% population is Hindus. Nepal has on state calendar Bikram Sambat 2080. Shape of the Nepali flag is triangle. Only one country with that shape of the flag. Moon is higher than sun. It symbolizes that Nepal is peace-loving country. 2/3 territory of Nepal is mountain. God has given much more time to create this country on this earth. Why all these things I am telling to you? Just to remind you that Nepal is the best place for healing. After coronavirus pandemic, each country should be self-sufficient in healthcare system with their own infrastructures, technology, manpower. Now, if according to WHO, in hospital bed numbers for 1,000 population, India stands on 160 globally with 0.9 beds per 1,000 people. Nepal stands on 189th with 0.2 beds per 1,000 people. So we can see from this how much potential to make investment in the health sector for all developing countries. Seva hi dharma hai. It means to make investment in the health sector, to work in the health sector is the service and dharma 2 in 1. So all Hindus should make investment in Nepal healthcare system because more than 80% population is Hindus. So if you are making investment in health sector in Nepal, you are automatically popularizing Hinduism dharma in the world. Nepal can be best place for healing, as I told, that because the most highest concentration of the nature and spirituality is in Nepal. So we should just make it globalization and making Nepal as an international medical hub. We all are working for the popularization of Hindu dharma in this world. Dear friends, Nepalese are facing big problem, big challenge just to hold our talents, medical talents, nurses, medical doctors, who are very well trained, and Nepalese are known as a very honest, very laborious, very disciplined manpower in the world. So all developed countries, they are taking from developing countries, especially from Nepal, all this talent manpower with the highest salary. So this is big challenge for us to hold them in our own country. And for that, we need huge investment in healthcare system. not just to make the buildings of the hospitals, to train well-trained manpower in our own country. So for any cost-effective infrastructures, other things, we can talk a lot, but health sector is very huge. It needs very huge investment for the long term. So only the investment with the low-cost funding, we can make our healthcare system more effective, more smart, because paying capacity of developing countries, and especially Nepal, even in India, in Bharat, also very low. So we have to give the service at world standard level, but the payment will be in our own local level. So if we will be also very expensive, then how we can stop to our people to go abroad? So we should think about our healthcare system. After pandemic, we know that if even you are very rich, but if healthcare system in your doorstep, your country is not very good, you cannot be survived. And why we are not caring for our life, our health care system? Because God has given our life free of cost. We don't need to pay for that. Even we are buying a smartphone, just after buying, we are keeping both sides protecting screens. When we are buying homes, vehicles, running for insurance. But for ourselves, most of the population in developing countries are not insured. So government should make the mandatory insurance policy for that. So if our life is given one time, so if we are not caring for ourselves, if we are not healthy, there will be no any harmony in the society. There will be no harmony in family. So to be harmonized society, to make service, to be involved in dharma, we should be very active, involved in healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahato. And now I invite Mr. Vishwa Prasad Alwaji, and he will be speaking on advancements in medical technology and opportunity in manufacturing.
Good morning to all of you. Just set my. This one? I'll just go to the topic. There are three things that we want to cover: opportunities in medtech, a case study, and what are the challenges in the industry. So. Coming to this, what we call as medtech is electromechanical medical equipment, which is in the diagnostic space and curing space. So here we have CTs, MRIs, cath labs, ICU equipment, surgery equipments. In medtech definition, you also have consumables. You have got implants like stents and certain things that are into the body. But here the scope is only to talk about electromechanical, imaging and critical care devices. So if you see the global market, it's about $150 billion. And there are only about 8 countries in the world that have this medtech. So when we compare our industry to the rest of the world, and including China, because this is very low volume, high complexity, there are Chinese also are not able to compete, because when the volumes are very high, they are able to bring a great price advantage to these products. If you take Europe, they have about 80% of the equipment cost coming out of R&D investments, investment in infrastructure, maintenance of the equipment, distribution, whereas only 20 to 30% of the cost is for the real material that is going into the equipment. In India, we have an advantage where we have our R&D cost almost 80% lower than that of Europe, Americas, and Japan. And then we have manufacturing costs about 60% lower. So net, the same equipment made in different countries, we are one of the best in the world, and even we are almost half of what China can produce. Now here, because of the growing cover coming under health, it is growing at the rate of 20 to 30%. During the pandemic, we have a different kind of growth, but rest of the time, the growth is extremely high and one of the fastest growing sectors in the world. And that's where we think that there's a great opportunity for India to be in this space. I'll just skip some of them. So cost advantage, I said we are in R&D and NPD investments. Raw materials, we are slightly lower because semiconductors come from outside. Metal prices are almost the same world over. And engineering, when it comes to product engineering, installed base management, V&V is verification and validation, which is a big part of medical equipment because testing, certification, verification and validation is very, very critical in medical devices because of the nature that they are on a live human being. So this cost also, you see that there's a very significant difference between what Bharat can offer and what the rest of the countries are offering. And as I said, there are only about 8 countries, 190 countries, 8 are producing, 180 countries are importing medical equipment. In the late 90s, when globalization happened, India and China were getting into the medtech space together. But today, we have China almost 20 times bigger than India. And after the pandemic, the interest in India for medtech is increasing and a lot of companies are moving again into India for manufacturing and R&D. So this is what I call as a technology gap. We have X-rays made in India. We have MRI capabilities for certain subsystems. In PET scanners, we have certain capabilities and missing certain capabilities. So there is not, there are some things that, for example, the ones that you see here, we have most of them that can be manufactured in India, designed in India, about 80% of domestic content. But when it comes to magnets, when it comes to PET, we still are dependent on Europe. But in the next 10 years, there is always a possibility that we can get to at least taking about 10 to 15% of the international trade. I'll just skip, yeah, this is now coming to what the government of India has done is they brought medtech under the sunshine sectors or where they say that is critical to the economy. But what happens when government looks at an industry is it also creates problems. So then they start regulating. If you take everywhere else in the world, you have one regulatory body. In USA, you have FDA, CE, TGA, KGMP, JPL, CFDA in China. But when it comes to India, we have got 23 regulatory bodies. So this is what I was saying. I was expecting some policy, makers in this forum. But I'm, anyway, for the knowledge of people who are here. So prior to this government, we had no regulatory bodies. You could simply buy equipment from anywhere, put it directly in the hospital. Now, the government of India did a good thing by saying that, you have to make sure that the equipment are compliant and safe. So instead of bringing one body, they brought 23 bodies. And all these bodies are working at cross purposes. And that's why I said it's a big challenge to enter when there are too many regulatory bodies and no they don't have any responsibility to make the industry succeed. So you have legal metrology, which, and one of the things that the government of India did is put pharmaceuticals and medical technology together. So when pharma standards are pushed into medtech, in pharma you ask how many milligrams of each substance is there. So they're asking us to write grams of CT and grams of MRI, the legal metrology. And we say, no, it's not in grams, it is, tons. Then they say, oh, you write tons. It's not the question of whether we can write or no. It is waste of time. So this is something that is hurting the industry. The government is working, unlike in the past, they come on time for the meetings, they listen, but execution, we have a lot more to do. But if it is done, this is one of the best sectors to be, and I think we can see it at least about 200 to 300 startups and clicking very fast in this sector. Now, this is what you can see. This is the regulatory structure that we wanted to propose to the government. I have also been the chairman of FICCI, National Committee, and working with the central government. But again, we are a little bit struck with the bureaucracy. And so we also have Indian labs. There are no test facilities. We have built the first test facility in Mysore. And this is a story I wanted to give you a case study. So we started in 2012 as a startup. We made our first manufacturing there. In 2013, we acquired Larsen & Toubro's medical equipment business. Then we acquired Precol, CI Italy. We started manufacturing X-ray tubes. Today, from a team of 5 in 2010-11, we are an 800-member team. We have, we export to about 80 countries. We have got 8 plants. We have 3 units in Mysore. We have got 4 units in Italy. We have got in Brazil, Mexico, US, and China, which is not functioning. And this is possible for many other companies. Opportunity is very huge. There are topics that have to be covered, but I will, in the interest of time, I will just skip. So these things I will just move ahead because these are the units that we have worldwide. We have 34 FDA-approved products, and we never made a product only for the Indian market. The first product we exported to US, we exported to Brazil, we exported to Kerala, we call, because it's a little bit different from the rest of the states. So, yeah, these I'll just skip. So this is the plant we built in 2010-12. There's a big story of this in the Wall Street Journal. You can read Bribes, Bureaucracy and Hobbles of Indian Entrepreneur. That's a full-page article. So we have always made sure that we never cheated on tax. We never bribed. And whatever we build today is 100%, not 99.9%, 100% ethical to the customers, to the investors, and to the public. And yeah, this is the plant we acquired from Italy. These are X-ray tubes plant. This is a lab built by the government of India, and yeah, I just put an alarm to make sure I don't cross the time. So I will just skip. So these are all the products we make here. Again, this CanC Venus, we set up an R&D facility in Italy, which which is designing this. So there's a mix of Italian engineers and. So these are anesthesia workstations. This is a home care product, which is a mini hospital. If you buy them independently, it will cost at least about 25 lakhs. And we are making it in less than 4 lakhs. And it is also exported out of the country. So these are patient monitors. We make cardiology products. This is something we made for the US for sports injury. It's called PodScan, podiatry scanner. Dental. These are veterinary is a big business. This is a company we acquired about 6 months back. And yeah, we are also OEMs to several big brands. So when we are, when we cross a certain level and we compete, a lot of MNCs stop their production and get to us. And that's it, I think. I'll have to close because there is no time. Thank you very much for.
Thank you, Mr. Alva. And the next speaker is Mr. Madhusudan Chauhan, and he'll be speaking on medical tourism and Ayurveda.
So, namaskar. Very good afternoon to everybody, everybody present in the hall. Before I get into my presentation, a quick show of hands. How many of us have relied on Ayurveda for any of our health ailments, problems, chronic problems? I think I rarely see any hand which is not raised. So thank you very much. I think it's a telling story of the role Ayurveda and yoga has played in keeping all of us healthy, happy, not just in our bodies, but in our minds and spirits. And that in itself is a testimony to the fact of the power and the role that Ayurveda can play in keeping us all healthy and happy and prosperous. The question now arises, can we translate this into an economic opportunity, and can we have the economic dividends of it come back to Bharat or not? I will refer in my presentation to a part of this topic specifically on medical tourism. Before I begin, I want to show this one chart, and I think this one chart shows the success of modern medicine that it has had, and the success parameter, if we were to sort of ask them how successful they've been. Over the last 100 years, we've almost doubled the global life expectancy. People are living from on an average of 30 years to 70 years. And that has happened on the back of reducing child immortality, reducing maternal immortality, reducing deaths caused by infections like malaria and so on and so forth, bacterial, viral infections, vaccination drives. All of that has led to the world living longer. And that, I think, is one of the biggest contributions that modern medicine has made. So what is the role and scope for Ayurveda if modern medicine is there, and the kind of advancements in technology and research and public outreach that it has made over the last 100 years? The problem is, while we are living longer, are we living healthier? So 20 years ago, we lived 50% of our lives in less than optimal health. Today, the percentage of lives that on an average an individual lives in less than optimal health is still 50%. This is a research done by the Global McKinsey Institute, and it says we're still living as suboptimally in our health as we were 20, 30 years ago. So we are living longer. Are we living healthier? We may have added years to the life. Have we added life to the years or not? And that is a telling problem to solve. If you see on the top right corner, those are the problems in health that will increase over the next 20 years. These are all non-communicable, chronic, degenerative lifestyle disorders. Diabetes, kidney, cancer, digestive disorders, cardiovascular disorders, musculoskeletal disorders. These are all the problems that the world will face, that the world will battle with. How prepared are we in the current scenario to handle it? The same McKinsey report sort of tabulates in the current given medical infrastructure, medical outreach, medical technology, the pharmaceuticals, and so on and so forth, how well prepared are we to handle it? So interestingly, all the disease sets that are going to increase at the fastest pace, we are the least equipped to handle them. And if you again take a look, most of them are chronic, degenerative, lifestyle disorders, and this is where Ayurveda comes in. Ayurveda as a system of medicine, as a system of health, is structured inherently, fundamentally in its DNA to better address the chronic lifestyle degenerative disorders, and this is the gap that Ayurveda can fulfill in the global healthcare need. Ayurveda as an industry, I mean, I'm sure when you picture of Ayurveda, the thing that comes to your mind is a, older person sitting in his chair, sometimes and most of the times in a broken setting, not a very upbeat scenario, so to say. Things are not like that anymore in Ayurveda. It is an organized, structured, growing sector in India, in Bharat today. One distinction that I want you all to make, because each country, I'm sure you come from all different parts of the world, each country has its own traditional system of medicine or traditional system of medical practice. Ayurveda differs from it. Medical practice is typically purely based on experiential healing. There are sangomas in Africa. There are traditional healers in South America. There are traditional healers in North America. Those healers are typically practicing by their healing powers, which are experiential, which are individual based, which are driven by intuition and experience, and not necessarily backed by logical, scientific structures and frameworks. Whereas Ayurveda differs in this part, and it has got its own pharmacology, pharmacognosy, its own anatomy, its own very systematic structure of approach it has to medicine. So it's a traditional medical science and not merely a traditional medical practice. And that's a distinction we must always remember and make. It's a well-regulated, structured, evolved sector. Thanks to the current government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, a separate ministry for Ayush and Ayurveda was set up, and the way the sector has transformed in the last 8 to 9 years is just phenomenal. There are more than 3,000 Ayurveda hospitals that operate in the country today, over 7 lakh registered Ayurvedic doctors, Ayush doctors, who undergo a similar level of training that a normal MBBS doctor does. The Ayush research portal, which the government has recently set up, has already gotten over 40,000 research publications published in peer-reviewed journals. It's a strong sector, it's a growing sector, it's a sunrise sector, and just in the last 6 years, it has grown 6-fold, from being a $3 billion industry to an $18 billion industry. These numbers are still underrated. Medical tourism, we all know Bharat is a global hub already for medical tourism in the country today. It's a $7 billion industry growing at a 21% CAGR. Indian doctors, Bharatiya doctors worldwide, be it the USA, be it Europe, are recognized for their talent, for their medical acumen, and so on and so forth. I don't think that's something that needs to be established anymore. Bharat today is amongst the top 10 countries in medical tourism. When I say medical tourism, I'm also mostly referring to the modern medicine medical tourism, people traveling to Bharat for heart transplants, for kidney transplants, for cosmetology surgeries, for dermatology surgeries, for cardiac surgeries, and so on and so forth. This growth of Bharat has happened on the back of its quality of manpower and quality of medical infrastructure. Most of these tourists, however, that come for medical travel purposes to Bharat today, if you see, most of them are not the developed countries, US, Europe, Canada, so on and so forth. Half of the medical travel in Bharat today happens from Bangladesh. This being said, it's mostly because of lack of medical facilities or the lack of quality people trained to do the surgeries that are required, or also partly to do with the fact that waiting times sometimes are very long in their host countries. Ayurveda has another role to play here, and I think in the entire ecosystem for Bharat, Ayurveda can be the unique differentiator and add the value add to the entire sector of healthcare and not just Ayurveda itself. On the back of this quality of medical talent that Bharatiya has, not just in Ayurveda, but in modern medicine as well, digital health and tech infrastructure of Bharat today, I think the world recognizes what Bharat has done with the CoWIN portal, with the Jan Dhan Aadhaar cards, the UPI payment interface. Just the sheer capacity of Bharat in the digital health infrastructure is immense. That is now being applied to the healthcare sector with the Ayushman Bharat digital mission coming into play, the Ayushman Bharat schemes coming into play. And obviously this unique strength of Bharat in the traditional medicine, which not many countries other than Bharat can sort of have as a unique differentiating advantage. If we were able to combine these three strong strengths that Bharat today has, I think we are in a very unique position, globally positioned, to provide a new healthcare paradigm to the world, which is not just affordable, accessible, but also create sustainable health, where health is not just about surgeries and interventions, but health is about living healthier, happier, and longer. Through this integrative approach and a holistic approach, I think Bharat is able to solve and provide a solution for the chronic degenerative and lifestyle disorder problem and crisis that the world is going through. Bharat becomes a destination of choice when it comes to secondary and tertiary preventive care, attracting not just from countries which are developing, but developed countries for medical travel and wellness tourism. Tapping into the wellness economy of the world, which today is $7 trillion, a much, much larger economic opportunity for Bharat on the back of its strength of Ayurveda and yoga to tap into. And obviously, this is only possible because of the tailwinds, which are very positive and in favor of the sector. After setting up of the Ayush Ministry in 2014 by the current government and under the leadership of the Prime Minister, a Heal in India portal has been launched, which Ayurveda is part of it by default. Last year, Ayush visas, a specific category of visa was announced by the government. So people wanting to travel for Ayurveda, wellness and medical services are able to take use of this. More than 40 countries have set up Ayush information cells as part of the international missions. India, and I think this is something that the government gets a big round of applause for, bringing the world's first Global Center for Traditional Medicine of WHO is being set up in Bharat. This means immensely in terms of research, validity, acceptance with the global community for Ayurveda. With that, I think Ayurveda is a story of coming out of Bharat, not just in the medical sector, but in the larger healthcare sector. It is a growing sector. It is a sector which is attracting investments. Jiva Ayurveda, the organization that I represent, we are running the largest telemedicine healthcare facility in the world for Ayurveda. More than 35 countries, patients from these countries access Ayurveda through us. It's a remarkable story of how people are wanting to turn towards Ayurveda, and it is time that we provide strong research, science-driven Ayurveda to these people. The next 25 years, as termed by Prime Minister Modi, will be the Amrit Kal of Bharat, leading up to the 100 years of Bharat's independence. And Ayurveda, I believe, can be the Amrit Kalash of that Amrit Kal. With that, thank you very much. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya.
Thank you, Dr. Chauhan. Thank you. So you have heard all the three speakers. And lastly, in 2023, and in 2023, Bharat is poised to become a global leader in medical tourism, with patients from around the world seeking cost-effective and high-quality medical treatments ranging from complex surgeries to wellness therapies in Bharatiya healthcare facilities. This industry showcases the remarkable growth and advancement in Bharat's healthcare sector, the healing land that is Bharat. I'll be talking on access of healthcare at your doorstep and opportunities. Bharat's thriving healthcare ecosystem, a landscape of opportunities, the hospital industry in Bharat, accounting for 80% of the total healthcare market, is witnessing a huge investor demand from both global as well as domestic investors. In 2020, Bharat's medical tourism market was estimated to be worth $5 to $6 billion and is expected to grow to $13 billion by 2026. The diagnostic industry in Bharat is currently valued at $4 billion. The share of the organized sector is almost 25% in this segment, 15% in labs, and 10% in radiology. Besides this, the hospital industry in Bharat, accounting for 80% of the total healthcare market, is besides this 156,000 Ayushman Bharat centers, which aim at providing primary healthcare services to communities closer to their homes, are operational in Bharat. More than 390 million Aadhaar numbers generated under the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. And lastly, Bharat is a preferred destination for medical value travel, where patients from all over the globe come to heal in Bharat, and is growing as huge opportunity area in healthcare market. Is home healthcare the next best things on the Bharatiya healthcare scene? The doctor-patient ratio in this country is 1:1674, much below WHO prescribed ratio of 1:1000. It spends about 1% of the GDP in healthcare, that is half that of China. Its healthcare spend is 1/8 of developed nations such as Britain, and globally, home healthcare segment is 3 to 6% of the total healthcare market. So this is a nascent market that has just one way to go, and that is up. In home healthcare, the next best thing, peace of mind at your doorstep. Home healthcare, an affordable option instead of hospitals. With 70% of Bharat population living in rural areas, mobile clinics are increasingly seen as a practical remedy for unequal healthcare access challenges. Government initiative like Ayushman Bharat Health Account offers several digital health services, including e-Sanjeevani, a telemedicine services that connects patients to doctors and medical specialists through their smartphones. Bharat's home healthcare market was valued at $179 million in 2022 and is estimated to expand at a CAGR of 6.4% from 2020 to 2030 and will reach $295 million in 2030. Then what is driving this growth? A spike in the number of nuclear families at all Bharat level. 50% of the 318 million households were nuclear in 2022, up from 37% in 2008. Second is rising incomes, 5x increase in earning over rupees 5 lakhs in driving Bharat consumption surge. Higher incidence of diseases, about 1.2 billion people are vulnerable of falling sick due to communicable diseases in India. And lastly, hospitalizations coupled with an appetite for personalized medical attention. The healthcare industry, we are not just providers of care, we are sowers of seeds of hope. The societal impact and the difference we can make through our work are immeasurable. Let these deeds inspire you to be change makers in your own capacity, for in each of us lies the power to heal and transforms lives. Thank you. Thank you. And now the floor is open for question and answer session. Please give your name and the place from you belong. Thank you. Yeah, please raise hand. if you want to ask any question. Yeah, yes.
Hello. Hi.
Okay, yeah.
Hello and namaste and wonderful presentation from all of you. My name is Kunal Jain. I'm into healthcare in US for last 20 years, and we manage medical centers there. One of the biggest challenge we find whenever we look at India as a market, we are experiencing a lot of growth, which we saw at the numbers. But we also read not only on Google, but with different databases that there is a growth in medical negligence, malpractice cases, and I just saw some numbers on Google. In year 2020, it was 0.05%, which is like every 1,000, 5 people were dying, and now it is 7.5 people dying out of every 1,000 cases. Mostly are in surgeries or drug-related cases. What are the things going on at a government level or at a compliance level or from the industry to stop this?
Now, I think it is a more regulated business nowadays, so you won't find such problems here, which you used to face in earlier days. But what I feel is, in most of the sector, now regulations are there. In IVF sector also, where we are working, now, recently the government has regulated the sector, so we hope that gradually it will come down.
I just want to add to this.
नमस्कार, मैं गिरीश मलिक, लखनऊ, भारत से. मेरा क्वेश्चन डॉक्टर श्री मधुसूदन चौहान से है और सर का नाम अच्छा डॉक्टर विश्व प्रसाद श्री प्रसाद अलवा. पहले अलवा जी से एक छोटा सा सवाल है. सर, जो आपने सर्टिफिकेशन की बात करी, तो जैसे कि हम लोग यहाँ पे सर्टिफिकेशन हम लोग कहीं भी बाहर जाते हैं यूएसएफडीए, हम लोग यहाँ इंडिया में यूएसएफडीए मांग रहे हैं इक्विपमेंट्स के लिए, और हम यूएस जाते हैं तो हमारे जो हमारे सर्टिफिकेशन है वो मानते नहीं हैं. तो क्या हमारी इंडस्ट्री कैसे ग्रो करेगी सर विदाउट सर्टिफिकेशंस? हमें अपने सर्टिफिकेशंस को यस तो करना चाहिए कि हम भी अच्छी चीज़ बना रहे हैं.
The answer to this is that Indian regulatory has not evolved to the extent that of US and Europe. So we had to adopt FDA and CE mark, and it is only after this government came to power that they started looking at regulatory. If you have to invent, so what, to give you an example, ISI mark, Bureau of Indian Standards, their specifications have not been altered since 1964. So you are not able to use BIS standards to ensure safety of patient. We have to first make sure of patient safety than the industry, growth of the industry. So the government has adopted, and a lot of Indian buyers insist that the product should have US FDA or CE mark. Over a period of time, now the government has created CDSCO. They have also empowered AERB, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, and BIS has been put on training. I think in the next 3 to 4 years, we will bring out a standard which is equivalent to the best in the world. And healthcare is not customized to a very large extent for countries. There is a basic platform and little modification are there. I think on that end, the government has taken the right step, but whether we are fast enough to do that, in my particular view, personal view, I think there should have been a separate ministry. But since all the ministries are clubbed under one person, there is not much time for the secretaries or for the minister to do it.
Well, I am Gaurang Misra from Nepal. I am practicing as a physician there. My one question from Sri Madhusudan Chauhanji. One of my professor in Darbhanga, Mohan Mishra, he had a small scale, experience on Brahmi, that is one of the Ayurvedic medicine, which was found effective in small scale study in all cause of dementia. We tried to expand it. And one of my friend, or my senior rather, who is in UK, he contacted the RCP, the Royal College of Physicians, and they just said, give us the safety profile of that medicine, what was done in India, and we can conduct the study. We couldn't find any study about the safety profile of that Brahmi, which was produced by the Himalaya. We contacted the company and we couldn't get any randomized trial. So why we are not going to, in that effect, to do a randomized trial for the safety profile event so that we can also practice, expand those experiences in our clinical practice? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. So I think it's an interesting question and a very fundamentally underlying factor for both the growth and the safety and efficacy of the medication. And I'll answer it in two parts. The short-term answer to your question is that yes, there has been a lack of investment in research in the sector. And that's a chronic problem. It's a problem of the last 70, 80, 100 years. What typically say the Chinese traditional medicine framework backed by the government started doing in the mid-50s, we've only started doing now, say for the last 10 years, 20 years. So we have some catching up to do on that part of creating relevant evidences, creating relevant research profiles. That's one part of the answer. However, having said that, if you take a look at the Ayush portal that the government has done, setting up of the National Institute, setting up of All India Institute, which specifically focuses on research and postdoctoral and PhD studies. These are all steps in that direction. So that's the short-term answer. The slightly more, not philosophy, but fundamental framework-based answer is that this RCT-based randomized clinical trial model in itself is a very modern medicine framework where everything is broken down into a reductionist system of a molecule and a single targeted therapy framework, which is not necessarily the case with Ayurveda always. Ayurveda is looking at a root cause based line of treatment approach where the root cause, how do we address that? And wherein the framework for say practice-based evidence or evidence-based practice find more relevancy, and that's gaining more and more voice and traction all across the world. So yes, it is a valid concern, and I think there is no one answer to it. We'll need to sort of tread both the tracks at the same time.
Namaste, I am Hemendra Gupta from Delhi, Bharat. My question is to Shri Madhusudan Chauhanji. Actually, it is coming from that we have gifted yoga to the world without any cost, without any IPR money to be charged. Likely, we have a product like of Ayurveda, wherein we have tested medicines, tested way of life so that we can have a healthy life, as Madhusudanji has given in his presentation. My question is that, coming more from his question, that clinical research facilities needs to be improved for so many medicines which are tested over centuries and cured the human beings for perfectly. So question number one is how we are moving on that direction for developing clinical trial research studies for our Ayurveda medicines so that the world will accept them. In India, we are accepting them. We have Trifalas, we have Chyawanprashas, but the world is not expecting that. To grow that market, we have to go for clinical. Number two,
sorry to interrupt. Just limit to one question. There are so many people asking for it.
Thank you. That is same for yoga also, sir, because we have to adapt it in our life for better advantage.
Sure. So on the Ayurveda and clinical trial side, like I mentioned, there is a lot of work happening now. The Indian pharmacopoeia of medicines and plants is already established, published, and while obviously it's accepted in India, it is being adopted by many different countries across the world. So the Indian pharmacopoeia as a standard of one, the herb, and two, the processing of the herbs and creation of the formulations as per the Shastriya methods is already established and being adopted by many countries. So that's one. Two, I just mentioned another thing as part of my presentation, couldn't talk about it, is now already the alpha approval for inclusion of Ayurveda terminologies in the ICD-11 traditional medicine framework of WHO has already been passed. It's going to the beta phase. What this will do is, till now, what was not understood across the table. If I'm an Ayurveda enthusiast, I believe in Ayurveda and I accept Ayurveda and believe in Ayurveda, I may understand the Ayurveda terminologies. How does the rest of the world for research, for understanding, for equating what you're trying to do and creating a standardized system of communication and research across the world for Ayurveda? So these ICT, inclusion of Ayurveda framework as part of the ICD-11 is a step in that direction. And these are very, like I said, the traditional Chinese medicine started it in the mid-50s. These are things that take a couple of decades to establish, and we have catching up to do. The learning from this, maybe to the policymakers and the government, is to continue to invest heavily on this side, because we are playing a catching up game as far as on that front right now. Thank you.
I have a question for Dr. Mahato. Nepal is a great place to invest for many Indians, but the political instability there stops them from doing it. Can you please give your opinion on this?
You can find the reason not to do anything. So there is no any hindrance, no any problem with the politics. You know, Nepal is a very unique country where monarchy was there, communist was prime minister. 80% population is Hindus, communist in the ruling power. So there is no any problem. These all problems are created by only 14-inch monitors. After 14-inch monitors, you cannot see any big problem in the country. So please come, invest, and do your business there.
Yeah, next.
Namaste. I am Shailesh Trivedi from Mumbai. And my question is to Shri Madhusudan Chauhan ji. I'll keep it short and pointed. What is the basic difference between Siddha and Ayurveda? And why we still don't see the standardization of doses in Ayurveda? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, Siddha and Ayurveda are, and Ayurveda has been a very long practiced system, right? And wherever it went, it sort of adapted to the localized availability of herbs or minerals or metals or whatever is locally available there. There may be some minor nuances to it, but for a layperson understanding, from a framework point of view, they are similar sciences which are being applied differently. Ayurveda may be applied with different sort of sets of herbs, and Siddha may have qualified using certain specific rasa shastras, rasa medicines, rasa aushadhi, more compared to what a normal practitioners would use. That application may be a difference. Fundamental philosophies are pretty much similar. The second question was with respect to, I'm sorry?
Don't we see standardization? Like
dosage standardization.
Yeah,
again, as part of the pharmacopoeia, like I had mentioned, they have prescribed standardized dosages, both for manufacturing, quality control, as well as practice of it. The government has also come up with some document called standard practice protocols for certain diseases. So how do you diagnose a disease? Then what is the preferred drugs that you can use, medicines that you can use, and their recommended dosages. However, Ayurveda does not work on the same framework of a single drug of choice that the modern medicine has. So somebody's got thyroid, you give them Tyronorm. Somebody's got diabetes, you give them metformin. Somebody's got joint inflammation, you give them an anti-inflammatory. It does not work like that. The prescription of the doctor, the drug that the doctor, physician, Vaidya chooses will be dependent on your unique understanding of the disease manifestation, your prakriti, your vikriti, and so on and so forth. Also the dosages may change. So thereby, while there is work being done to create a standardized framework around it, however, I feel that it also needs to take into account the uniqueness of Ayurveda and not go to an extent where we wind force-fitting Ayurveda and allopathizing Ayurveda to an extent where it loses its uniqueness. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Anil Asthana from Melbourne, Australia here. Namaste all, thank you for your lovely talks. It's regarding the wellness industry, so I think by default goes to Madhusudanji and others. Number one, what I find is in your pie chart was very apt in that the developed countries do not refer to Ayurveda in their mainstream academia, nor promotion, in its promotion, and the Bharatiya government's done a lot for that. I think with all due respect, with the research aspect, a lot of times we blow the trumpet. I'm a big believer of Ayurveda myself, but we blow the trumpet that look at the amount of research, but the actual impact factor of the journal, the quality of the research, is not in a way where people will accept it as to be high quality. Number two, strategic alliances. Have you looked into reaching out to integrative societies in the UK, Australia, US to collaborate on joint education programs? Because they have a lot of leverage in their countries, and as an investor myself, we often are at wit's end on not knowing, we've got the money, where do you put it? We don't have access or an ecosystem.
What exactly is the question?
Gentlemen,
What
please,
is the question?
I think
please
he's
limit
understood
your
the question.
question.
No, he's understood the question.
Quickly to answer, I think if I have understood it correctly, the question, and I'll try to be brief on my answer, is we sometimes also make the mistake of looking at Ayurveda as a single sector. Please understand, Ayurveda is a super sector. It entails everything from taking haldi and salt in your doodh in the night, if you have a sore throat, taking some home remedy, right to somebody saying if you've got a 4th stage cancer with metastasis, you come to me and I will cure you. Right? That entire spectrum of Ayurveda of offering, we sort of club it into one single word of Ayurveda, and there are shades to it. So one, let us understand that which sector of Ayurveda are we speaking of? Are we speaking of public health? Are we speaking of preventive care? Are we speaking of wellness? Are we speaking of curative Ayurveda? And thereby, we are able to then talk more specifically of the sector that we are speaking of, one. Two, on education, I think the lack is not just outside Bharat, even within Bharat. Nobody teaches in our own textbooks to our own students what Ayurveda is and how to apply Ayurveda as part of our daily lives. We run a school, a 2,000 strong school, student school, where we teach every child what your Prakriti as per Ayurveda is. If you have Pitta Prakriti, what you should eat, what you should avoid, how you should live a preventative healthcare. I grew up understanding healthcare as a red cross like this and a first aid box in my school. If you have a headache, you run to this tablet immediately. We were never given the Ayurveda framework of healthcare in our own schools. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. The good thing is there is a positive sentiment from the consumer side. There is a positive sentiment of the government supporting it beyond what the usual government support is. And the age and the time for Ayurveda has come. On the research front, I again am telling, research is not something you can curate over a very short period of time. It is a sustained thing that happens over a long period of time. To put out one drug molecule in modern medicine pharmaceutical, it takes an investment of anywhere between 2 to 5 to 6 billion US dollars. You compare that with the budgets that we've parked for Ayush and Ayurveda in the country today, and we will understand the gap that we need to fill on the research front. And it needs to happen very, very rapidly, because again, I'll say we are playing catching up here.
मेरा नाम दीपक सिंघल है और मैं यूपी में भारत का एक बड़े अच्छे जो भाग है उसका चीफ सेक्रेटरी रह चुका हूँ। एज ए ब्यूरोक्रेट मैं अपनी बात को आपके सामने रख रहा हूँ और मेरे ख्याल से इस देश के जितने भी आयुर्वेदिक एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, चाहे कोयम्बटूर के हैं, चाहे कोटक के हैं, अभी मैं नैरोबी केन्या गया था, एक्स प्राइम मिनिस्टर ओडिंगा रेला, उनकी बेटी के कैसे आंखें चली गई और लौट के आयुर्वेदा से वापस आ गए, मैं खुद देख के आया हूँ। 75 कंट्रीज़ देख के और सारे लोगों से बात करके मैं 3 पॉलिसी डिसीजंस के लिए आपसे रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ कि एज ए ब्यूरोक्रेट कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि हम भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धति की बातें बहुत करते हैं। मैं नोएडा में रहता हूँ, अगर एक आयुर्वेदिक डॉक्टर ढूंढने निकलूँगा मिलेगा नहीं। पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में मैं 22 करोड़ जनता में अगर 10 आयुर्वेदिक डॉक्टर कहूँगा कि इलाज करते कोई नहीं मिलेगा। तो मैं सिर्फ आपसे कहता हूँ कि हम बातें कम करें, पॉलिसी डिसीजंस की ओर अगर थोड़ा सा संकल्प लें तो शायद बेहतर होगा। पहला तो ये है कि हम अपनी शिक्षा व्यवस्था में जो एलोपैथिक चिकित्सा में कंपलसरी करेंगे 6 महीने आपको आयुर्वेदिक पढ़ाया ही जाएगा, आप रिजॉल्व क्यों नहीं करते हैं? आवाज़ क्यों नहीं उठाते हैं कि इस बार में चाइना पढ़ा सकता है, भारत क्यों नहीं पढ़ा सकता है? हमारा बैचमेट कैबिनेट सेक्रेटरी, हमने कई बार उससे भी कहा भाई इस बात पे आपको लड़ाई लड़नी है। अब ये
excuse me, what is your question basically? Please.
Question is only 2, 3. One is please resolve some things which is a deliverable. That is, आपकी in education you should have integrated education system. Treatment, this Ayush word should be supplemented by one more word called double Ayush. It is allopathic and Ayush combined. Once you have Ayush, double Ayush resolution, then people will be benefited much more. Thirdly, the think tanks available in the country, जो भी आपके available हैं इस field के masters हैं, उनके साथ एक integrated सोच, मैंने अभी डायरेक्टर एम्स और जो लोग विद्वान लोग हैं, चाहे ICMR हैं, सब लोग बैठ के इसकी एक रोड मैप तय करें। बस यही मेरा 3 उसका विषय है जो मैं रखना चाहता हूँ।
And this will be communicated to the government, your all these 3 demands. And we hope that they will consider.
Hello all. I'm Vishnu Anirudh. I work in the field of AI in the UK. My question is for Sri Vishwa Prasad Alva. Hello, sir. My question is on surgical robotics. Would you know what is Bharat's standing in terms of being a manufacturing hub for surgical robotics? And would you know how far we are away, or what are the challenges in being the top manufacturing hub? Thank you.
I wanted to even talk about the errors in judgment, the earlier question with the technology solution. So one way is to train the doctors, the other one is to use technology so that doctors do not make mistakes. And it is not 0.05, it is in the order of 20 to 30% of the patients would have survived if they had got the best treatment anywhere else in the world. Now you can take robotic surgery is one very clear example. When it came, the machine was costing about 10 crores. Da Vinci surgical robo was 10 crores. And people used it for precision surgeries in oncology. But today, the same surgical robo can be made in about 25 lakhs and can be deployed in rural areas where they can be much more precise than human surgeries. There are several such technologies. In India, robotic arm manufacturers are very few. There are about 6 or 7 robotic surgery R&D companies and startups that have come who have not scaled to the level. We are right now adopting arms from another company and then developing a surgical device around that. But that's one of the areas where a lot of startups can come and succeed in this sector.
हेलो मेरा प्रश्न डॉक्टर अजय सर से है। डॉक्टर अजय सर, चूँकि वर्ल्ड हिंदू इकोनॉमिक फोरम में भारत के बाहर के बहुत लोग आए हुए हैं, IVF पे आप काम कर रहे हैं पूरे देश में, भारत में। हमारा प्रश्न है, क्या भारत के बाहर नेपाल, बांग्लादेश, बैंकॉक, आसपास के और भी कंट्री के लिए IVF पे मेल और फीमेल, जब हम उसको कंट्री बाय कंट्री देखते हैं, रूल्स में देखते हैं, तो क्या आपको क्या नई समस्या आती है? और भारत के बाहर भी क्या आपकी योजना है? इससे कैसे हम भारतीय पद्धति और भारतीय एथिक को सामने रखते, कैसे आपको लगता है?
मैंने 2011 में जब शुरू किया था ये IVF बिजनेस, तो मेरे ख्याल से मैं सबसे लास्ट में था IVF में। लोग 25 साल से 30 साल से काम कर रहे थे। पर बेसिकली कोई बाहर से भी आया या यहाँ पे भी है, तो मैं बताना चाहूँगा 3-4 चीज़ें हैं जिसको अगर अडॉप्ट करते हैं तो दे विल बी मोर सक्सेसफुल इन इंडिया, सॉरी इन भारत। सबसे पहले तो है, आपका कोई भी प्रोसीजर हो, कोई भी चीज़ हो, कोई भी प्रोडक्ट हो, इट शुड बी अफोर्डेबल। इट्स अफोर्डेबिलिटी इज मस्ट इन इंडिया। सेकेंड जो पॉइंट है वो है अवेयरनेस का। या अवेयरनेस की इंडिया में बहुत कमी है, लोग नहीं जानते हैं कि क्या है। सो सेकेंड स्ट्रेस वॉज ऑन अवेयरनेस, एंड फॉर देट मेरे को लोग कहते थे कि तुम्हारे पास पेशेंट कौन भेजेंगे जब तक कमीशन नहीं दोगे। तो मैंने एक डिफरेंट अप्रोच लिया और मैंने कहा मैं पेशेंट को इतना एजुकेट कर दूंगा कि वो मेरे पास खुद आए। तो मैंने लगभग इंडिया में 2500 कैंप्स 22 से ज़्यादा स्टेट्स में और 800 से ज़्यादा सिटीज़ में हम लोगों ने किए हैं। और इस तरह हम लोगों ने अवेयरनेस बढ़ाई। थर्ड इम्पॉर्टेंट है, when you want to settle in India or you want to come and do business in India, is the accessibility. कि हर आदमी आपके पास नहीं आएगा, आपको उसके पास जाना पड़ेगा. So for that we have started, till now we have 120 centers all across India and we are present in 80 cities. तो awareness बहुत must है, accessibility बहुत must है और affordability must है. और चौथा जो point है वो जो मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि that is accuracy. You should be very accurate. So we are doing approximately 40,000 cycles a year with the success rate of 75%. So you should take care of success. And till now, इंदिरा IVF ने अब तक 1,40,000 के लगभग सक्सेसफुल IVF केसेस कर दिए, which is also a world record.
Hello, sir. My name is Hemant Desai. I live in Bangkok.
Yeah.
I'm a heart patient. I had gone through balloon therapy in Bangkok also. And another time I had to go to Bombay, so I did from Mumbai also. I'm talking about medical tourism that we are trying to promote. Post-surgery care. The things that I went through after surgery in Bangkok were excellent and par excellence. But after my surgery in India, which was very, very well handled and very, very, I would say, the best of the best doctors I had, but after surgery, मेरी तो जान ही निकल गई.
क्यों, क्या हो गया?
I think almost 10 बार आ गई, क्योंकि पोस्ट सर्जरी जो मेरा ध्यान रख रहा था, मेरे ख्याल से उसने मेरी स्टेंट ही निकाल दी वापस. So how much investment have we done in this area, post surgery care, and how much research and development is going in that area?
Take this question. This is something to do with the infrastructure and training. It is the case with most of the hospitals here. Post-surgery, there is a very deep involvement of paramedic and other staff. There is no policy matter as such that can help post-surgery to be better. But there are technologies where people can be taken home. Home care was one of the subjects that somebody spoke, that hospitals in the future will be only for surgery and for ICU, and post-surgery will all be taken care at home. There are connected devices and technologies that are coming up that can make it foolproof, like many other sectors.
I just want to add something, because I have been traveling in many countries of the world. Maybe 2/3 of the world I have already traveled. And I have seen many developed countries' services also. So when we are talking about our own countries, we always talking only unsuccess things. No, not very good success things. So, I can very proudly to say that only in Hindu Dharma, in Bharat, in Nepal, people has in heart, Atuthi Devo Bhava. We are very pleased, honored to serve others. Other people are being enjoyed by taking service from us. So post-surgery services, other services, we are giving much better than many other countries. So we should praise all these things also. And in medical sector, there is a huge potential in developing countries like our countries, where there are very huge gaps for the population and giving the services, which infrastructures, technology which we are using. For the manpower, for other things, we have the big potentiality, big opportunity. So please come, make investment, work there, And I am very happy to listen one of our doctor told that he is taking care more than 20 years in USA. Please come to India and Nepal. You will have the better chance to serve here. Thank you.
Namaste. This question is for the Vishwaprasad sir. My name is Srinivas Nathi in Washington, D.C. Sir, you said like in your presentation, there is 8 countries are producing and the rest of the 190 countries are using the products. What is your recommendation, 9th country, which is Bharat?
Pardon?
What is your recommendation, what is your suggestions if Bharat is going to be the 9th country?
No, Bharat is one of the 8 countries that I spoke about. We are a young country in medtech as such. So there are a lot of MNCs that are working, GE, Siemens, Philips, Baxter, all of them have R&D centers. But for homegrown companies which want to invest in core technologies, there is a lot of opportunity. One is that there is a availability of engineers, then the ecosystem that is there for clinical research, which is a very expensive part of medical equipment device, is easier in India. Another thing that I touched upon was verification, validation, reliability engineering. In a product development cycle, if you are spending, let's say, 25 crores to develop a product, about 20 crores is coming from testing and reliability studies, which India is almost 80% lower. I would suggest that if there are courses that are, combined courses where they come out with a degree with the product, that would make a big difference in startups.
So we are already late now. This last question
We have just 2 more questions.
2 more questions?
Yeah.
Okay, 2 more questions.
Namaste, Hare Krishna. My name is Patridas. I am basically from Ukraine, but I am in India now and serving in Nepal. So I have one question. Since I'm dealing with mostly young generation, with youth since 2002 in Nepal, and Nepal told us the never-ending peace and love, Nepal. And here we have Bharat, Daju Bhai, brother, and it is a Hindu conference. I'm dealing with youth which is struggling now with depression and mental disorders. In fact, 5 years ago, it was approximately 6,840 suicide cases in Nepal, and during the COVID time, and it increases just double. It's very grave situation. So I was thinking, and since government giving very less support for this mental disorders treatment, how to establish this connection and awareness between Big Brother Bharat and Nepal to make this really communication? What other opportunities are there? It's really great support required because youth is our future. That's what my humble request. Any suggestions how to establish support? Not much, but at least a little bit. Baap ka beta sipai ka ghoda kuch nahi to thoda thoda. It's my humble.
No, I think mental health, specifically after COVID, is a point of concern everywhere. So depression, anxiety, even loneliness, fear, all of that, OCD, we've seen in our practice as well. A lot of these cases are coming up. And this is where, you come from the tradition, yoga, Ayurveda, seamlessly integrated to the mainstream care of health can provide a very strong potential solution to this problem. And when I was speaking, I had mentioned this, that Bharat has all 3 ingredients available. We just need to put them and make a great dish out of it. We've got great strength in modern medicine, in diagnostics, in the med tech, in the clinical care, in the surgical care, the quality of manpower, the digital health and technology infrastructure and the capability of Bharat, we are already aware of what we are capable of doing, and the existence of this very strong, evolving traditional medicine knowledge systems. If the 3 can combine together to look at the patient and not the disease, like the gentleman mentioned, they will look at him as a case of putting the stent. And why the problem in the heart came, what is causing the blockage. The cardiac does not speak to the gastro does not speak to the, the psychologist would not speak to the renal. doctor. Everybody in the super specialization, in the race to sort of break down and understood the parts, we've missed the sum, we've missed the whole. And that from a philosophy in the healthcare sector is what Ayurveda and yoga can come in and contribute. This is what is causing the mental health issues. These people are not lacking anything in their physical environments or their physical availabilities. It's just that they need to combine together. At Jiva, we run a holistic program like this. Along with the medicines, we've got an entire separate team that specializes in yoga, one team that specializes in nutrition, one team that specializes in mental and emotional health and well-being. These are based out of the Ayurvedic principles of Dev Vipashya Chikitsa and Sattva Vajaya Chikitsa, but termed more easily understood manner like that. And when a patient at Jiva is treated, he's not just treated medically with Ayurvedic medicines only. This ahar, vihar, vyavahar, and vichar. So medicine, diet, lifestyle, and thought, all of this has to combine together to create a more long-lasting effect. And I feel Ayurveda is naturally poised to do it.
This is a closing question for this session, please.
Good afternoon. So this is a question for Dr. Upendra Mahato. So this is Vinod Himatsinghani. I'm from Dallas, Texas. We've got a clinical decision support system, and we're implementing it in certain parts of US. But if we have to do this in a place like Nepal, they would need some basic digital infrastructure to really get it done, like electronic health records. Is there any system that you're capturing information, health records being set up there in the hospitals or nationally?
Yes, we do. Because in Nepal, electronic health record system is regularized, and we have to keep it very confidentially, strictly. So please come. We have everything in international standard regulations. Only we need something to push it with a big investment. So please come, welcome.
Thank you, speakers. It's a very lively session. We have some important announcement to make. Mr. Srinivas will make right now.
Thank you all. This is about the networking. A lot of questions are being asked. So after the post-lunch first session, at the end of it, I'll explain how networking will happen. Long story short, this is the room which we will use for networking, because otherwise other rooms which we arrange will take too much time to travel. So please attend the next session, and the session after that is the networking. So at the end of the next session, I will explain it. I think for now, we are good. Thank you.
So we will reassemble here at 2 o'clock sharp for the next session. So let's enjoy the lunch at Hall 4. Thank you so much. It's a lively session.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have another 5 minutes to start the afternoon session, which will be very interesting like morning sessions. So I would request all of you to settle down in your places. Thank you. In the next 2 minutes, we are going to start this session. All of you, please come inside and settle down. Ashish ji, let's start the session. It's 2:30.
Good afternoon, everyone. Manoj, I'm audible? Good afternoon, everyone, and after a wonderful lunch, welcome back. We have an interesting session on startups. The session name is Emerging Frontiers, Futuristic Technology and Innovative Startups. A person who needs no introduction is the chairperson of this session. May I invite Shri Mohandas Paiji on the stage. Let me also invite the other panelists, illustrious panel, I would say, for this session, in fact. The next person, Shri Rajesh Sehgal. Shri Suresh Jairaju. Shri Gunjan Bharadwaj. I now hand it over to Mohandas ji.
Folks, welcome to this session. We are in the midst of the digital revolution today. 250 years ago, China, India were the richest countries in the world. They made up 45% of global GDP. Then in Great Britain, the invention of the steam engine changed the global order, and the Industrial Revolution was born. It goes back to 1500 when the Europeans went to South America to loot and take away the gold, trade with India. That event created a merchant class in Europe because before that there was the feudal class which depended on land for wealth. And these merchants created capital, built the urban centers of Europe. And they invested as venture capitalists in the Industrial Revolution. In 50 years, Europe became the richest part of the globe. They went and colonized the whole world to create markets for their products and get raw materials. They took away $45 trillion of wealth from India, as per a research study by Dr. Ursa Patnaik of Columbia University. You must read the article, how they did it beautifully, how the research paper, how they did it beautifully. And then they created a global supply chain to connect producers to consumers through shipping, through pipelines, retail, wholesale, financial services, and everything, and they control the world. 15 years ago, the digital revolution took off with the rise of the internet. The internet is a platform where out of 8 billion people on the planet, 5.5 billion people interact. And you can interact synchronously and asynchronously with each other, do business, get entertainment, get knowledge, education, financial services, almost everything. And that is creating new business models. And the global supply chain to physically reach consumers is gone to the back end. So anybody going on to the internet can do business with anybody else. And that innovation is what is changing the world. And we've seen the change happen. And the next 10 years is going to be the time when the change is going to accelerate. And in this digital revolution, there are three great global powers: the United States, China, and India. And in the free world, United States and India are joined at the hips. Enormous amount of activity happening. So in Bangalore, we are closer to San Francisco than to Delhi. We go to Delhi, they speak an alien language and alien culture of politics and all that, and JNU is there sadly. But you know, that is the change that is happening. And to explain the change, we got three wonderful people. Rajesh Sehgal will speak on learning from global startup ecosystem. Suresh Jayaraju, investor incentive and policies. Gunjan Bharadwaj, idea to scalable methodologies. Leaders of the digital revolution, leaders of digital India who are changing the face of India as entrepreneurs. Then I will talk about the fintech revolution. Thank you. I invite Sri Rajesh Sehgal to now go and speak for 10 minutes on global startup ecosystem. Rajesh, all yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think my role here is to take up the next 10 minutes and share with you what's happening in the Indian startup ecosystem, but also in the context of globally. You know, Sri Mohandas Pai ji just mentioned about how Britain came and changed, you know, the face of wealth in not only India, but many other countries. Let me start from there, you know, sharing with you what we learned as kids in school is the Britain used to call us Indians a nation of shopkeepers. I think they didn't realize that we are not shopkeepers, we are entrepreneurs, right? And today, where we stand as a country, you know, I'm very proud to say that entrepreneurship in India is alive and kicking and really just about coming into its own, fueled by so many factors that are in play today, right from, you know, the small fledgling IT industry in the 70s and 80s. Mr. Pai was one of the architects of that revolution, and we've seen how that has really showed up what India is all about. Let me go to the slides now and talk about where we are in terms of global scenario. You know, I started investing personally as an angel investor in 2007, much before startups were a thing to invest in or an asset class even. And right from then, I can share with you. I've heard this statistic that I have it on the slide, that India is among the third largest or the fourth largest startup ecosystem in the world. My role here, what I'm trying to do is balance. I'm not just here to give you a rosy picture of what's happening on the ground, but to also share some realities. Since then, till date, we still remain the third largest ecosystem in the world. So in terms of numbers, it'll appear that we are very static. But if you look one layer beneath, if you focus more on the quality of the startup ecosystem today, I must say that we've come a long, long, long way. Some of the numbers that you can see here in terms of number of unicorns or amount invested in the ecosystem or number of accelerators, incubators. I think when you put things in context, you will realize that Indian economy, if you look at the GDP size, we are 1/7 or 1/8 of the US, right? But when you look at the tech ecosystem, there is a long, long, long way to go. It's not just about the nominal GDP level numbers that we have to fuss about. I think it's more about actual, true innovation that we have to see on the ground. Fortunately or unfortunately, we are at a cusp where the new technologies that we are seeing all around us, words that we hear, even if we are not part of the technology ecosystem, words like artificial intelligence, machine learning, GPT, all of us are familiar with that. I think some of these technologies are really leveling the playing field. I was talking to this researcher from Adobe, and he works in the US and UK. And he was in India last week, just as a recon trip, just to figure out what's happening on the ground. And he was very, very surprised. He was very surprised that we don't have as much happening in the AI landscape in India as he had anticipated. I'm sure he will have a very different thing to say the next year when he visits, because there is indeed a lot of green shoots that I can see in terms of Indians working on newer technologies and building far larger businesses. I think it's got a lot to do with culture. So when you look at, and I think, we had speakers here since morning. I've been listening to Ashish ji and everybody else, and we all mentioned about, when you talk about Bharat, I think a lot can be attributed to our history, our ancestry and ancestral values, and therefore culture. If we compare US startup ecosystems culture or what's happening in China or what's happening in other places, and you compare that to Bharat, there are some commonalities, but I think there are some very fundamental differences. I think the one thing that we can't take away from our ecosystem here is the way we function as a society, the way we are always keen to learn from everybody else. This conference for me has been, a testimony to that fact. Every conversation I've had, there's something that everybody's trying to learn, including me, by the way. Every conversation I've had, I'm trying to, get more. And I think that leads and that feeds itself into how we Indians and how we Bharatvasis are looking at entrepreneurship, at building institutions, building larger businesses. One thing that stands out, as you can see on the slide, it's about the young startups, believing that there is a significant potential to grow. Some of the numbers that are out there in terms of, let's say, the best educational institutions in the country, the IITs and the IIMs. There was a time, when I graduated nearly 30 years back, 27, 28 years back, there was nothing called entrepreneurship. Everybody wanted a job. Everybody wanted security. I think today the scene is so very different. Majority of the people there who are, and these we can say are the, some of the best minds in the country who got admissions after such a competitive entrance exam, etc. I think most of them have either want to become entrepreneurs upon graduation, or after a few years of experience in the corporate world, they want to start something of their own. And I think this is the culture that will make sure, in Modi ji's dream and all our dreams of being a 5 trillion economy very soon, and maybe far more than that. These are some numbers. I don't have to fuss about it. I think all of us know some of these numbers. As you can see on the right-hand side, there's a chart which tells us that things were great 2 years back. We all were part of that, buoyancy, part of that bull market. Today, things are far more, getting into more rational phase. I wouldn't call it a winter as it's termed out there, but I think it's a natural cycle. It has to play out by itself. Excesses that were made in 2021 will have to get rectified. Being part of this ecosystem, I can share with you my personal experience that quite a lot of that correction is behind us. It's a cycle. It's no point in trying to figure out when is the bottom of the cycle. There were some, participants in the morning who were asking questions to the first panel about, I want to raise funding, I'm not getting any funding, how do I get funding, etc., etc. So I think you have people here on the panel who can answer some of those questions. People like us are looking for good opportunities to deploy capital. So I must assure you that the funding ecosystem, especially for early stage companies, is alive and kicking, and we are all sitting on dry powder capital to deploy. I think the last few minutes of my time here, let me skip this one and go back to what is more relevant for participants here. Funding options. If you're a new entrepreneur, if you're wanting to start something new and raise some capital, there are so many options available today. You do not have to really rely on your own pockets or friends and family. We mentioned some angel networks in the morning sessions. There are venture capitals of all shapes and sizes. So you have people like us at Equanimity, we make smaller investments. You have larger funds who are the next stage and the next stage and the next stage, right up to, like Ashish Chauhan mentioned in the morning, about listed companies. And he also shared some examples of companies going to the listed markets and raising, a few crores. That's the fuel that a startup ecosystem needs. That's the fuel that I think entrepreneurs need to really build sizable businesses. And I think we are getting there. As you can see, there are so many options of raising capital today. And I think what I foresee for the coming year, as I showed you in the earlier chart, that we are somewhere near the bottom of that cycle. I'm pretty positive that next year things are more likely to change than not. It does not mean that we will again see a huge bull market, in 24. I think it's going to take its own sweet time, a couple of years. But for anybody out there who's looking to raise capital, this year and the next are good years to really begin businesses. If we look at examples, again, global examples, the Britain or US and any of the developed markets in the world, you will see that most of the large conglomerates today, most of the large successful businesses today were formed in recession years, or years when funding was not very easily available, or years when customers were not queuing up to buy the products. So I think this is a great time to build businesses. It brings its own rationality when capital is scarce, and I think the biggest problem that Bharat and the Bharat ecosystem have always had is access to capital. But the flip side of that is, because of that scarcity of capital, we have learned how to build large global businesses in a very frugal manner. So I rest my case here. I'm available for Q&A after the panel and after the session as well. Thank you so much for a kind hearing.
Yeah, thank you, Rajesh. That's fantastic. Rajesh spoke to us about how the startup system is evolving, the challenges that you have, the prospects, etc. Now we have Suresh Jayaraju who will speak on investor incentives and policies. Suresh. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I wanted to quickly give a recap of what's happened in the tech ecosystem over the last 1 week. I don't know how many of you have been following through the tech ecosystem. There's been some very big developments happening in the Silicon Valley ecosystem, right? I'm sure most of you would have read about Sam Altman's firing, then him getting hired by Satya Nadella, then a renegotiation back with the board, and looks like he's going to be back in there, right? Very, very interesting development. Similar things we have seen back then with Steve Jobs, a couple of other founders, right? Founders who actually went, strived, put in almost decades of striving in terms of building products, getting fired, right? Why am I talking about this, and what's the relevance of something like this for policy in India. We'll revisit this towards the end. I have some ideas which I wanted to propose here, especially from the context of what India has to offer to the rest of the world in terms of the next step of evolution in the startup ecosystem. So we have come a long way. Rajesh had covered some of these numbers in terms of our growth of our startups. Some of these are very, very astounding numbers, but I'll call out three clear areas where we have seen significant shifts, especially over the last couple of years. One is the overall rise of women entrepreneurship. I think there's been a lot of talk earlier in the day, particularly from 2014 to 16 onwards. We've seen a doubling of the numbers from roughly around 7% to 15%. That's a very, very huge number. Second area which I would say is very, very important in this particular space is the rise of the Indian technocrat NRI coming back to India and setting up offices here for growth, right? A whole lot of Indian technocrats, either based out of India or based out of international markets, went out there, got started with their own products and services with international MNCs, bought and back the learnings, and then, this is one big, huge driving factor which, led to the growth. So these are, general numbers. I don't need to read them out. As you can see, the government of India obviously did some very good things. One is the entire Aadhaar ecosystem, and the India Stack helped in terms of, bridge the entire digital divide. But more than that, a whole lot of, factors which I would call more as a butterfly effect happening across the globe contributed along with the government of India's policies. Definitely, the India demographics, young population, young urban demographics, coming and settling in cities and having smartphones helped here. Android and iOS ecosystem obviously helped in a very, very big way. If you look at the number of apps which were there in the smartphone ecosystem in 2011, it was less than 1 million. And as on date, we're talking about around 12.6 million. That's almost a 14x increase, right? Coupled with the increase in smartphone usage, etc. And of course, the cost per GB came down from almost like 236 rupees to 13.5 rupees. Probably this is the, as affordability case across the world, no other category has ever seen something like this over the last, 10 plus years. Despite the growth, we still see that we are lagging behind on a whole lot of factors, especially related to innovation. It's more, I would say it's more to do with the, the path to progress obviously has, ups and downs. And, we have been an economy which has largely been brought up out of famines, starvation, etc., and we tend to be sort of, more frugal in our approach, and I don't think we have gone in for big bet innovations. But some of these factors are very, very important in the longer term if we really need to, progress and grow at a global stage. I was asked to speak on taxation and regulatory compliance. I don't know how much I should really talk because I think I've spoken enough. Many, many people here. Sri Mohandas Pai has been resting this case with the government for a very, very long time. If you go back and talk about his, focus areas in terms of taxation and regulatory, I think he's done quite a bit, and so have leaders across the country. But essentially, I think the big problem is the tax department, income tax department and startup department have two different goals altogether, right? Unless they really sit together and make these things work, it's just not going to happen. So we can all cry on what we really need, but ultimately it lies with the finance ministry. But I still rest my case with what really needs to be done here. Going beyond the basics, I'm raising four very, very important questions, right? Very, very structural questions on the Indian startup ecosystem, which will have a long way to go. One is, why is it that only 1.34% of graduates choose entrepreneurships? Why can't India create products like Google, ChatGPT, etc.? And why do we not find foreign founders in the Indian ecosystem at all? I mean, I've visited multiple incubators and accelerators across India. Probably there's like one rare founder amongst 1 in 10,000. And finally, what is the end goal of all this startup ecosystem? Does India have something for the world to offer here? Let's see this. Why is it important to answer each of these questions? One is, we need the best of the minds in India to pursue entrepreneurship and not take up jobs at MNCs. Second is, without building world-class products, we cannot build world-class or world valuable companies like Google and Microsoft, etc. And if we are going to be a siloed ecosystem without diversity, we will never be able to catch up with the likes of Silicon Valley. Finally, is there anything which we can offer to the world beyond market cap and revenues? My answers lie in these 4 simple terms, A, B, C, D. Let's see what they are very quickly. India is an emotional country. We need people to follow aspirations based on mainstream emotions. People are emotional about Bollywood, about cricket, but how many people are really aspiring to get into startups at a very, very broad level, right? From tier 2, tier 3 countries. We need to really make this aspirational. A couple of ideas which I've penned down here are in terms of constituting some awards, making startups actually aspirational for mainstream youth, right? When they worship Virat Kohli, why can't they worship startup founders, right? That is really what these ideas are all about. Creating live mentorship program through celebrities, through technocrats. Some of these are very, very interesting ideas which the government should ideally pursue. Moving on to B, if we need to create products for best in the world ecosystems, which can compete with the best in the world ecosystems, we need foreign founders to come in here. We need our founders to go to global markets. So some of the ideas which I penned down is, can we create startup embassies across Silicon Valley, London, a couple of other key geographies. I find it a struggle for Indian startup entrepreneurs to go there, establish base, set up connects and maintain networks. This is one very, very important area. Startup law, overall the judicial reforms itself are taking a whole lot of time. Can we create an independent startup law board which will handle Indian laws separately as one of the other thoughts. A zero tax model for something like what we had as an original export-oriented unit a couple of decades back, which is focused on building world-class products based out of India, and probably a gift city equivalent across top cities in India with zero-rated tax model. And finally, how do we make our startups more collaborative? First is, can we create a equivalent of a CSR fund for startups? Maybe invest 1% of the profits in startups, which will work for both the parties, startups as well as corporates. Also, corporates can offer mentorship as well as give some percentage of the procurement as on a dedicated mandate for startups. This is one such initiative. Second is Diaspora Connect. Can we engage the Indian diaspora to help Indian startups to create market access for them? And also create a long-term startup visa for foreign founders to come and set up base in India. As you can see, there's an aspirational hierarchy in India, and right at the top is big tech. Startups can actually fit into any of these areas, but my thought here is that there is an open space right above, which goes beyond profits, goes beyond market cap. Let's see what it is. This is the idea of D/Dharmic startups, idea which has come off time. Think of creating a dharmic startup which stays above sustainability, which stays above ethics, and is based on dharmic principles set up by the government, funded for the longer term, probably for 10, 20 years kind of investment, where ethics and morality are not the only things to be followed, but can we do products without fine print? For employees, can we do things like, can we give them health instead of health insurance, right? Can we teach them things like culinary? Can we teach people yoga? Can we bring in all the big learnings from the traditional ecosystem to build a dharmic startup which can then sit right on top of the world. Right? I wanted to just, end the note with this thought. The entire startup ecosystem is based on the Maslow's hierarchy, right, where you start with your basic needs and go up ultimately towards more and more security, but there's no end to it. I rest my case with saying that, if we focus on inner development, based on these 5 sheets, the Annamaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha, all the way up to Anandamaya Kosha, where the focus of startups as well as corporates is in terms of internal building as well as overall life development, I think then we have something really big to offer to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suresh. Now we have Gunjan Bharadwaj to talk to us on idea to scalable methodology.
Namaskar. Today I would talk about what we are doing and share 3 of our learnings, what has helped us in scaling the business from an idea. So basically we are looking at a very simple yet very big problem, and that's the inefficiency in drug discovery and development. Each year, big pharmas invest $250 billion in research and development. Last year, if you may guess, how many novel drugs were approved by the US FDA? 37. 90% failure rate. It's a sector with the least amount of penetration of deep tech. Even bigger than that, the way big pharmas are organized, or the big pharma business model is organized, when a big pharma decides to out-license a drug, a phase 1 drug asset, when the decision is taken, it takes them 32 months, so 3 years almost, to execute that decision. Typically, for a phase 1 asset, you have 10 years of patent window left. So 1/3 of the value of that drug, which could be a life-saving drug for patients, it's just thrown out of the window because of how big pharmas are organized. And there we are leveraging big data and AI at scale. We crawl everything under the sun. We have molecular libraries. We leverage patient data. We train artificial intelligence and make predictions for the industry. We validate those predictions, as we had acquired a preclinical validation company last year in Germany. And with this, we do 2 things. For those drugs we believe should not be developed on the path they are in big pharmas, we buy those drugs, we in-license those drugs, and take them to the right development path. So we have 3 drug assets, and for those we do not take, we make recommendations to big pharmas and biotechs and partner with them in doing so. So very recently, a big pharma actually out-licensed an Alzheimer's drug successfully together with us. This drug would have never seen the light of the day if we wouldn't have partnered with them. That's how we work. In this space, we have the most formidable IP, and we have a team in Switzerland, Germany, and India. So we started with an idea some years back. What has got us where we are today? Just giving you one example of the idea that kind of culminated while we were doing all of this. So we started looking at publicly available data, crawling all of it, billions of URLs and so on. And someone said, well, what about real-world data, patient data? Because that's key to train some of the AI models, specifically when you want to predict things on the clinical side. So we went to hospitals and said, we want your data. It was very difficult, very bureaucratic, even more bureaucratic than big pharmas themselves. And we also realized something astonishing, that patients, even though the entire industry is talking about bringing them at the center of the industry, patients have no say. So in the US, they give their data, the data is anonymized and is being sold or licensed out to big pharmas for billions of dollars, and patients don't get anything for that. There is a company, when they had data of around 10,000 patients, it was sold for $1.9 billion to a big pharma. Of course, the patients that actually owned that data technically didn't get anything. So we created a blockchain platform wherein a patient can upload his or her data and can get the lion's share of the value of that data. It started as an idea 18 months back. Now we have data of 2 million patients, 24 hospitals. World's largest private oncologist association is a partner. So what is it that you need to do for a crazy idea to become a scalable platform, a scalable business? I mean, you all know this, but very plainly put, success is 1% idea, 99% execution. There is a joke. I live in Germany, so many Germans quip. There is an American, a German, and an Indian, and a meteor is going to destroy the planet Earth, and you have to shoot a rocket. American is concerned about pressing the damn button. It's output orientation. German says, no, no, no. Pressing the button doesn't suffice. What is important is how you press the button, process orientation. And the Indian says, how you press the button or you press the button doesn't matter. What's most important is who presses the button. So it's all about people. And we hear, and many of you in the real world, in India, we hear a lot of gyan, but execution is missing at times. And you can introduce governance and processes, but it's also the conditioning of people. We need doers. We need also followers, good followers, and good followers make great leaders. And it's our goal, our objective as leaders to also motivate good followers. It's not about everyone shouldn't be a leader. First, they should be good followers. 3 learnings. I mean, first, you should be ready to adapt. And we all know this, and it's a very abstract thing. We started thinking we'll build a SaaS business. We started getting all the data. We went to big pharmas. They said, we have all this data. And we don't care if we have to pay 5 million instead of 2 million. That cost doesn't make a difference to us. We said, okay, data to insights. We started going with insights. And there, the share of value was more than if you just give aggregated data, but it was still minuscule. Because, of course, they would say, okay, we'll license this module that you have created for a couple of $1 million a year. But by the way, if we hit the jackpot, we might make a couple of billions with the biomarker that we may end up discovering. So we learned eventually that if you really want a fair share in this space, you have to work with drug assets. That's where the real business is. And hence we started in licensing drug assets and putting really the money where the mouth is. So we need focus, but over a period in time, one has to see what the product market fit is, what the proposition really is. And everyone, when we went to investors at that time, everyone wanted SaaS because SaaS had multiples. And if we would have built our business for the investors, we would never be here. We have great investors, by the way. But one needs to adapt over time. The second learning is it's all about people. I went to IIT, and engineers think everything is a math or an engineering problem. We learned it the hard way, and the biggest learning is the biggest task of founders and entrepreneurs is to build a great team and to empower them. Actually, Steve Jobs in one of his interviews said that was his biggest learning. And there are various tools to do that. We follow OKRs. It's very religious for us to have leadership team meetings in person every 15 days. Everyone comes there and we discuss everything under the sun in that leadership team meeting. Sounds very biblical, you know, we can do a virtual call, Zoom call, this call, that call. It doesn't work. If you don't connect as a team and everyone feels they are a part of a decision, it won't work. And then last but not the least, it's the most important thing. Paisa koi bhi kama leta hai. Idea has to be anchored in a purpose. I mean, we started all of this because my first boss was diagnosed with cancer in 2010. And I learned no capital, no network, no hard work can solve one problem, and that problem is called hopelessness. When someone very near to you is diagnosed with cancer, we are sending spacecrafts to Mars. We have a Mars mission, etc. You don't know who the expert for a cancer type in your country is. You don't know what alternatives he may or she may have to survive. And that triggered a journey, and all of the team members that we have, we all connect because we believe we'll do everything to change the status quo of this industry. And if we are not successful, we'll die trying. Unless this purpose is there and is communicated, it's not anchored in the organization, it's very difficult to get everyone really behind your idea and to scale. Just to put it in words, in a poem that I recite often, for those of you who understand Hindi, it's about expressing the divine and connecting to the divine in others. मैं पक्ष हूँ खड़ा समक्ष भावों का वंदन करता हूँ अनंत ताप के अंतर मन से गदगद अभिवादन करता हूँ जिह्वा से गरल किंचित अहो मैं शिव सा विस्मित कटु कहो उन वृक्षों सा वन में प्रबल भूसा जो सहती सब सबल देख रहे जो तुम प्रतिमा वो अभ्रंश की काया है मैं निराकार शिव हूँ तांडव ओमकार की छाया है मैं एकलव्य मैं अर्जुन मैं ही अश्वत्थामा हूँ मैं हूँ सच्चित आनंद मैं ही मीरा राधा हूँ सब गीत मेरे मेरा ही सुर मेरी ही सारी काया है मैं ही आदि मैं ही अनंत मुझसे ही सारी माया है मैं मानव बस रूप मेरा शिव हूँ जीवन जीने आया हूँ रोने पाने खोने सोने खिलखिल कर हंसने आया हूँ मैं पक्ष हूँ खड़ा समक्ष भावों का वंदन करता हूँ अनंत आपके अंतर मन से गदगद अभिवादन.
Thank you, Gunjan. That's fantastic. I think we heard him well, and he's scaled up a business. Now, Mohan will speak on fintech revolution. Folks, this is about the Bharat fintech revolution. And pardon me if I slip into something called India once in a while. Now, this is India. I mean, Bharat. 1.4 billion people, 3.47 trillion GDP, 7.2% growth. PPP is 12.2 trillion, third largest in the world, 3.5 times nominal. All right? Per capita income is quite low. We're still a poor country, but doing well. We got a strong financial base, 5,000 listed companies, $3.89 trillion of market value in the markets. FDI, we get about $100 billion a year, and about 46 billion in mutual funds. That 46 lakh crores, and that is more than about $600 billion, and it's growing very fast. I'd like to focus on the future. We are a poor country. Despite oppression, we've done very well. Banking, 122,000 branches, about 201 lakh crores of deposits. It's a large number, all right? And about 145 lakh crores of bank lending. The system is very large. We got Bansal here, who headed Barclays. He knows all about this stuff. And you can see how we have grown. And the banking system is clean. NPS are low. People still haven't made enough bad debts. Evolution of Bharat FinTech. Look at this. Companies have come up in various areas all over, in lending, in the stock markets, in credit cards, and everywhere else. And you can see all the tailwinds that are coming over the last maybe 20 years. All right? There's a huge system of fintech, and India leads the globe in fintech. Full stack digital banking service by neobanks are coming up. If you have multiple bank accounts, 4 or 5, you don't get one single view. So neobanks consult all that and give you one single view. So you know where the money is, who can lend. And the idea is, once everything is available, if you want to borrow money, you can use the information to go to a lender to quote and to bid for your loan. And that, I think, is fantastic innovation. Digital payments has taken off, 5.73 billion to about 13 billion in 2 years. That is the best in the world. Study transit, no cash. You can see your 10.56 multi-UPI transaction, $189 billion, and 42% of global digital payments are in India. I mean, Bharat. Which country? Bharat. 42% of the globe. Is not funny. China is way behind. US still struggles to, issue checks. People have forgotten what a check is. They do UPI in 30 seconds from account to account. And it works, it's free. Banking as a service is coming up on top of the banks because banks could become utilities, because apps are now creating a layer where you can do many things across multiple banks. So banks may lose contact with their clients and it could go somewhere else. Zerodha, 2 young kids in Bangalore, now they're grown up, are earning 5,500 crores of revenue, 2,800 crores of profits. Anil's friends. Anil Shetty is here, his friends. Can you believe that? They run 10-12% of India's broking. Priya, are you here? It's a large number, isn't it? In fact, Priya was the head of regulations for the NSE. I remember one meeting, I told her, these guys are getting too big, look at risk management and make sure they have enough capital. Right, Priya? Digital broking, all over India. People are trading all over. We are born traders. We told the government of India, start a fintech tower in Bombay so that everybody will go there and trade in the global exchanges and blow it up. We know how to trade on exchanges. SMEs are experiencing an IPO boom. Ashish knows about it. He started in the BSE, now he's gone to NSE. And you can see the number of companies coming up, the number of valuation that is there, and the huge rise in value in the SMEs. Of course, there is some fraud there. You've got to be careful because there's no liquidity, but some action. Fintech's efficient vehicles for digital disbursement of NBFC credit. The beauty is, in Bangalore, we got a lot of fintechs who believe that you got to give money, and they come and tell you, we can give money in 30 seconds. Some of them forget that if you give money, you got to actually recover it. You only earn a spread. They lost a lot of money, but they learn. They're young people. They're losing investors' money. That's fine. Investors are pouring down money. Bansal will put more money into them because he sees the winners. The great decentering of credit. This is important because there is, intermediation of credit, right, by the banking system. Now, that is being done differently through fintechs and happening in an extremely big way. The idea is people want credit in 30 seconds. BNPL, that is buy now, pay later. That is taken over Korea and other countries. In India, it is becoming big, and we got the Shaktikanta Das, governor of RBI, telling tham, be careful, don't give too much of money, blah, blah, blah. And I think that's careful because, individual lending is going up. But the fact that it's happening is very good. The key is every individual should get credit, and these fintechs will make it happen. Credit card coverage is growing. Even though we see UPI taking over the big way, but credit cards is growing because fintechs have come to issue credit cards, and they got a lot of this, KYC being done and everything electronically. Because you must remember, fintechs create a layer of technology from the view of the consumer. The banks and others create a layer of technology from the view of the regulator and the internal management. Bharat fintech sector is booming. Look at that. Raised almost $112 billion since 2014. Bharat fintech sector is booming. This can see the valuation. 26 will be 800 billion. Right now, the market share of fintechs is about 350 billion. These are very large numbers. Bharat diverse fintech is there across everywhere. Unicorns and sunicorns and growth stage and all that, right? Look at the number of unicorns in every sector. We are leading the world. We're a small economy. We need more money. The day Manoj writes a check, we're going to grow multiple times. Manoj, open up a checkbook. Digital lending, startups dominate fintech lending. Fintech in Bharat will be $1 trillion by 2025. We're going to meet again in 2025. And you take the photo of this slide and we'll play it again, all right? India Stack is the greatest piece of innovation done anywhere in the world in technology over the last 10 years. It has given identity to 600 million, 60 crore people. It allows the poorest of poor to open a bank account, get money. About 32 lakh crores has been transferred to the account by, digital transfer, by DBT. Digital bank transfers. 250,000 crores is there in the bank deposits. The largest number of bank accounts open in the world by any country in the world, 50 crores has been opened in India. All done in 3 years. Please applaud. This is innovation on a scale never seen in history. Remember that. Only in Bharat. World-class products are being built. The India Stack is free for users, so young people can come and take a laptop, go to AWS, get the cloud, and then use the API to build businesses. We'll go from a data poor to data-rich country in 5 years. We're already nearly there. Man, we have more data on the human condition than any country in the world because Ayushman Bharat. Now they're going to open it up so people like you can tap into the data. Create without fiction is happening in a very big way. We got platform like Consented Data Exchange because India, I think, has passed a law which said data belongs to all of us. And if it's all of us, how do we share data? And we can do it through this exchange, which is a public use platform. And Content Data Exchange works to give credit to people because there are layers of apps and the banks which give money. And OCEN, Open Credit Enabled Network, will revolutionize digital lending. All this is built by volunteers in Bangalore under Nandan Nilekani. There's no country in the world where volunteers have built open source of a scale never seen before. Am I right? ONDC, Open Network for Digital Commerce. How to get all the retail mom and pop shops to come into this? That's happening only in Bharat. Because only in Bharat does it exist. So we're not going to be taken over by the giant Walmarts and others in this country, even though Jio will be bigger than Walmart in the United States, hopefully over time. They're already worth 100 billion. But they're going to connect with the mom and pop shops to make it happen. And we can see how this digital platform is taking off. FinTech 3.0. What is FinTech 3.0? Well, FinTech 3.0 is the neobanks. FinTech 3.0 is formalization of access to FinTechs and co-lending regulations. So banking, payments, lending are all going to change, led by tech and young entrepreneurs. What has worked for FinTech in Bharat? Good policy, despite whatever is there. We still survive, we'll still grow, and we got good policy. Open protocols and open system, digital public goods. India is giving the world digital public goods. Like Bharat gave Dharma to the world. We are giving the world digital public goods for platforms. Jandan Aadhaar Mobile, high-quality tech entrepreneurs, work in progress. There's a lot of work in progress happening because these guys have to learn how to earn money. Consolidation of paytech will happen. Diversification services happen. These are all things that are going to happen in a big way. Emerging trends, financing supply chain payments. How to make sure that when you supply, you can get money immediately. And real-time lending. Just imagine, you go to an app and give your Aadhaar, give your data, you get money in the bank. You've got to pay it back, of course, over time, but you can actually make it happen. Challenges to global big tech. Banks need multiple vendors. Banks are stuck in old technology. They need vendors to do that, and Indians will provide them. And there's a challenge from talent, because all the talent is going to new startups, they're starting becoming entrepreneurs. Regulations trails innovation. Regulators have to catch up. And then ensuring data localization and privacy. These are big challenges for the fintech industry. And fintech innovation, good policy, and capital will transform the financial architecture in Bharat, and Bharat will lead the world. Thank you. Rajesh is slightly better than me, and Rajesh, I finished 7 seconds. You are 14 or bigger, right? So folks, we have come to the end of the session. Now let me sum up, then we'll open up the floor for questions. We had Rajesh Sehgal talk about the startup ecosystem, what is happening around the world, what is the scale, what is the size, and how to improve, etc. He's a serial entrepreneur who's done very well, and he understands the system, and we had great learning. Suresh Jai Raju spoke about immature incentives and policies, how we need to change regulations, but he made a very big remark, which I want to answer you, Suresh, because I've been asked this question for 25 years. Why is India not having a Google and a Microsoft? US is 26 trillion, man. They spent $2 trillion on digital. They got an unlimited amount of capital. India is a poor country. Digital market is 30 billion within India. There is no money, there is no capital, there's nothing. It's a wasteland. We are making a difference. And Europe doesn't have a Microsoft, digital, Google. they've only got SAP as legacy. Japan doesn't have it, 5.5 trillion. So we need three things. We need human capital. We got them, except the top 10%. You're true. We don't have enough PhDs and innovation universities. Our universities spend only 5,500 crores on R&D, less than what Harvard spends in one semester. And then two, physical capital. We need more cloud capacity. We need more labs. We need all those things because, Gunjan goes away to Germany and starts his company, not in India. So you understand, people are all going out. 750,000 Indians are studying in overseas universities, spending $30 billion. 150,000, a billion guy, rest are gone to immigrate. You must send about 10 lakhs every year. So over a period of time, 5 crore more young Indians go. We got a lot of space in India for people to go. And the third thing is, we need financial capital. US invested 2.34 trillion from 14 to 22. China 832 billion. Indians only 140 billion out of 85-90% came from foreign capital. Where is Manoj writing a check? Manoj is not writing a check. Where are all these people writing a check? They don't write a check. We got to go Om Bhikshan Dehi for capital. Give us money and we'll show you what Bharat is. Because there's enough money with everybody. They go buy real estate, go buy some stocks and make money. We want Panam, Rokra, and that we must do. I answered your question, right? Then of course, Gunjan spoke about how he's scaling up, doing remarkable work in Germany, right, Gunjan? And I think he'll be one of the pioneers in clinical research, how to have new drug discovery. I think it takes $1 billion for a new drug, and he's going to cut it down to 200 million and make 100 million, hopefully, for every drug that comes on you. And Mohan made a presentation how fintech and how fintech, Indian Bharat fintech is going to conquer the world, how Bharat is a global leader. So thank you, and we'll open up for questions. Thank you.
Sir, I'm Anil Sharma from Delhi, Bharat. Here.
You are in Delhi. I don't know whether Delhi is Bharat, but anyway, let it by.
So my question is regarding a lot of startups who initially started in Bharat. They flipped to maybe Singapore or Delaware, other jurisdictions. And another provision like SPAC, that is also helping them to go outside Bharat. And the second area is about the valuation domain, which is also very opaque. So I want to know from you what is happening in these two areas. Thank you.
I think Rajesh will answer, but valuation is not opaque. Please remember, valuation is between two people. The founder raises capital, the investor invests. They negotiate and fix the valuation. There's no opacity. It's a negotiated settlement. Rajesh, please answer.
Sure. I think just to continue on the valuation aspect, we always keep saying the unlisted markets are typically opaque, and there is some truth to that. But I must share with you, I spent 25 years in the stock markets, right from the early 90s till 2017 when I started the VC firm I now run. Who's to say that Infosys valuation today is fair? Is it cheap? Is it expensive? We don't know. The only thing we know is that the valuation of Infosys as a company has been arrived at by millions and millions of trades. There were some numbers that we shared in the morning, again in Ashish's presentation. And for unlisted companies, like Mohandas ji said, it's between the buyer and the seller. So as they say, or has been said by Shakespeare, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. If we feel it's $1 billion, it is $1 billion, unless somebody else comes around and says it is not. So I think valuation is a moot point. We can keep spending hours and hours and hours till the cows come home, but you will not have a real answer. The other thing about companies in India, entrepreneurs from India going abroad, listing in Singapore or London or elsewhere, I think this has been a trend for far too long. Even before the startup ecosystem today has become what it has. You remember an exchange called AIM, alternate investment in London, out of London. Typical traditional infrastructure companies went and listed there. I think the listing in those years were more because of access to capital. I think as Mohandas said in his presentation, we are a poor country, GDP per capita, you saw those numbers. And the one thing that India lacks today, I made that point as well, is capital. So I think Indian companies do go offshore for a variety of reasons, but the primary reason why we go and list elsewhere is access to good quality capital. It is not that Indians cannot appreciate, Indian investors cannot appreciate or value companies in India, but we don't have enough capital to really, put the dollar behind our talk.
Yeah, next question.
Mohan.
Yeah.
Mohan, you're fantastic as usual. I've been following you. So I'm feeling nervous asking a question to you, but I've been investing in India for the last 10 years, probably 3 or 4 startups, and as usual, 90% of startups fail. I have no problem with that. The challenge we face in last 10 years, which is reporting back to the investors, and it is absolutely across the board. We don't find the reporting of a regular startup operations from a startup founder or founding team back to the investors in the same way like we have in US. I'm not complaining, but I'm saying
that's true.
it's not...
It's not a complaint, it's a matter of fact.
Yeah, so, and that really, makes me think twice before writing the checks. And it's very challenging across the board. If I talk to any investor in US, they have the same complaint. So I don't know what's the solution.
See, my solution is you invest through funds who will manage all that for you and give you information. We did that. No, I know in 2014, I invested as an angel 45 companies in 1 year. Well, they used to come, I should give them checks. But it's a mess. You can't control it, you can't monitor it, get information, you don't know what is happening. Then we started funds to do it, the funds will do well. Go to Less Ventures, their platform to do it. Rajesh will tell you how to do it. You've got to do it differently. Because remember, this is an emerging economy. An economy which is submerged is emerging. We're not the US. We got a long way, okay? So, you've got to bear with us for some time till things settle down. It is settling down. Our stock market is among the best. Great transparency, great reporting is happening. Okay.
Yeah, I am Hemendra Gupta from Bharat. My question is with the whole panel, because I know that the people are at the helms of the startup ecosystem of India. We are roughly 1 lakh DPIIT registered startup. Most of them are coming from IIMs or IT. I'm talking about the active who are actually doing the business. And the data shows that a lot of investment went into it. If we compare, we have roughly 8 crores MSMEs in India. Out of that, if we select, some of them we will get still more than the startup numbers, which are innovative, which are working on some problems, and they are starving for capital. If some of the part of this startup ecosystem investment can be routed to those MSMEs, I think result will be better. We will have a better ecosystem, and we will, I think, get a inclusive things because there people are from other backgrounds also.
Understood. Yeah, Suresh, then Rajesh. Yeah, Suresh, then Rajesh.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, I think, if you look at MSMEs, there's a big difference between MSMEs and startups, right? So I personally think, I don't see a natural fit. MSMEs are generally running businesses, right, which are standard, not necessarily innovative. There could be minor jugaad and possibly some innovations, in which case they do transit into the startup economy. And large part of the MSMEs are run by people who are either semi-educated, not completely educated. I mean, this is again more of a personal belief for them to come and access the VC or the angel market, right? Many of them, I would say there is a subset, right, or within the MSMEs who are potentially working on innovative products, but don't have access to the VC slash angel networking because they really cannot come and talk in forums like this or create nice looking presentations or make pitches. The MSME, the Government of India MSME department does provide incentives. I'm aware of this. I think they give grants and funding up to 1 crore. This is not the startup-based funding. It's a grant, and they provide space. They provide money for buying machinery, etc. I've seen some of these draft policies. The problem is it's very antiquated. So, for example, they will give you money on anything which you can buy hard, but they won't give you more than like a couple of lakhs to buy any kind of software or to invest in terms of people. So there are some issues there, but yes, point taken. The subset could be looked into if they are really innovative.
Just to round that off. So I think the MSME is a very different animal than startups and angel networks and all of that. So let's not confuse the two. The problem that ails the MSME sector, and for investors like us to really focus and provide capital to MSME sector, is essentially governance and compliance. I think we all, whether you're living in Bharat or you're living outside Bharat, when you look, but you have connections to the country, you will realize, and we all know, in common parlance, that compliance and to regulations or to paying taxes, etc., has been really lax in the country, right? At least now it's getting rectified because you have data transparency. Every network, whether it's the income tax or the spending network, etc., is getting linked and all that. So there's far more transparency in terms of adherence to regulations. But the MSME sector has been the largest cause of heartache for the banking sector for decades. That is changing now. And I think as more and more MSMEs really embrace compliance, you will see far more capital channelizing itself to that sector rather than anywhere else. Please take this in the overall context as, we said in our presentations that India is a poor country. So the amounts that can be invested have to be tempered to that extent.
Yeah, any Mahila question? Question from a Mahila now. Bharatiya Mahila. Please, stand up and ask a question. Good. Yay. 3 cheers for her. Please applaud.
Namaste. I'm from Bharat, Pune. My name is Prachi Shevgaonkar. I'm the founder of a mobile app for climate action called Cool the Globe.
Yeah.
I started this platform as a young student from the dorm room of my college. Today we have users from over 110 countries. But when I started out, I had no idea about the startup ecosystem, angels, VCs, fundraising. It took months to figure that out. And even today, I meet hundreds of young people who start grassroots innovations, but have no idea how to take them to the big leagues. So how do we bridge this gap between young entrepreneurs in Bharat and people like you?
You must get Rajesh to mentor all of you. Rajesh?
Yes.
Now, Suresh, since you spoke so much, you also tell them how we're going to mentor.
I'll be the first mentee.
Huh?
I'll be the first mentee.
Tell Rajesh, Rajesh will do it after this session.
Okay.
Okay, Suresh, short answer, all 3 of you.
See, I don't think there is a digital divide in terms of learning about entrepreneurship. I would just recommend one resource, since it's a global resource. Just go to Y Combinator's school, startup school. Okay, they have lessons, they have videos, they have everything. Okay, to be candid, I still keep referring to that, right? You can't retain all the points all the time, right? So when I'm setting up different sets of business for startups across the globe, I go and refer to it. One single resource, again I'm repeating, Y Combinator School. Okay, they call it Y Combinator Startup School. Okay, it's methodical. Paul Graham is the person who's actually put this. You can also go through some of his essays. It's very, very easily understandable. You can just read through it like, a 12th standard pass out can actually read it and understand it. Very, very practical. Plus they have a whole lot of, videos and other stuff. My other suggestion is definitely, join one of the top incubators, either NASCOM or, a whole lot of incubators are there across the country. You will get your connects, you'll get people to talk to on a, day-to-day basis. One thing which I've seen is young people, when they're starting off, they tend to, open up a office somewhere in the corner of the city because of rental issue and whatnot. They don't tend to come and interact. See, the benefit of being at an incubator is precisely this. You can interact with multiple sets of people. You can get business. You can meet foreign investors, people who want to do partnerships internationally. And, the entire vibe sort of starts to set into you. The takeoff is going to be far more easier rather than sitting in one, corner of the city and trying to, do things on your own. That's my, quick advice.
Gunjan?
Rajesh?
My Dadima used to say, Bhagwan Ram won with a chariot with 2 wheels, courage and patience. So as entrepreneurs, we have to be courageous. This guy, Gaurav, sitting here, we were both 18 years old. We had this crazy idea. We got money from an IIM Ahmedabad professor. We raised $100,000 and then gate crashed Dr. Kalam's office in Delhi. We had no appointment. We just went there. The first time we sat in a flight, if you don't ask, you don't get. So just ask people you want to be your mentors. That's what I would say.
I'll just point you out to one resource online, one resource offline. Online is YouTube. You'll be surprised at what you can learn on that platform, and it's free, right? And the offline is network. You've been a founder, successful founder. You've really scaled up your company. I think it's for all of us. You know, network, network, network. Just put yourself out there.
Yeah. Next questions. Yeah. Mike.
Namaste.
Yes, lady here. Come, Maila, come. Yes, ma.
Namaste. I am Inchara from Bharat. I am CEO
Which part of Bharat?
Karnataka. I am
Kannadiga,
CEO of
finally.
Value Products Private Limited, an Ayurvedic pharmaceutical industry. We manufacture Ayurvedic products under the brand name of Amrit Navni. I just wanted to ask a question for Gunjan sir. Sir, have you done any clinical trials on Ayurvedic-based products? Are you interested in doing so? So, if we, like being in Ayurvedic industry, if we go through the clinical trial process, what is the market available for us in the global level?
There is a huge, there is a huge market. There was a big, it's not particularly Ayurveda, but there was a boom on cannabinoids related ingredients. Then there was a boom in psychedelics. There were many IPOs. Actually, one of the IPO, there was a UK-based company, Compass Therapeutics, and Atai, that did on psilocybin, magic mushrooms extract. That's an Chinese medicine TCM product. It was 256 BC. The first mention of magic mushrooms was in Chinese scriptures, traditional Chinese medicine scriptures. So there is a huge potential. The challenge, you would know, is to really characterize and identify the real active ingredient that actually kind of fits in the Western style of designing clinical studies and getting approvals. To your question whether we are working, yes, we'll do a press release in a couple of weeks of a partnership with the largest Ayurveda company in the world. So we are working proactively.
Yeah, talk to her also, no? Mentor and help her also. Okay, next.
Hello, I'm Vilas
hello.
Kulkarni.
Where? Yes.
Okay. I'm doing business in water purification. I have one silly question. Actually, in Corona pandemic, means 2020, UPI and this scanning, QR code scanning and everything came, digitalization. But how this magic happened, that I want to know if somebody can explain. And second thing, whether it directly affect to Bitcoin or this other invisible monies. That's why.
See, the magic happened because Nandan Nilekani went to UPA and told them that we need to give an identity to many people. There were some papers floating around in Niti Aayog and in Delhi. And then Manmohan Singh called him and said, why don't you set it up? And they actually set up on the planning commission. Then he, because of his personality, is able to attract the best talent in the world to come and work in the authority. He put his own money to work. And then when Modi-san became PM, he went to PM and showed him everything else, and Modi understood how we can reach and open bank accounts. Then it took off. Very soon, we had 100 crore people on the platform because Chidambaram tried to get the national population register going, but while he was doing it, Nandan Nilekani got a lot of service providers to paying them 100 rupees to go and get everybody. So he already got 60. By the time Delhi woke up, 60 crore people on the platform. So that went fat, right? Because that's meant to sabotage all this. You don't want progress in the country. And then Modi started this Jandan Jam Trinity to open account. 50 crore accounts, 45 crores are open. Then he understood that you can send money directly. He has saved 2.5 lakh crores, spent 32 lakh crores. And then those volunteers in Bangalore. So you need a few stars who want to transform. You need them to put money. And you need a lot of volunteers to work who are great techies. You need political leaders who can accept it and change India. All that worked and the magic worked. That's my understanding. Right? Any comments, folks?
Yeah, I would like to actually add, the success of the UPA and the entire Aadhaar stack, or this entire tech stack of India is so successful. I've actually received 2 requests from Africa and Middle East for implementing citizenship IDs there, right? I don't know, maybe, I'll do an outreach, right? That's the kind of, power this is actually carrying. It's not just within India. people across the world seem to recognize this. They know the names. They know India Stack. They know Aadhaar. They know how well it's worked. And, it's not just Middle East and Africa. There's a video by Nandan. He's actually speaking in the UK. And you have a whole lot of their MPs, right? Their members of parliament sitting and talking to him and asking him questions like, can you help us do this? We are, we've been trying to do this for 10 years and it's just not happened. So that's really a big thing.
Yes, next.
Hello, namaskar. My name is Kalpesh Joshi. I am from Toronto, Canada, and I practice Vastu Shastra and business consulting. We are a global company. We have offices worldwide under the name of Vastu Visioning. My question to angel investors, why I don't see anybody investing money for all the spiritual services like a priest or astrology or Vastu Shastra
Rajesh,
and stuff like that?
Why are you not investing in all that?
Let me tell you, right now as we speak, there is diligence going on one company in that sector. But of course, we are venture investors, so it's a lot more commercial, but it is in this space.
This is also commercial, yeah? You'll
It's
make
in this
money.
space. Yeah, it's in this space. So, there's so many large companies within India, and I'm sure, like you mentioned, Canada, elsewhere, which are pretty large in this space.
Yeah.
And it's a cash spinning business. You really don't need venture investors.
That's a nice one, Rajesh.
Yeah, you want to tell me my future? I don't need anybody else's money. I'll give you my money.
You must tell your own future whether you're going to get capital, man. Okay. Who else? Yes.
Yeah, namaskar everyone. This is Sandeep Kumar from United Kingdom. Now there is no doubt that India is growing at a probably fastest pace in the world. And the brain who left India probably a decade ago, now they lost, the local connection. And still, I believe, if you have to do something in India, you need local connection.
Speak into the mic.
I believe if you still need to do something in India, you need local connection. So my question is there any support or platform available for the people who want to come back to India and do something?
No, I think, my colleague there, Suresh explained that already. Meet him afterwards. Okay. Mahila now, question for Mahila. Yes, there, please.
सभी को बहुत-बहुत नमस्कार. My name is Prajwal Daudlat Bhosle. I'm from Satara, Maharashtra, but I'm a resident of Thailand, and I work as a food waste manager. And recently, we were establishing a factory in Mumbai, but the process itself, from the start to beginning, to getting licenses, getting our factory license, all of those processes, it took a lot of time, and there were so many instances where we had to go through red tape, under-table money. So such kind of things cannot be possible when we have limited capital. So, and there was no way out because we probably don't have a network of people on the higher level to go through. And I was just thinking to myself कि अगर कुछ अच्छा करना है और इतनी सारी कठिनाइयाँ आ रही हैं तो फिर आगे कैसे बढ़ा जाए? So on this subject, how do you cross the red tape? How do you cross corruption without letting go of your values and still progress?
Yeah, you must speak to Dattaji. Speak to Dattaji Hosabale. No, I'm really true. Speak to Dattaji Hosabale. Tell him the pain we go through in starting a company in India. I mean, he can bring about things, okay? Because everybody will answer, we're all in the same boat. We're all victims. Okay?
Yep.
Okay.
So I wanted to know, what would you do? Because you're in currently a big position, so what is your take?
Well, we support the same thing, man. There's no solution. It has to be a political solution.
Okay, ma.
I'm in Karnataka, one of the most corrupt states, We are not paid a bribe at Infosys, but, I know it's the pain. Anil is here, the political leader. Okay, next. Yeah. Come. Hello.
Namaste. Vishwa Prasad Alva, founder of Scanray Technologies, medical equipment company born out from Mysore. I have 3 women managers, so I think I can ask 2 questions from you. One is about angel tax. I just wanted to know what is the concept of angel tax, because we pay forward valuation and then we have been having this confusion for quite a
Angel
long.
tax is something called tax extortion. Okay? Our political leaders must say with that, I complained to the Prime Minister, I've gone and met everybody, they promised, they changed the law, they still haven't removed it. So we have to talk to our political leaders to change that. It is extortion to give power to the taxman to go after you. Okay.
The second is, what is the barrier of introducing crowdfunding in India?
There's no barrier.
But the stock exchange...
I know, but you got to do it differently.
Oh, okay.
And Rajesh will talk about it after us, okay?
Oh,
okay.
Gentlemen, there will be 2 more questions only.
Yeah, that's why 2 more minutes.
My name is Makran. I worked 10 years in Bangalore in development, and
Where
now
are you?
15 years I'm running.
Yeah.
I'm running a startup in UK.
You went away, is it? Why did you leave India?
Oh, that's what. I'm looking to come back.
Don't come back. You conquer, you make UK into Bharat.
But I'm looking to do angel investing because I do have myself as well as my friends and capital at hand. At the same time, I do have experience in the working in India as well as emerging technology.
Talk to Rajesh. If you want the angel, talk to Rajesh. He'll tell you how to do it, okay?
Thank
After
you.
this. Okay.
Namaste, I'm Venkat, CFO of Seva International America, living in Houston. My question is, in India, either it is a Section 8 company or individual trusts are not allowed to invest in any company, whether it's startup or owning shares.
Yeah.
So it's to unlock its value, what is the legal recourse available to invest? Not only Indian trusts and also foreign trusts, because there are a lot of wealthy diaspora Indians who wants to give back to India using this trust.
No, what you must do is, you must form a for-profit company. You can invest from outside from a not-for-profit company into for-profit company, like the Susan and Dell, corporation, and like the, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, they can do it. You form a for-profit entity, invest through that into India. Okay? Okay, next, come, you have to hurry up. Anybody else?
Yes, sir. Sir, namaste, I'm Anurag Tiwari from India. I'm
Bharat.
Thank you, sorry. So I'm running a waste management company in Gurgaon. Started from Gurgaon. I'm a 13-year-old entrepreneur. First 7 years, I tried a lot and did everything what can be done for the business. But पिछले 5 सालों में मैं 30 लाख से 1.5 करोड़, 1.5 करोड़ से 5.5 करोड़, 5.5 करोड़ से 30 करोड़, 30 करोड़ से 45 करोड़, 45 करोड़ से 100 करोड़ हुआ. तो जो दीदी ने कहा ना कि कितनी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, आपको सिस्टम को, धंधे में बंदों को सबकी नब्ज समझनी पड़ेगी. अगर आप धंधे की नब्ज समझते हो, पैसा अपने आप आता है.
Thank you. बहुत धन्यवाद. Okay, folks.
Yeah.
Okay, come. Last question.
My name is Parveen Sharma. I live in US in New York. For 35 years in the IT department. I'm a senior manager of Fortune 100 companies. So the thing is that we investing a lot of in IT investors, people over here. The biggest company in America is not Microsoft or Apple or not this. The biggest company over there is correction department. The people are laughing, but he said $2 trillion every year they spend on correction. Can we spend some money on Bharat, on these, or investors can put some money on here too? Because in America, everything is privatization. And I'm like Suresh or Sehgal. I invest a lot of money in stock too, and these all hype. These are all mafia things.
Okay.
It's not easy things. Like you think about is all the manager they sit up. My son is in the finance. I know what's going on over there too.
Okay.
We have so much thing. So can we do that something on the correction department over here too?
Yeah, you talk to him offline, okay? It's very sensitive. Okay, folks, I want to end this by thanking my co-panelists. They've done a wonderful job, very brilliant people. Rajesh Sehgal, Suresh Jairaju, Gunjan Bharadwaj, and Mohan. I want to thank all of them for a great job. Thank you, and give them a great round of applause.
Delegates, please take your seat. There is an important announcement about the network session. Mr. Srinivas is going to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you all. Before I talk about networking, small announcement. I'm going to read out a few names. We need these people, if possible, please contact Manoj Motwani ji, Vish Govinda Swami ji, Raj Kumar Lohia ji, Vinay Gupta Lohia ji, Swadesh Khetawat, and Rajiv Ramaswamy ji. If you are here, please contact Manoj Motwani ji. He's standing right here. Thank you. So now, we're going to go through the session 6, which is supposed to be after the break, but we will quickly cover. The first part, where the information we need to share.
Requesting everyone to be kindly be seated. Session is not over yet.
Yeah, if you kindly be seated, then we can explain about the networking. Let's go ahead. So myself, Srinivas Sidumala, and Shailesh Shivadi ji, we both will cover this session now and after the break also. Okay?
So kindly allow me to set the context for a networking session. As a businessman, we have to be always in discovery mode. If you are a venture capitalist, obviously you are looking for ideas and products and services that you can invest in. And if you're into services, you are looking for people who can use the services. If you're a buyer, obviously looking for somebody who can buy your product. If you're a seller, you're looking for new customers. Now, since we started our journey in 2012 with Hong Kong session, we have grown both in numbers of delegates and success stories. I'm sure since yesterday, you have been networking with both known and unknown people. And, but this is a planned networking session that we are coming up with. And it is said that your network is directly proportional to your net worth. And there is a beautiful saying by Ivan Misner that networking is all about farming and less about hunting. In networking, you have to be patient, meet people, know them, develop a comfort level, and obviously things will fall in place. So basically what we have to do is that meet people, know them, look at the opportunities, areas of cooperation, synergies, and look out for the opportunities to transact. Once you transact, make profit out of it, reinvest, again make more profit, diversify, invest in forward integration, backward integration, invest money, make more profit, that's the idea. And when you've made profit, I'll ensure that you give back to society and you contribute towards protecting Hindu Dharma. Now I'll hand it over to Srinivas ji, who will walk you through the PPTs that will help you understand the session properly. Thank you. Srinivas ji, over to you.
Thank you, Shailesh ji. So what we did is we sent a survey out to all the people, almost 600 in the World Hindu Economic Forum delegates, and we tried to find out what they want to do right in this networking session. So very happy to note that almost 1/3 of the people, almost 160 plus people responded, which is a good response considering people are traveling international. This is just a graph showing what people are trying to do. Important point to notice, there are top 3 areas. There are many areas, but top 3 we found is a lot of people are interested in joint ventures. That means they have some business, they want to have a venture with somebody else to expand their reach. Second most important is a lot of buyer required. So there are a lot of people who have services, a product, and they want to see, right? So they are the sellers, they need a buyer, and there is a match that's going to happen. Third, because it's also international, people are looking at export and import. So these top 3 are the important ones. We also saw that there are almost 25% of the people want to invest money, okay? So we did a lot of session about investment and all. Happy to know that 25% of the delegates in World Hindu Economic Forum here want to invest money, right? So if you need money and if you have a right pitch, you will get the money, right? But it has to be done one-to-one, okay? Just to quickly, we also try to find out whether people are, where they're trying to invest. Is it only in Bharat or everywhere else? As you can see, people are there who want to invest all across, right? So whether it's Bharat, Africa, ASEAN, even South America, Eastern Europe. So if doesn't matter which country you're coming from, out of the 60, there are people who are interested in investment in that area. So if you want to get the money, it's here, right? What we're going to do is we're going to try to facilitate, give time, but it's up to you how you get that money, right? Quickly, logistics now. When you come back after the break, we're going to have 3 different areas here where we're going to try to do this networking. Group 1, we're going to have buyer and seller, which is in this front side of the stage. We have 2 facilitators, Shri Manoj Motwani ji and Shri Vardachari ji. If you guys can raise your hand, if you are here, maybe they are here, but they will be here to, facilitate that part of it. If you are here and you rated in your survey for joint venture or collaborations, or if you're not filled the survey, but that's your intent, then on that side of the screen, we're going to have the group that will do joint venture and tech collaboration. That's always the biggest group. I'm assuming it will still be. So we have several people who will try to facilitate. The names are here. I'll run these slides after the break too, while you're doing networking, so you know where to go and whom to reach out to. And the third, last but not the least, there's going to be a lot of import-export. So we're going to do this at the end of the hall. Those 3 doors are closed. So there we're going to set up that area, and that will be the facilitation, right? There is also several people who wanted to share the data, do the pitching. Today we are going to do it for very few selected who had the presentation ready, and several people from the youth who have the pitch deck actually ready to do it in Jupiter 3 outside. We're going to do this. I have at least several names who are going to, be jury, let's say, who are ready to invest money. So I'll read some names so that it interests you. Sridhar Vembu, who's going to be there, Gunjan Bharadwaj, his partner Gaurav Tripathi, Suraj Jayarajuji, Subhash Takrarji, and I'm just taking randomly names as I met them, Priya Subramaniam ji, Sunil Kaul ji, Anil Shetty ji, Upendra Mahato from Nepal, Sushil Saraf ji, Satya Bansal ji, Rajesh Saigal ji, and Suraj Jayaraj. All these people would be sitting there listening the pitch and trying to see that our youth get opportunity to investment. A lot of you didn't send the PPT or said you are interested, but I didn't receive the pitch deck. But if you're still interested, I'll be here. Do reach out to me, provided you are ready to pitch your, use your 5 minute thoroughly, and I'll see whether I can accommodate. So that's pretty much the summary of what's going to happen after the break. If you are not here, you found somebody great match, you want to do business, don't feel guilty. Do that meeting outside, right? Go for dinner. Our intent is that you network, not that you come here, right? But if you want to meet more people, do come here. Don't spend more than 5 minutes with one person, so you meet maximum people. And like you said, we need to nurture it. So make sure you understand people, connect it, and then from there, go forward. Any questions quickly? Otherwise, we'll go for a break. Yes, sir, please. I don't have a mic. You can come here and then maybe ask, right? No problem. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All. We'll see you after the break. Okay.
Okay?
Namaste. Request everyone to kindly take seat. We have clearly identified the area for you. Group 1, buyer and seller near the stage. Group 2, left center of the hall. Group 3, back of the hall. So kindly take your position, and we will request facilitator to be there. And if the facilitator are not there, you can start networking amongst yourself, and when they come, they'll guide you further. Thank you. Requesting everyone to kindly take their position. I'll repeat once again. Group 1, which is buyer plus seller, near the stage. Group 2, joint venture and tech collaboration, left side of the stage. Group 3, back side of the hall. Kindly take your positions, please. Requesting everyone to kindly go to their respective areas, Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3. If you are a buyer looking for seller, or if you're a seller looking for buyer, be in the area near the stage. Group 2, joint venture and tech collaboration, left center of the hall. And group 3 is import-export, which is at back of the hall. Kindly take your positions in the respective area. Thank you. Elevator pitch is happening at Jupiter 3. So if anybody who is wanting to pitch their presentation, they have to go to Jupiter 3. Namaste. We have 10 more minutes to go. Kindly make most of it. Thank you. Namaste. 5 more minutes to go, and then we will have break. Those who wish to continue networking, they can do so, and we will reassemble after 20 minutes. Thank you. Namaste. May I have your attention, please? Networking time is over. Those who wish to continue doing networking can do so. And those who wish to take a break, and they can go ahead and take the break. And we will reassemble at 6:15 here for the next session. Thank you. Namaste. I repeat, there is a break of 45 minutes. Those who wish to continue doing networking can do so. And those who want to take a break can go out and use refresh services and reassemble at 6:15 p.m. Thank you.
जी को पूछो ना।
गुना जी नहीं, गुना जी को कोई आइडिया नहीं है ना। गुना जी की तो कल की थी which he recreated
तो फिर करेंगे, वो गुना जी करेंगे, किसी को तो करना पड़ेगा।
नहीं नहीं, नचिकेता जी करेंगे, पर मेरे पास दिखाने के लिए प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है।
वो चावला जी नहीं है, वो गुम।
त्रिलोचनाय तस्माङ्गरागाय महेश्वराय नित्याय शुद्धाय दिगम्बराय तस्मै नकाराय नमः शिवाय तस्मै नकाराय नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय नागेन्द्रहाराय त्रिलोचनाय तस्माङ्गरागाय नागेन्द्रहाराय त्रिलोचनाय
Bharat, the epicenter of Hindu civilization, has withstood many challenges thrust upon it. In times where every empire around the world was eyeing to dominate the rich land of Bharatvarsh and threatening the very existence of the Hindu culture and community, heroes rose from the motherland. They bravely fought for their beloved land to keep its legacy alive, even at the cost of their own lives. Let's celebrate the spirit of these exceptional heroes that defended our sacred motherland and spiritual homeland. Acharya Chanakya is considered the master of political science and administration. Till date, his work in Kautilya Arthashastra has no parallels. He founded the Maurya Empire to unite and defend Bharat, becoming the Prime Minister himself and anointing Chandragupta Maurya to rise to power and become the first emperor of the Mauryan Empire. Chandragupta Maurya is the founder of one of the largest empires of the world, the Mauryan Empire. Chandragupta Maurya played a pivotal role in the unification and consolidation of Bharat after overthrowing the Nanda Empire and conquering the eastern provinces of Seleucus Nicator's Greek Empire. He established the largest empire that would exist in Bharatvarsh. Vikramaditya is one of the greatest emperors from ancient Bharat who is characterized as an ideal king. He was known for his generosity, courage, and patronage of scholars. He established the Vikram Samvat in 57 BC era after he defeated the foreign invaders, the Sakas. Gautami Putra Satkarni was a military genius. He revived the Satvahana dynasty power after a decline caused by Saka invasions. In his reign, he defeated Sakas, Parthians, and Greek. Samudragupta united Bharat once he had conquered multiple empires. After successful conquest, he restored these empires to their respective rulers once they had accepted his sovereignty. Samudragupta defeated foreign invaders Han by stopping them from entering the borders of Bharat for as long as he lived and ruled. Yashodharma belonged to the Olikara dynasty of Malwa. When Bharat came under Huna attack towards late 5th and early 6th century, Yashodharma defeated the invaders and their ruler Mihirakula, driving them out of Bharat. Lalitaditya was a Chakravarti king, known for his extensive conquests and extraordinary valor. He is accepted as the most powerful king of his dynasty. He successfully defeated Arab, Turk, and Tatar. During his reign, Rajendra Chola extended the influence of the Chola Empire across the Hind Mahasagar to the west, making the Chola Empire one of the most powerful empires of Bharat. His conquests included Maldives, Malaysia, southern Thailand, and Indonesia in Southeast Asia. Krishnadev Rai is regarded as an icon and the greatest king of Vijayanagar Samrajya, who defeated Bijapur and Adil Shahi. Vijayanagar became the bulwark against Islamic expansion in southern Bharat. Rani Durgavati distinguished herself as a valiant warrior and fought with unwavering success against Baz Bahadur, the Sultan of Malwa, defending her kingdom of Gondwana, present-day Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Maharana Pratap's defiance of the mighty Mughal Empire, almost alone and unaided by the other Hindu Rajput states, constitutes a glorious saga of Hindu valor and the spirit of self-sacrifice for cherished Hindu principles. Lachit Barbhukan was known for his leadership in the 1671 Battle of Saraighat that thwarted a drawn-out attempt by Mughal forces to enter northeast part of Bharat. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj carved out the Hindu Empire from the clutches of the Mughal and Adil Shahi Sultanate, raising the Hindu flag, which later weakened the Islamic rule over Bharat. Shivaji was formally crowned Chhatrapati in 1674. Guru Govind Singh was the 10th Sikh Guru, a spiritual master, warrior, poet, and philosopher. He founded Khalsa in 1699 and played a key role in defiance against Mughals. Rani Lakshmi Bai became a symbol of resistance to the British Raj and was a key member of the first independence movement of 1857. She convinced the leader of the independence movement that the British could be defeated. Similar to these valiant and remarkable heroes, there are hundreds of other courageous and noteworthy brave women and men of Bharat who have fought, defended, and sacrificed their lives for the protection of sacred motherland and spiritual homeland. Let's take inspiration from these great heroes and carry their valiant legacy forward. Bharat, the epicenter of Hindu civilization, has withstood many challenges thrust upon it. In times where every empire around the world was eyeing to dominate the rich land of Bharatvarsh and threatening the very existence of the Hindu culture and community, heroes rose from the motherland. They bravely fought for their beloved land to keep its legacy alive, even at the cost of their own lives. Let's celebrate the spirit of these exceptional heroes that defended our sacred motherland and spiritual homeland. Acharya Chanakya is considered the master of political science and administration. Till date, his work in Kautilya Arthashastra has no parallels. He founded the Maurya Empire to unite and defend Bharat, becoming the Prime Minister himself and anointing Chandragupta Maurya to rise to power and become the first emperor of the Mauryan Empire. Chandragupta Maurya is the founder of one of the largest empires of the world, the Mauryan Empire. Chandragupta Maurya played a pivotal role in the unification and consolidation of Bharat after overthrowing the Nanda Empire and conquering the eastern provinces of Seleucus Nicator's Greek Empire. He established the largest empire that would exist in Bharatvarsh. Vikramaditya is one of the greatest emperor from ancient Bharat, who is characterized as an ideal king. He was known for his generosity, courage, and patronage of scholars. He established the Vikram Samvat in 57 BC era after he defeated the foreign invaders, the Sakas. Gautami Putra Satkarni was a military genius. He revived the Satvahana dynasty power after a decline caused by
जिस वीरांगना के नाम में ही प्रभु श्री राम का स्मरण हो, उसे भला शत्रु से कैसा भय होगा। ये सत्य घटना उत्तर प्रदेश के सहारनपुर में जन्मी भारत माँ की वीर पुत्री राम प्यारी गुर्जर की है। बचपन से ही उन्हें वीर योद्धाओं की कहानियां सुनना अच्छा लगता था। वह अपनी उम्र की लड़कियों से कुछ अलग थीं। उनकी इच्छा होती कि वह किसी तरह अखाड़े में युद्ध कौशल सीखें, ताकि समय आने पर देश की रक्षा कर सकें। उस समय में महिलाओं को अखाड़े में जाने की अनुमति नहीं थी, लेकिन इतने से ही इस वीरांगना का हौसला टूटने वाला नहीं था। वह अपने पिता व भाई के साथ अक्सर पहलवानों के कौशल देखने जाती थी। वह नित्य अपनी माँ से पहलवान बनने के नियम पूछती थी और फिर उन नियमों के अनुसार समय मिलने पर वह किसी एकांत स्थान पर जाकर गहन अभ्यास करती। कठोर एवं निरंतर अभ्यास और अपने दृढ़ संकल्प के कारण राम प्यारी गुर्जर एक शक्तिशाली नारी बनकर उभरी। वह देखने में जितनी सुंदर स्त्री थीं, वहीं उनकी काया भी वज्र जैसी शक्तिशाली थी। उनमें अनुशासन व स्वाभिमान भी कूट कूट कर भरा हुआ था। फिर वो समय आया जब इस वीरांगना की परीक्षा होनी थी। 1398 ईस्वी में भारत माँ की सीमाओं को पार कर खूंखार हत्यारे तैमूर लंग ने दिल्ली के शासक तुगलक को हरा दिया। इसके बाद तो जैसे हत्याओं और बलात्कारों का सिलसिला ही चल पड़ा। भारत माँ की बेटियों की अस्मिता का अतिक्रमण करती तैमूर की सेना निर्बाध बढ़ी जा रही थी। ऐसे में उसका सामना करने के लिए पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में एक महापंचायत बुलाई गई। इस हिंदू गठजोड़ की पंचायती सेना का नेतृत्व महाबली जोगराज सिंह गुर्जर को दिया गया और उनके उप सेनापति नियुक्त हुए हरवीर सिंह गुलिया। 80,000 भगवा ध्वजधारी सैनिकों के सहयोग के लिए 40,000 महिलाओं की एक सेना अलग से खड़ी की गई, जिसका नेतृत्व साधारण परिवार से आई हिंदू वीरांगना राम प्यारी गुर्जर ने किया। राम प्यारी गुर्जर रणनीति बनाने में दक्ष थी, तो सबसे पहले उन्होंने अपनी 4 सहायक हिंदू वीरांगनाओं हरदाई जाट, रामदाई त्यागी, देवी को राजपूत और चंद्रो पंडिताइन के साथ एक रणनीति बनाई। तय किया गया कि सभी महिलाओं को शस्त्र विद्या दी जाएगी और फिर उसका सार्वजनिक प्रदर्शन होगा। युद्ध का बिगुल बज उठा। भीषण संग्राम आरंभ हो गया। एक तरफ पंचायती सेना के पुरुष सैनिक तैमूर लंग की सेना को लगातार त्रस्त किए हुए थे, तो दूसरी तरफ राम प्यारी गुर्जर की महिला सेना जैसे ही तैमूर की सेना थक कर रात में विश्राम करती, उस पर धावा बोल देती। तैमूर के सैनिकों को सोए सोए मौत के घाट उतार देती और उनके मन पर गहरा आघात करती। यही नहीं, जब दिन के समय तैमूर की सेना लूटने, रसद पानी जुटाने और व्यभिचार के उद्देश्य से निकट के क्षेत्रों में निकलती, तब उसके आगमन से पहले राम प्यारी उन क्षेत्रों को खाली करा के वहाँ के निवासियों को किसी सुरक्षित स्थान पर पहुँचा दिया करती थी। रात दिन लगातार चलने वाले ऐसे छापामार अभियानों से तैमूर की सेना का मनोबल तेजी से टूटने लगा। उन्हें पल पल किसी अनिष्ट की आशंका होती। ये सब देखकर तैमूर अति क्रुद्ध हो उठा। उसने मेरठ को नष्ट करने की एक तिथि निश्चित की, किंतु उसके आक्रमण से पूर्व की रात राम प्यारी ने अपने 20,000 सैनिकों सहित तैमूरी सेना पर प्रचंड धावा बोल दिया। इस अप्रत्याशित हमले से उसके अनेक सैनिक हताहत हुए। जो बचे वे काफी भयभीत हो गए। अपनी सेना की ऐसी क्षति देख तैमूर खिसिया गया। उसने अपनी सेना का मुंह हरिद्वार की ओर मोड़ दिया। अब उसका लक्ष्य था हिंदू मंदिरों को तोड़ना और लूटना। लेकिन इस बार उसकी टक्कर कांटे की थी। उसको रोकने के लिए एक तरफ महाबली जोगराज सिंह खड़े थे तो दूसरी ओर वीरांगना राम प्यारी गुर्जर की स्त्री सैन्य शक्ति। कई दिनों तक भीषण युद्ध चला। जोगराज और राम प्यारी जी की सेनाओं के बीच तैमूर की सेना पूरी तरह फंस गई। उसकी अधिकांश सेना नष्ट हो गई। स्वयं तैमूर भी पूरी तरह घायल हुआ। अंततः तैमूर ने हरिद्वार से भागकर अपनी जान बचाई। हिंदू स्त्रियों की अस्मिता की रक्षा करने वाली और भारत माँ की तैमूर लंग से रक्षा करने वाली आदि शक्ति प्रतीक राम प्यारी, तुम्हारी सदा ही जय हो।
Bharat, the epicenter of Hindu civilization, has withstood many challenges thrust upon it. In times where every empire around the world was eyeing to dominate the rich land of Bharatvarsh and threatening the very existence of the Hindu culture and community, heroes rose from the motherland. They bravely fought for their beloved land to keep its legacy alive, even at the cost of their own lives. Let's celebrate the spirit of these exceptional heroes that defended our sacred motherland and spiritual homeland. Acharya Chanakya is considered the master of political science and administration. Till date, his work in Kautilya Arthashastra has no parallels. He founded the Maurya Empire to unite and defend Bharat, becoming the Prime Minister himself and anointing Chandragupta Maurya to rise to power and become the first emperor of the Mauryan Empire. Chandragupta Maurya is the founder of one of the largest empires of the world, the Mauryan Empire. Chandragupta Maurya played a pivotal role in the unification and consolidation of Bharat after overthrowing the Nanda Empire and conquering the eastern provinces of Seleucus Nicator's Greek Empire. He established the largest empire that would exist in Bharatvarsh. Vikramaditya is one of the greatest emperors from ancient Bharat who is characterized as an ideal king. He was known for his generosity, courage, and patronage of scholars. He established the Vikram Samvat in 57 BC era after he defeated the foreign invaders, the Sakas. Gautami Putra Satkarni was a military genius. He revived the Satvahana dynasty power after a decline caused by Saka invasions. In his reign, he defeated Sakas, Parthians, and Greek. Samudragupta united Bharat once he had conquered multiple empires. After successful conquest, he restored these empires to their respective rulers once they had accepted his sovereignty. Samudragupta defeated foreign invaders Han by stopping them from entering the borders of Bharat for as long as he lived and ruled. Yashodharma belonged to the Olikara dynasty of Malwa. When Bharat came under Huna attack towards late 5th and early 6th century, Yashodharma defeated the invaders and their ruler Mihirakula, driving them out of Bharat. Lalitaditya was a Chakravarti king, known for his extensive conquests and extraordinary valor. he is accepted as the most powerful king of his dynasty. He successfully defeated Arab, Turk and Tatar. During his reign, Rajendra Chola extended the influence of the Chola Empire across the Hind Mahasagar to the west, making the Chola Empire one of the most powerful empires of Bharat. His conquests included Maldives, Malaysia, southern Thailand and Indonesia in Southeast Asia. Krishnadev Rai is regarded as an icon and the greatest king of Vijayanagar Samrajya, who defeated Bijapur and Adil Shahi. Vijayanagar became the bulwark against Islamic expansion in southern Bharat. Rani Durgavati distinguished herself as a valiant warrior and fought with unwavering success against Baz Bahadur, the Sultan of Malwa, defending her kingdom of Gondwana, present-day Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Maharana Pratap's defiance of the mighty Mughal Empire, almost alone and unaided by the other Hindu Rajput states, constitutes a glorious saga of Hindu valor and the spirit of self-sacrifice for cherished Hindu principles. Lachit Barbhukan was known for his leadership in the 1671 Battle of Saraighat that thwarted a drawn-out attempt by Mughal forces to enter northeast part of Bharat. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj carved out the Hindu Empire from the clutches of the Mughal and Adil Shahi Sultanate, raising the Hindu flag, which later weakened the Islamic rule over Bharat. Shivaji was formally crowned Chhatrapati in 1674. Guru Govind Singh was the 10th Sikh Guru, a spiritual master, warrior, poet and philosopher. He founded Khalsa in 1699 and played a key role in defiance against Mughals. Rani Lakshmi Bai became a symbol of resistance to the British Raj and was a key member of the first independence movement of 1857. She convinced the leader of the independence movement that the British could be defeated. Similar to these valiant and remarkable heroes, there are hundreds of other courageous and noteworthy brave women and men of Bharat who have fought, defended and sacrificed their lives for the protection of sacred motherland and spiritual homeland. Let's take inspiration from these great heroes and carry their valiant legacy forward. Bharat, the epicenter of Hindu civilization, has withstood many challenges thrust upon it. In times where every empire around the world was eyeing to dominate the rich land of Bharatvarsh and threatening the very existence of the Hindu culture and community, heroes rose from the
all respected guests and delegates, kindly have your seats. We have to start this second grand panel. So please have your seats, please get settled. Kindly turn off your mobile phones. I'll do the same to mine. I'm indeed blessed. Everyone can hear? Okay, volume. Volume. I'm indeed blessed that I'm going to conduct this grand panel session in the auspicious presence of Paramadaraniya Mata Amritanandamayi Mataji. It is indeed my personal privilege to have her sanidhya on this wonderful occasion. I feel blessed and I feel really humbled and thankful to her Mata. So, the theme for today's grand panel is how do we accelerate Bharat's growth by leveraging the powers of education, the power of economy, and the power of technology. So these three dimensions, technology, economy, and power. Because unless we accelerate our global standing in economic terms, in military terms, and also in terms of what is often called as soft power or cultural terms, Bharat as a civilization will not be taken seriously. We have to be strong. We have to offer ideas to the world to solve global problems. And we have to be prosperous enough so that we have all the adequate resources to do what we want. Without these three things, we can talk a lot about Shreyas, the Para, but if it is not anchored in Apara, the progress is going to be limited. When we started on this journey of World Hindu Congress 2014 onwards, we were wondering, okay, what could eventually, in a larger scheme of things, could come out from auspicious gatherings like the one which we are having today. And some of us were able to identify some important challenges which are faced by the Hindus across the world. Internally, there are external challenges. We are not going to talk about those. And we identified 3 or 4 very important and fundamental challenges. The first challenge was related to Shiksha, education. How do we remove the domination of the left liberal thought, Marxist thought, and the anti-Hindu secular thought rapidly and mainstream the Hindu thought within Bharat and outside Bharat? This was the first challenge we thought about, we identified. Because only if we are able to do that, will we be able to harness the power of education to strengthen our economy. So this was challenge number 1. The second challenge, and this is a very unique challenge which Bharat faces, and I do not think there are clear answers as of now. Maybe Mohandas Jai will talk about, provide us with some answers, that not only does the size of our economy grow from 5 trillion to 10 trillion to 20 trillion, But that wealth which gets generated, how does it spread to a very large number of people rather than remaining concentrated in the hands of a very selected few? Bharat is strangely placed in this direction because all other countries who have gotten rich, United States, Japan, China, Europe, they have had certain advantages which Bharat does not have. Bharat has other advantages. For instance, United States became rich and it was a democratic growth of economy because not only they worked hard, but they had almost free labor through acquisition of millions and millions of slaves which they imported from the United States. Europe became rich and that richness spread across a very large number of people because they worked hard, but not only they worked hard, they developed colonies. So like in United States, they got virtually free labor. In Europe, they had the advantage of importing a lot of resources virtually free. For instance, from Bharat itself, they imported something like $45 trillion, almost at no cost. So they became rich in that process. China, the most recent success story, it became rich because once again, they have worked hard. There's no alternative to working hard, but they have also gotten rich because there was a lot of demand in terms of outside markets, export markets, and because of that virtue, they got rich and they were able to spread their wealth fairly equitable, not fairly equitable, in fair terms. But now all those opportunities, neither they are ethical from standpoint of Bharat, we do not want to import slave labor, we do not want to exploit other countries, and the options of exporting on a very massive scale may be somewhat limited because China has the first movers advantage. So this is the second very important challenge, that how do we generate self-employment, employment-intensive growth, economic growth over next several decades. And the third challenge we identified was how do you arrest and actually reverse the numerical decline of Hindus and the continuous shrinking of our territories. These are three very important challenges which Hindus face internally. There are external challenges, but that is not germane to this, to today's session. In context of today's panel session, panel discussion, we are going to address the first two bullets, the question related to education, and within education also, the second bullet, which is how do we harness the power of education to strengthen our economy. We are not going to address the left liberal, anti-Hindu, secular related point. And the second point, which we are going to address, is how to make every single Hindu economically prosperous. And the first step in that process will be how does the country itself grow. So that is the second purpose of today's panel discussion. So with these two motivating features of today's panel discussion, we have a wonderful suite of panelists. We have Professor Yogesh Singh, who is the Vice Chancellor of Delhi University. We have Dr. Sridhar Vembu, who is the CEO of Zoho Corporation. And all of us know Shri Mohandas Pai-ji. He has led several, ventures and done wonderful jobs in the area of economy. He has been the prime driver on which made a very large company like Infosys magnificently successful. We'll give formal introductions of all these panelists a little while later. So these are the introductions once again of all the three panelists, Professor Yogesh Singh, Professor Sridhar Vembu, and Shri Mohandas Pai-ji. I will cordially invite all three esteemed panelists to the stage and have their seats. We will start today's session, and each of these speakers is going to speak. Our first speaker, as I mentioned, is Professor Yogesh Singh. Professor Singh is the Vice Chancellor, as I mentioned earlier, of University of Delhi, or Delhi University to be correct, with an additional charge of Director of SPA, New Delhi. He's also the chairperson of National Council for Teacher Education, Delhi. His high administrative acumen is evident as he has served as the Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University earlier, Netaji Subhash Institute of Technology, Delhi, and he has also been the Vice Chancellor of a wonderful university known as Maharaja Saiji Roy University of Baroda in Gujarat. He is an academician par excellence. He got his PhD in computer engineering from NIT Kurukshetra, and he became a professor at the age of just 35 years. He has a very impressive track record of quality teaching, innovation, and research in software engineering. So without much further ado, I'll request Yogesh ji to come and talk to us. Idhar aa jaiye.
Good evening, Namaskar. माता अमृतानंद मई देवी जी, आदरणीय श्री सुरेश सोनी जी, दिनेश जी, प्रोफेसर नचिकेता तिवारी फ्रॉम IIT कानपुर, श्री श्रीधर वेम्बू जी, CEO जोहो कॉरपोरेशन भारत, पद्मश्री PV मोहनदास पाई, चेयरमैन आरविन कैपिटल, distinguished and outstanding Hindu delegates and my dear friends. Namaste to all of you. Namaste. It's a matter of immense pride, pleasure, and privilege for me to talk about our great nation Bharat, which is considered as the mother of democracy in the world. The civilization credentials of our rich nation dates back 6,000 years BCE, popularly known as Sindhu-Saraswati civilization, followed by philosophically rich Vedic era, where local self-governance has been prominently mentioned. Inculcation of democratic values, ideas, and ethos has helped shape Bharat as a nation which has compassion for humanity. Compassion for humanity at large and equity in every action with simplicity, truthfulness, and dedication. That is the power of Bharat. I would like to quote renowned author, poet Shri Maithili Sharanagupta from Bharat Bharati. ये ठीक है कि पश्चिम बहुत कर रहा उत्कर्ष है, यह ठीक है कि पश्चिम बहुत कर रहा उत्कर्ष है, पर उसका पूर्व गुरु यह वृद्ध भारत वर्ष है। जाकर विवेकानंद सम साधु जन इस देश से, करते रहे हैं कृत कृत्य अब भी अतुल उपदेश से। This is the power of Bharat. Since ancient times, though our culture has spread to the world outside, our Bharat has never encroached upon the sovereignty and freedom of other nations. You will not find other example in this world, a country of this size, but we have never encroached any country. और परसों जब मैं एयर इंडिया की फ्लाइट से आया और एयर इंडिया की फ्लाइट बैंकॉक में उतरी, जैसे ही उतरी और एक अनाउंसमेंट हुई कि स्वर्णभूमि एयरपोर्ट बैंकॉक में आपका स्वागत है, तो मन में खुशी से भर गए कि ये भारत की ताकत है, और तभी एयरक्राफ्ट के अंदर लोगों ने जय श्री राम के नारे लगाने शुरू किए। ये भारत की ताकत, भारत की संस्कृति, भारत की कल्चर है। उस सब के लिए और अपने पूर्वजों के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सब आए, आपका भी बहुत बहुत आभार। Buddhism was born in India, from where it spread to many other countries of the world. Hindu culture symbols, especially from Ramayana and Mahabharata, are widely spread over many countries of Southeast Asia like Thailand, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Sri Lanka. But our philosophy, what is our philosophy? Our philosophy is live and let live. That is, live and let live means what? Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, a Sanskrit phrase from ancient Indian scriptures that means the whole world is one family. And when India got, we all know, India got the presidency of G20, then that was our motto. That is the culture and sanskar of Bharat. ये भारत की सभ्यता है, भारत के चिंतन की उपलब्धि है। But I would like to quote here our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. He said, I am proud to represent a country which has distinction of being named as the mother of democracy. We have had a great tradition of democracy for thousands of years. Our diversity is the hallmark of our strong democracy. A country that has dozens of languages, hundreds of dialects, different lifestyle, cuisines. This is the best example of a vibrant democracy. But Bharat has proved that Bharat has largest and strongest and vibrant democracy of the world. The vibrant democracy of the world, and in Bharat after independence also. Nobody has ever experienced any struggle in the power transfer. We have proved Mr. Churchill 100% wrong when Churchill said, Indians do not understand even D of democracy, and you want to experiment democracy, Mr. Attlee. Now, we have proved after 75 years of independence that democracy is in the culture, in the blood, and in the genes of Bharat. Now Bharat has taken another pledge. एक और संकल्प लिया है कि भारत will be a developed nation by 2047. I am sure that we will achieve this goal with the help of education, economic growth, and technology. All these three words are very, very important for us. Education, economic growth, and technology. Just I would like to share a few things with you. After independence, India took 60 years to become $1 trillion economy. 60 years we took. In 2007, India became $1 trillion economy. But in 2014, just after 7 years, we became $2 trillion economy. 2019, we became $3 trillion economy just after 5 years. So 60 years, 7 years, 5 years, and last week we became $4 trillion economy only after 4 years, besides 2 years of COVID. Besides 2 years of COVID, and estimations are that by 2025, we will be a $5 trillion economy, and after 2030, India will add $1 trillion economy every year. So it means what? Something is happening very good in India. That initially we took 60 years to become $1 trillion economy. Now international rating agencies are also saying that India will add $1 trillion every year after 2030 for next 15-20 years. It means, and you know, when we talk about the slavery, I don't know again how many of you know that from 1900 to 1950, for 50 years in British rule, our growth rate was zero. Zero growth rate because of many things. This is not the time to discuss those. But here the question is, very important and pertinent question is, whether education drives economy or economy drives education. Although both go hands in hand, but still, education drives economy or economy drives education. Very interestingly, a finding of UNESCO shows that every dollar spent on education as much as $10 to $15 is generated in the economic growth, which denotes that education is the root of a tree, and economic growth and overall well-being of a nation is a burgeoning tree where the technological inputs act as the supplements like water and minerals, which are essential for a healthy tree to maintain productive forever. It means if we want economic growth, we should have universities, higher education institutions, school education, a very, very systematic, effective and impactful education system. In ancient times, Bharat was rich. Bharat was a developed nation because it was a knowledge society. So focus here is we have to become a knowledge society. Immediately we will be able to achieve the targets which are now we have set for ourselves. So that is why education system need reforms, need many, many changes which are expected. Although when we were a knowledge society, we used to have philosophers, scientists like Aryabhat, Chandakya, Charak, Sushrutu, Maharshi Kanad, Nagarjuna, and so many. Right now, although many things are happening in the education system, many things, and Government of India, Government of Bharat now has come up with national education policy to address these important issues. Because focus on education should be, higher education should combine tradition, transitions and innovations. These are not the words, but these are the things which are to be practiced. Develop critical thinking and problem solving skills, increase literacy level and cognitive skills, boost personal capabilities, efficiency and productivity, foster entrepreneurship and startups, motivate and promote creativity. But how is the question? How to do it? Yes, we do understand that these are the things which we should do it, but the how? It means what? To become a knowledge society, we would like to focus on skill orientation, knowledge, Indian knowledge system, values and virtues in our education system. It means what? Yesterday also when I was speaking, we need such teachers. We need teacher-type teachers to implement these things. Otherwise, we will not be able to. It is very easy to talk about values and virtues, but those who will implement, if their mindset is very different, how will be able to achieve this? That is the biggest challenge of the education system. And we need to develop a balanced and civilized mindset. We need to, because adding dollars in economy is one thing, but how to is another thing. But to stabilize things, we need to balance and civilize mindset. Someone has rightly said कि जिंदगी में ऐसा करो कि दोनों का काम चलता रहे. जिंदगी में ऐसा करो कि दोनों का काम चलता रहे, हवा भी चलती रहे और दिया भी जलता रहे. This is the biggest challenge of education system, कि हवा भी चलती रहे और दिया भी जलता रहे. That's why we need teacher-type teachers, कि जिसके पास ना जो होगा वो देगा. नेगेटिव आदमी नेगेटिविटी बांटेगा, पॉजिटिव आदमी पॉजिटिविटी बांटेगा, दुखी आदमी दुख बांटेगा, खुशी आदमी खुश बांटेगा, क्योंकि जिसके पास जो होगा वो देगा. That's why we have to develop systems for recruitment of teachers. When we are recruiting teachers, what are we saying? MA hai, fine. 60% MA, good. Then net pass hai, PhD hai, it's okay. Eligibility, fine. But then how to address this issue? That whether a person is having the right kind of mindset, also teacher-type mindset. This is the biggest challenge, and now time has come to relook, revisit our processes of recruitment of teachers. Otherwise, we will not be able to achieve the targets. क्योंकि अभी टीचर्स को भी क्या है, सबको गिला है कि हमको कम मिला है, पर कभी वो ये नहीं सोचते, ये तो सोचो आप जितना कितनों को मिला है. So the point here is, mindset is very important. So our education system should teach us that how to experiment compassion, kindness, goodness, happiness, and help to develop leaders who would like our nation forward in the right direction. Another important aspect, which is what? The development of academic leadership in education systems. Most of the time, what is happening, we are not getting right kind of leaders, so we have to develop academic leaders. But the question is, can we develop academic leaders? or academic leaders, we have to only identify and then, finish them? This is an open question, but still, we need right kind of leaders here. I would like to quote here Charles Morris, who has rightly said, I am more afraid of an army of 100 sheep led by a lion than an army of 100 lions led by a sheep. That is the power of leadership. Means what? Leaders should be decisive, trustworthy, reliable, unbiased, open mind, accept challenges, take bold decisions. Take bold decisions where other hesitates. Most of the time what happens, we don't have the courage to take those decisions which we are expected to take. That's why it happens. In 2011, I became Vice Chancellor of MS University of Baroda, Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. So I thought, let me talk to some senior Vice Chancellors and take their advice, because their advice could help me to become a successful Vice Chancellor. But what common advice came, I would like to share, which is very, very important. Say, if you want to be, common advice, if you want to be a successful Vice Chancellor in any university of India, of Bharat, then please don't do three things. पहले तो वो negative से शुरू हुआ कि please don't do three things. First is, do not do any construction in the university. Second, please don't do any recruitment in the university. Third, please do not go for expansion in the university. All these three things may create confusion and, negativity. You may come in trouble if you want to be successful. Don't do these things. Then what should I do? Say, focus on innovation, teaching, learning process, research ecosystem. Talk about those things. ऐसी बातों पे बात करो जिसका आउटपुट 15 साल से पहले नहीं आए. So your life will be very, very comfortable. Your life will be very comfortable. There will not, so don't set any such parameters. Although I do believe, I respect that all these six words are very important for education system, but 3 words are for the foundation of the education system, because when we got independence, we were 36 crore or 40 crores, including Pakistan and Bangladesh. Now, Bharat is a country of 140 crore. So without expansion, we cannot survive. We should go for expansion, because India, we have large youth, and if premier institutions will not do it, then who will do it? This is the question, and the world has entered now a transformative era, and like Industry 4.0, Web 3.0, Genetics 2.0, everywhere, like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, robots, crypto technology, data analytics, machine learning. But in earlier industrial revolutions, we could not take part in the automobile and many, but now time has come. We should not only take part, but we have the capability and potential to assume leadership in some of the revolutions. We cannot miss. And if we will now miss this opportunity, those who will follow us will not forgive us for our tardiness and negligence and callous attitude also. That's why this is the time is right, direction is right. Only, we have to focus on this innovation, entrepreneurship, and creativity. We have, then and only then, we will be able to contribute in the economy of the country, because first we want to eradicate poverty from India. These numbers speak things. Only we should know how to read these numbers. If we have to eradicate poverty, if we have to give a good life to every citizen of Bharat, then we have to add $1 trillion every year in the economy. And this education will play a very, very fundamental, important role in the roots, in the foundation of our sankalp, which India has taken, Bharat has taken, that it will be a developed economy by 2025. So I sincerely feel that Bharat will progress steadily on the unshakable fundamentals of democratic ideals and ethos through citizen-centric approach towards development. Education at all levels will not only enrich our national life in every possible way, but also help us a harmonious life in close synchrony with the mother nature in the sustainable manner, because everyone talks about the sustainability. We want economic growth subject to sustainable development goals. Professor Nachiketa rightly said, when other developed countries were there were no sustainable goals, but yes, It is in our culture that we want growth rate, we want development subject to maintaining the standards of sustainable development goals. That's why our challenges are bigger, deeper, difficult, complex, but we would, when we have taken a sankalp, we will achieve this because this is the power of Bharat and this is the power of education system of the Bharat. I am very confident that in our lifetime, we will be able to eradicate poverty from India and a very good life for every citizen of Bharat. And this Hindu conference and Congress will play a very, very important and significant role. I am extremely thankful for the invitation. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Yogesh ji. Professor Yogesh Singh is a very dynamic and innovative administrator of educational institutions. I'll give you just one example. So we had interactions, Swamiji and I, we met him in context of getting his support to launch Master of Arts Hindu Studies program at Delhi University. And we said that we would like this Hindu Studies program in such a way that it attracts the finest and the best minds of students. It should not be that, people who do not have options, they end up with this particular program. And we said, maybe if you can offer some additional majors or minors, so you get 2 degrees while applying for the same degree. Immediately he said, okay, for year 1, we will offer Hindu Studies, which will also have a minor option. So I'll give you some examples. So you can get a Master of Arts in Hindu Studies, major is Hindu Studies, and you can get a minor in Data Analytics. Another minor is Computer Science. Another minor is Commerce. Another minor is Political Science. Now think about the implication of that. The largest number of students who enter into IAS program, they take political science as a subject. If we have smart students who are doing Hindu studies, they have a Hindu mindset, they learn political science, and if they qualify into UPSC, then for next 30, 40 years, that person will be doing IAS-related responsibilities with a Hindu mindset. You have a minor in computer science, so then the person goes with a Hindu mindset to some of the best IT and computer science related companies in the world, and he does his job or her job wonderfully, but when the person interacts with the overall environment of that particular industry, he or she has a Hindu mindset. So we need the software of the person at some level, the operating system of the person to be Hindu, and then the subsequent systems could be, So these types of innovations he has implemented in his university. Our next speaker is Dr. Sridhar Vembu. You can read his biography here, so I will not read the biography, but I wanted to cite something other in addition to whatever is there in the biography. See, in the Hindu tradition, or actually amongst Hindus, there are 4 mainstream tracks: the Vedic track, the Bauddha track, the Sikh track, and the Jain track. All these tracks are anchored in one very unique common feature, which is knowledge. And this knowledge is embedded in the terminology itself. So you have Vedic, Ved, knowledge. Bauddha, Buddha, Buddhi, knowledge. Jain relates to Jinn. Jinn is a person who conqueror or himself or herself, and you can do that again through knowledge. And then you have a Sikh who is a shiksha, who follows the shiksha of the gurus. Again, knowledge. That is the overarching theme of the Hindu civilization. Sridhar Vembu belongs to that tradition. And he's a very humble person. He's a very humble person. He has a PhD from Stanford, but he doesn't like to call himself as Dr. Sridhar Vembu. But I have still put doctor there without his consent, because if I remove that, then I will disentitle myself to being a doctor, because I have also earned a degree. I think it is valuable. So without further ado, I'll ask Sridhar to talk to us.
Oh, that's right. Ammavukku namaskaram. So, greetings, namaskaram to everyone. I'm so happy to be in Bangkok, the first time in Thailand for me. I'm going to link together the three topics in my time: the education, technology, and economy. And first, a little bit of background. I run this company, Zoho Corporation, about 15,000 employees. I personally live in a small village in Tenkasi district. Tenkasi is literally Dakshin Kashi. In Tamil, Ten means south. So Dakshin Kashi, which is about maybe 3,000 kilometers from the actual Kashi, Varanasi. But which also tells you how much our nation is so linked. That Dakshin, I live in a place literally called Dakshin Kashi. And it's a small village, panchayat, about 2,000 people. And average income probably is about maybe 1.5 lakh per year. So, per year. So, maybe that it's below our GDP of the order of maybe $1,500, $2,000 per capita income. That is what we are talking about. That's the village I live in. That's my neighbors. And so the fundamental challenge is, of course, education, skills. And this is, sorry, I'll speak up. I'll come closer to the mic. So the fundamental challenge is, of course, education, skill development. And there I run a school there as well now for my neighbors' kids, basically, all of the neighboring kids. And the fundamental thing I'll tell you, and this is something we also learned in Zoho the same way, which is that most of our education today is, I'm going to call it context-free imposition of formalized knowledge. That's what I'm going to call it. You are going to learn something very formalized, and you're going to learn it context-free. What does context-free mean? I don't know any purpose why I should learn this. I have no motivation to learn it. I'm told I should learn it. That's what is most of education today. And I can tell you most of the poor kids are absolutely not interested in that type of education. They simply drop out or they don't care. Their immediate question is, help me learn some skill, help me make money. Well, when you're poor, that's all your focus should be. How do I make a living? So all these nice things I don't care about. And even if you're going to teach me mathematics, you are going to link it to why I should learn it, why that is relevant, how it's going to help me make money. That's about 80% of the kids in my school. So that's the first thing. In fact, one of the students told me, 10th standard, he was on verge of dropout, and he told me, sir, you cheated me, he told me. You brought me saying that you will help me educate, but you are only making me study. I didn't come here to study, he told me. I came here to learn some skills. I didn't come here to study. He told me this in Tamil. In Tamil, his choice words were, padikka sonna school varamata. Like, if you make me study, I won't come to school. That's what he told me. So then I started a workshop for him. In fact, now about 5 kids are in the workshop program, because practical skills. There they show a lot of motivation. So that's the first thing, that context-free imposition of formalized knowledge. And the way I give the analogy is, we are teaching now our children, broadly our education consists of, you don't learn to ride a bicycle, You learn all about bicycles in a classroom. That's what we are effectively doing. And we have to change it. So what's the alternative? It has to be contextual. It has to be relevant to where they live. And it has to be experiential. You have to ride the bicycle first. Then only you learn about the physics of it or mathematics of it, all of that, the technology of it, all of that. So that is the education model that we are really creating there. And we have experience doing that already. We have the Zoho Schools of Learning, which is our program after school. That is, it's the alternative to college, as we call it. In fact, our motto itself, our logo itself says contextual, relevant, and experiential. That's the whole point of Zoho Schools of Learning. We take students after they finish their school. Sometimes they haven't finished their school, and they come to us typically at the age of 17 or 18, sometimes 19, 20, and they spend about a year, and they actually become employees after about 1.5 to 2 years. And we pay them to do this. So that is the model. We have about 15% of our company coming from that program today. 15% of our entire engineering workforce has no degrees at all. That's 15% of engineers in our company don't have degrees. That came from this contextual, relevant, experiential education program we created. Approximately out of now about 1,500 to 2,000 of the engineering workforce comes from this. And then what is the purpose of the education? All of this, to me, cultivate curiosity so that they can go on, keep on learning. Because learning is going to be lifelong. I'm still learning. I'm still learning new things about software. I still work on code. I still work in computer science. I'm still learning. My learning is never going to be finished. So it's only a curious mind that you have to cultivate this lifelong learning. So that brings me to the next topic, technology. The whole curious mind is what builds capabilities. Like if I don't know something today, I go and learn. I teach myself. Essentially, all of the learning is happening within. The teacher is only a catalyst. The guru is a catalyst. They light a lamp, they open a door, but we must walk. And we must experience the light within. And that is our dharma. That is what all our gurus say. They can only light the lamp. We must open our eyes. And that building of capabilities, that is important because, and as all the other speakers now have highlighted already, our standing in the world now depends crucially on our technology capabilities. As long as we remain dependent very much on technologies that the idea is they get invented elsewhere, we just use them, we just acquire them, we never invent anything. As long as that mindset is there, we will always have a low standing in the world. So to improve our standing in the world, we must invent. And we must have domestic capabilities. And that comes from, I told you, the education which has to cultivate that curious mind. And that comes to now, in terms of our technologies today, if you look at Bharat, if you go to a factory, I go to our Coimbatore belt, which is one of the most highly industrialized belts of all of India. And it's probably the most industrialized part of our state, Tamil Nadu, but it is maybe the most industrialized district in all of India today. And you will see lots of factories, textile mills, manufacturing, all of that. But what is interesting is we have the factories there, but we don't actually own the technologies. And if you ask the factory owners, they'll tell you, well, labor costs have gone up. I'm not able to compete with Bangladesh. And I'm not able to compete with Kenya. And because the labor costs have gone up and the jobs are leaving now. And then I asked them, where do you get your machines from? Switzerland and Germany. And somehow you never think of competing with them. You only will compete with Bangladesh, I tell them. Right? So that's my answer. I said, well, you look to the supplier. Somebody is selling you high value machines. We are not in those markets. We are only competing for labor with Bangladesh from this district. In that district now, you can no longer compete with Bangladesh. The cost of living is too much, the wages are too high, you cannot compete with Bangladesh. So you have to go somewhere and then you have to upgrade your economy. This is true for the nation as a whole. We have to upgrade our technology capabilities in order to gain our standing in the world. And that comes from the first thing I said, cultivation of the curious mind, and I'm talking about the R&D mindset. And this brings to the next topic, the biggest challenge today for our nation, Bharat, is how to create jobs for the tens of millions of youth pouring into the workforce every year. And to give you the scale of this, we produce, we have 23 million babies in India, 22 maybe now. China is only about 9.5. The US, for comparison, is about 4 or 3.5 or 4 million. So we are 2 Chinas plus 1 America right now. And maybe you can throw in a Japan. There may be some little leftover, and you throw in a Japan too. So that's 2 Chinas plus 1 America plus maybe a Japan. That's the number of babies we have actually. And this has come down, by the way. At the peak, India was at about 27 million. It's rapidly coming down, but China is coming down even faster. So Chinese used to have 28, 30 million babies. Now they do 9 million babies. You can see the scale of the demographic bust. And India, it is 27 to now down to 22, and it's dropping. But it's not dropping fast enough compared to China. So this is our challenge, and how to create jobs for at least the 10, 12 million people who are going to pour into the workforce. Even at our relatively low labor force participation ratio, we need those jobs. And none of the available models of development today create all these jobs. That's the problem. And particularly in rural jobs, and this is again leads to another issue, everybody cannot move to Mumbai. I was in Dharavi, as everybody knows, the biggest slum in the world. I was in Dharavi about a month ago on some social program. On about 700 acres, almost 1 million people. We cannot move more people into our cities because we'll be creating more and more Dharavis. It's not possible. So we need to distribute our development. I call it district-driven or decentralized development. And that connects to the technology thread I talked about. The only way to do it, and this is actually in Coimbatore, it's visible, we need control of the factory goods, the capital goods, the production goods. And we have to invent them, reinvent them, I'm going to say, so that they are much lower in cost and they enable much more decentralized production. And the revolution here I'm talking about is exactly like how from a mainframe we went to a PC to a mobile phone. The phone in your pocket is now more powerful than a mainframe maybe 60 years ago. So we brought that price of computing power so low now. And this revolution has to happen in capital goods. And again, the reason why it will happen is the same software-driven trend is coming there as well. We call it mechatronics, where the power is conveyed electrically and controlled electronically, controlled through software. So to give you an idea of the mechatronics, a Tesla car is actually mechanically a lot simpler device than an internal combustion car. Mechanically, a lot fewer parts. So an electric vehicle is actually a simpler thing to make. An electric auto rickshaw, like the one I drive, is a very, very simple device that can actually be made anywhere, in any district. But we need the capital goods. That's where the R&D comes in. So we need to harness our brain power to invest in R&D so that we can create the low-cost capital goods, so that we can create decentralized production, decentralized jobs. Our districts, our rural districts, our 800 plus districts can remain viable economically, that we don't all have to export all our people to Mumbai and Chennai and Bangalore and Delhi and make those cities even more super crowded. And that is also ultimately comes down to the idea of balance. That what is all this development for? Is GDP God? And today the Western paradigm of development is GDP is God. There's nothing other than GDP. The secular world is now GDP is God, pretty much. We worship the GDP. Every quarter we celebrate it, and that's all. Pretty much we run for GDP. But I live in a village and I know this, that there's, the very poor person needs more money, absolutely. But they are not aspiring to so much more, that they are not actually aspiring to lifestyles that we might attribute to the rich and famous. And that's because they are grounded. There is a lot of, for example, temple festivals. I know every month there is some festival or something coming along The life is actually culturally and spiritually rich. My own consumption, again, unit of energy, has come down drastically after I moved to the village. Automatically, I didn't intend to do this. It automatically came down. By living in a village and living among my neighbors, my consumption has come down. And I only eat about 1.5 meals a day now. And I mostly walk around and I bicycle or electric auto, all of these. And I don't use AC at all anymore. And I'm surrounded by a lot of trees and nature, so consumption naturally comes down. This is essential today because I talked about development, I talked about technology, I talked about all of this, technology-driven development. But what's the ultimate goal if we destroy the planet in all this? If the average Indian, the average rural citizen of India is going to consume at the level of the average American, the planet is finished. The planet is absolutely finished. There is no other way. We must accept that fundamental truth, reality. We cannot have the emissions per capita of an America and India. The planet cannot withstand it. And this is a fundamental truth we must be aware. That means that after all of our economic growth, all of this, we must achieve the balance. The ultimate balance is the balance with nature, Mother Nature herself. And that is ultimately from Hindu spirituality. So I'm going to end this here, and that is contentment. The Kanji Mahaswami, the guru of our people, he said the essence of Hindu spirituality can be summarized in only 2 words: contentment and humility. All of spirituality comes from contentment and humility. That's what he said. You don't have to do anything else. You stay humble, you stay contented. That is spirituality. This has to be built into our economic framework, how we think about economics. And this only Bharat can do. Only our nation can do this, because this is where Bharat has to become a Vishwa Guru, spreading this message of humility and contentment in our lives. So that's all I have to say today. So I summarize my talk. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Thank you.
Contentment and humility. So actually, Dr. Wembu actually lives that. So he's entitled to talk about that. Our third speaker is Shri T.V. Mohandas Bhaiji. He's a man of thousands of ideas. You talk to him and in 5 minutes you'll have like 10 different ideas. But believe me, every one of them, those ideas is actually a very good idea. So when you talk to him, you should listen to him very carefully. And he keeps on generating those ideas, maybe because of his professional experience. He was a CEO, which is very difficult job than say a CMD or something, or CFO. It's a day-to-day struggle. You have to solve a lot of problems in the real world. And once you acquire those skills, then you can become a man of 1,000 ideas, and every one of those ideas will be a good idea. So I'll just read his biography, which is there on the screen. He's a veteran in finance, accounting, IT, HR. Kya? Nahi padhe? Theek hai. So it's there, and I request Mohandas ji to talk to us, speak. He has the clicker.
Our beloved Amma, namaskar to you. And all our brothers and sisters here. We are united in coming here to discuss how Bharat can become a great country where every Bharatiya will have the necessities of life, where every Bharatiya can realize their dream. There shall be no poverty, and Rama Rajya shall prevail, especially at a time when in February, Sri Rama will go back to his city of birth. After 500 years of oppression, After 500 years of a sword being put in the heart of every Hindu, we shall regain what was ours. So let me now talk to you about how Bharat will become prosperous through, economic activity will produce jobs. Let me give you data, because not every Bharatiya knows where Bharat is today. And you should know, we are 1.4 billion people. Population is only growing at 0.8%. Fertility is 2.0, below replacement rate. The whole of the South fertility is 1.7. We are not producing enough babies to maintain the population. India will age, and by 2045, our population may decline, absolutely. Bengal is 1.6, Punjab is 1.6, UP is 2.3, Bihar is 2.9. And among all communities, the Jains have a fertility of 1.2 only. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. And 50, 60 years, we'll only have old people belonging to the Jain faith. Amma told us this yesterday. And Amma warned all of us, this is the biggest danger to the Hindu community. We are 120 crores Hindus. 15% of humanity is Hindus. Our voice should represent 15% of humanity. We are one of the largest populations in the world. Our GDP is only about 3%. Our GDP is 3.47 trillion. Life expectancy is low. Our PPP, purchasing power parity GDP, is 12.2 trillion. Bharat has the highest PPP multiple in the world, 3.5 times. The economy is undervalued. The data is there. And you can see export imports, we have done well over the last many years. We don't have too much foreign borrowing like China has. And you can see there, between 1991 to 2023, population only grew at 1.49%. Literacy grew to 0.55%. And you can see this remarkable thing. Let me give you data. In 1950, Bharat was the richest country in Asia. China was destroyed in the war. Southeast Asia was destroyed in the war. Japan was destroyed in the war. Of the 5 richest families in Asia, 3 were Indian. Great Britain owed us 1.5 billion pounds for the war effort. 25 lakh Indians fought for the Allies in the Second World War. They paid us 20% of what they paid a British soldier, even then 1.5 billion. Throughout history, India was the richest country in the world along with China. In 1750, China made up 45% of world GDP. Then came the invention of the steam engine in Great Britain, and Europe became the greatest power in the world. And then we had colonial exploitation where the Europeans came to rule India. The East India Company ruled India, the Crown ruled India, and between 1757 and 1947, the British looted $45 trillion of our wealth in today's term, as per a research by Dr. Ursa Patnaik of Columbia University. We were a rich country throughout history because we produced agricultural surpluses. We are the largest quantum of arable land in the world. Because we are a rich country with surpluses, we had great sages and munis and rishis who thought about the finer aspects of life and built the greatest philosophy the world has seen in our history. For 1,000 years, we fought battles against this jihadi Islamists. We lost much of things, but we resisted. We still survived. There are only 2 great civilizations which survived for 5,000 years, China and India. Everybody is gone, but we shall survive. Because great people like Amma are there. And then, while you clap now, please shed some tears for poor Bharat. Our first Prime Minister studied at Harrow, Cambridge, Fabian School, and he brought socialism to India. Pliny the Elder 2,000 years ago wrote, "Trade with India will impoverish Rome." Because we spent spices and textiles, and they had to loot other countries to pay us in gold and silver. We have 35,000 tons of gold, 2 lakh tons of silver in this country. The largest collection of gold in the world is in India, all on our beautiful mothers. Amma doesn't have it, she gives it to others, but everybody else has it here.
And that is the country which our first Prime Minister ruined by bringing in socialism, price controls, license quota Raj. He suppressed Indian capital and the Indian entrepreneur. In Nehru's reign, Sridhar Vempu could not be a billionaire or start his company. In the first 30 years of our freedom, GDP grew by 3.5%, population grew by 2.5%, income grew by 1% a year, Asia grew by 6.5%, the world grew by 4.5%, but 1990 we are poorer relatively than 1950. We became poorer. Everywhere in the world they looked down upon an Indian, poor fellow. In 1967, we lived ship by ship because there's famine. Nehru destroyed agriculture. And Lyndon Johnson sent us food under PL 470. That is the status. 1990, we opened up. GDP grew 5.5%. Population grew 2.25%. And then per capita income grew 3.25%. But our debt grew from 20 billion in 1990 and 1980 to 80 billion by 91. 91, we are broke. 15 days of foreign exchange. We opened up. And then what happened? GDP grew from 275 billion to 3.47 trillion, 8.24% in dollar terms for 32 years. Throughout history, no country has grown faster than that except China. And then in rupees, it grew from 5,32,000 crores to 272 lakh crores, 13.08%. Remember that. You don't have to apologize for anything in this world. We have grown, we've shown the economy because you got your economic freedom fact. People like Sridhar Vembu and other entrepreneurs like Narayan Murthy have shown the world what we can do as entrepreneurs. In the United States, there are 35, 40 CEOs of Indian origin. Many of them, Amma, were driven away from Tamil Nadu by these DK fellows. They cut their kudmi, cut the sacred thread, and humiliated them and made a heap of the sacred thread. From Mylapore, all the mummies send their children out to America to educate. Now they're laughing all the way to the bank, becoming giant, heading giant companies, becoming billionaires. While the poor fellows who cut their kudmi are still doing menial jobs in Tamil Nadu. I feel sorry for Tamil Nadu, such a great state where Sridhar Vembu was born. You can see export and import, they're all growing. And remember, people say India is not investing. India invests $1 trillion a year. 31% of GDP, it is here, every year is published. There are only 3 countries in the world who invest more than $1 trillion. United States, China, and India. We invest $1 trillion a year. Government invests $250 billion. Don't believe all the lies of the leftist economists. Compare only with China. China has got a bigger population. UN says we are bigger, but we'll see. Chinese live 80 years. Literacy is 96%. You know why? When Mao took over in 1949, Mao said, women hold up half of heaven. He educated China's women. When Nehru became prime minister, he didn't educate our women. He didn't put money into primary education, primary health. Our women are not educated. Any society which suppresses women, doesn't educate women, will not prosper. We didn't prosper for 30 years. Women are the key. Amma, I told my friend Reva Kaul, that she must in the United States form a group, the Kali Global. And she must have a brand here, awaken the Kali in you. Because only Kali Ma can save this country. When all the mothers of India come and say, we are Kali Ma, nobody can oppress them. Even Shiva, Lord Shiva, the destroyer, will not stand in front of Kali Ma. And these are all of Kali Ma. They must come forward, form this group, save this country, and take Bharatvarsha forward. Because when women rule the country, children will get educated. Society will prosper. They will bring peace and prosperity like Amma has done. Amma spent a whole life educating everybody else, sacrificing a life for everybody else. And now you can see here, we didn't educate women, we suffered. China is 20 trillion, opened up in 1978. Can we become like China? No, but you can grow like China. We can't become like China. There is hope for this country. That's why this data is important. Compare India only with China, not any country. Can you compare with Finland? UK is 1/20th of India in population. UP is some 4 times what UK is. America is 25% of a population. Don't compare with all those countries. None of them have 1 billion people each, only China. This is how we have grown. We're the fastest growing economy in the world. And this is important.
Global GDP is $110 trillion, and this decade, emerging markets outside the OECD could be faster growing than the OECD. Global economic power will shift to the emerging markets, to shift to Asia this decade. But savings will be with the OECD, and they will still control, but they're shifting. Geopolitics is changing. China has become a great power from 1978. USSR is gone. America is now worried about China. They want India on their side because India will be the great power. China came to a border. Modi-san told our soldiers, defend the border. I had a senior military officer, he told me, soldiers were standing arm to arm against the Chinese. You shall not come in. They're now defending our borders because the orders are very clear. And we don't have to be scared. Our army will defend. Earlier in the UPA, these were not clear. I was told, when the Pakistanis shoot across the border, they were told not to shoot back to save ammunition. I got other stories, I will not tell it now. But look at this, the world is changing rapidly. And you can see here GDP growth projection. In the next $10 trillion come by 2032, 2033, we could be $10 trillion, provided the rupee stays quiet. Our problem is we're growing in rupees, not in dollars, because the exchange rate for certain, we are the large oil importers. We have a strong industrial base, 125 million tons of steel last year, 140 million tons this year, 160 million tons capacity, going up to 300 million tons by 2030. Second largest in the world, second largest producer of cement, two-wheelers largest, four-wheelers fourth largest, construction second largest, IT, yes, electricity production. It's a large economy, very large economy. Pricing is low. Coal, 1 billion tons we consume. The smog in Delhi is because from Peshawar to Dhaka, there's a 3-kilometer layer of smog, which comes down in winter, goes up in summer, because 1 billion tons of coal is burned there with 30% ash. Kejriwal thinks, odd, even and all, he can do something. Nothing can be done. They have to solve this problem. None of them look at data. IIT Kanpur has spoken about this data. Iron ore, third largest, aviation, railways, roadways, ports, everything is growing up. Food, second largest producer in the world after China. We got the largest quantum of arable land in the world. Our productivity is poor. Second largest quantum of irrigated land in the world. And livestock is the largest. Amma, in India, cattle has got human rights, fundamental rights. They can wander all over the place. Only country in the world. Because we believe God has created everybody. Everybody has got equal rights. The only country in the world which gives animals we worship. When we had 1 lakh tigers in 1900, by 1947 only 5,000 is left because the Maharajas and the British killed them. You can see milk, largest producer, cotton, largest producer, horticulture, second largest after Brazil, sugar, largest, spices, largest. It's a very large country. And then, stock market, 5,300 listed companies, $3.89 trillion of value. We get $80 billion of FDI, and we got 46 lakh crores in the mutual funds, growing every year. And jobs, we're getting jobs. EPFO has data. 1,58 lakh people joined EPFO with Aadhaar last year. The tragedy is 80% of the salary, 80% of the job pay less than 20,000 rupees. We must get high quality jobs. Only 20% pay more than 20,000 rupees. But we're producing jobs, and 26% are women. Data is there. People say jobless growth, job nahi, unemployment. Unemployment has come down. In Karnataka, it's 3.2%. You're not getting people. All our construction workers come from North India. From Bihar. Bihar is the poorest thing. Yesterday I saw that Lalu's son say, Bihar leads India because he made caste census. Bihar per capita income is 70,000 rupees. Karnataka is 3,85,000. India is 2 lakh rupees. And they think they lead India. Caste politics doesn't work. See the data. Now here is the big thing you must all understand. We are living in the era of the digital revolution. The industrial revolution created Europe. The digital revolution shall create India. There are 3 great digital powers in the world, United States, China, and India. China has created the Chinese firewall, so they can't go out, they're great companies. India and the United States are together, and I'll give you data. Out of 8 billion people, 5.56 billion people have a mobile phone. The mobile has become the new brain in the hand for our young people. Many of us are analog generation. Some of us work in digital companies are analog digital. Our children now are meta generation. They move from virtual reality to reality simultaneously without knowing the difference. So we have to deal with them because that is the future, and there we will dominate. We will dominate the digital revolution. 15 years ago, the internet came, which created this platform where billions of people can deal with each other synchronously and asynchronously 24/7 to get education, to get health, financial services, do business, everything else. All knowledge of humanity is available there for free. It's fantastic. And in this digital revolution, we shall dominate. India shall be a great power. Europe is gone. Europe is an American colony. They're not there. Name one great European company apart from SAP, which is legacy. Not there, right? And in the next 10 years, we're going to see more change than the last 30 years, led by digital. The biggest 10 most valuable companies in the world, 8 are digital today. Look at that. Nachiketa, the market is talking, right? Sridhar, you got a long way to go, man. You're worth how much? 10, 20, 30 billion. Better go back and work 24/7 and come to Bangalore, not in Tanaki, okay? You got to be 100 billion in 3 years. The US runs the world cloud. The US is a dominant power where all our data is. Our data is stored in America. The National Security Agency of America knows our data. They know what we eat, what we think, where you go, everything. They control Swamiji's mind also. Swamiji, be careful. We want the data back in India so our government can protect us. Unless our data resides in India, government protects us, we'll be lost. What, Nachiketa? The left says surveillance. What surveillance? Uncle Sam already knows about you. Nachiketa knows about this. Big techs, they're spending money. We are in danger of digital monopolies around the world. And we can show you. Look at this data. 2 companies control the world in every of this area. Mobile operating system, Google and iOS, Apple. Internet search, Google, social media, Meta, cloud, Amazon, Microsoft. No other company from Europe, gone. No Japan, no India also. And most of them are run by Indians. Who runs Google? Huh? Who runs Microsoft? Social media, Meta, Amazon. Coming up next year. Google, okay? Tech is now the lattice of human evolution. Tech will dominate, and we dominate tech. Airbnb, that company has become the largest hotel company in the world. Spotify uses AI to create weekly personalized playlists, become very big. We are in the age of robotics. In Foxconn, 11 lakh girls are working. 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, staying in hostel. They went to the boss and said, we want more panam, more rokada. They said, you want more money? Really? Started replacing 50,000 girls every year by robots. Robots are now dexterity in the fingers. They can assemble things, and they're all automatic. Robots don't want salary increases, no work-life balance. So all of you who ask the work-life balance, be careful. You go to HR, they'll say, what is work, what is life? You got to be careful. See what is happening. Robots will do 60% of what human beings do. India, it will take 10 more years because we still have to build roads, houses, and all that. Well, look at this. Adidas is making shoes in Europe using 3D printing. Removed the factories from China, went to Europe. That's 3D printing, designed in Bangalore. Press a button, it prints and sells. Robotics has come up. And they're creating exoskeletons to enable people to become Superman. You create a great skeleton and you can do this. All this is happening. Implanting chips. Elon Musk wants to put a chip in your mind to control. When you sit at home, you want to see TV channel, somebody is talking next to you. You don't want to hear the talk, press a button, that voice will be cancelled. Don't tell me whose voice should be cancelled. We'll debate that later. I still have to go home. My Amma is also here. Amma, tell my Amma to save me. Look at this, brain-machine interface is coming. Designer babies. Can a baby be designed in the womb? Yes, by CRISPR technology you can change the DNA. The Chinese are supposed to create better babies. They created a lamp in an embryo in a dish. This is terrible. You can't do this, right? Because there's the old story of George Bernard Shaw and Anna Pavlova. Anna Pavlova is a famous woman, ballerina. The greatest ballerina the world has seen. And George Bernard, philosopher. Anna went to George and told George, George, what happens if you have a baby with my looks and your brains? Then George said, what happens if the baby has my looks and your brains? So we should not fiddle with what is in the baby. God has made the baby, live with it, but they're fiddling with it and trying to change. And look at this, India, 1.42 billion people, 1.3 billion mobile connection, 1.2 billion people have Aadhaar. And they're there. We are in the midst of the industrial revolution. It's all there, data is there. And Modi has used data to make sure, Amma, that every Indian will have a roof over the head, water in the tap, power in the switch, a toilet in the house, a gas stove, a bank account, money in the bank, food on the table, education for children, a mobile phone, and health insurance. Swamiji, 30% of all social spending in India is going to Muslim community. Who says we oppress minorities? Muslims in India have more rights than Hindus. Hindus are the oppressed community in India. And we are accused of being anti-minority, Swamiji. How can we tolerate this? And in India, Modi has sent 32 lakh crores by DBT directly to the accounts of people. 32 lakh crores. And saved 2.5 lakh crores of a tax money, which is being eaten away by those thugs in the middle. So technology is the savior for India and is giving the ordinary Indian the power of technology, empowerment for everybody. Engineering, you look at education, 4.1 crore graduates in college. We produce more women graduates than men. Women are taking over. In America, 50-60% of graduates are women. In India, 51% related to population. And in future, it will go up. It's going up. Women are dominating India. They're coming into education. We graduate 1 crore young people every year. 1,200 universities, 55,000 colleges. But gross enrollment rate is only 27.3. It should increase. Women are more. Amma, I'll give you the social statistics. SC makes up 16.6% of population, 14.8% of students in college. ST is 8.8%, 4.8% in college. Muslim minorities are 15%, only 5.2%, but growing at 7% a year from 2011-12 to 2019-20. Backwards of 40%, 36% in college. Our colleges reflect the social composition. Swamiji, it already reflects. Look at data. People don't look at data in this country. You must look at data. Our colleges have done a great job. And you can see here, right? We produce, 8 lakh engineers. And look at the general courses and everything else. And Amma has built one of the greatest universities of India, which I hope Amma will be like Nalanda. Amma's university should be the Nalanda of India. Now, this is going to change India. Our young entrepreneurs, Sridhar is a bit old, he's been there a long time. So am I. Our young entrepreneurs have 100,000 startups. The third largest system in the world created $500 billion of value. Our youngsters are creating 6,000, 21,000 got funded. And we have the world's biggest software service industry, $200 billion of exports, $135 billion of cash coming in, 55 lakh people are employed. 2 years back, we hired 500,000 people. 60% of global outsourcing comes to India. Of the top 10 software service companies by market value, 5 are Indian. Of the top 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 3.2 million employees in the top 10, 2.3 million are Indians. We dominate. America has 6 million software people, 1 million are Indians. Out of this 5.5, 60% work for American companies. Out of, 10 million working for American companies globally, 4 million are Indians. India is the only country with human capital to meet the needs of technology all over the world, where the Chinese don't want to go to America. They say Shanghai is better than New York. So we will dominate this industry, and this industry will change India and the world. We are a force for good for the entire world. Most of American companies' technology is powered by Indians. Because Nachiketa and Sridhar Membu have not created enough jobs for us. Nachiketa didn't go to the US, he stayed back to build Bharat because of Swamiji and others. But look at this data. And today we have 100,000 startups. By 2025, 2 lakh startups, 250 unicorns will be second after US, employing 32 lakh people. Now we employ 16 lakh people. Great things are happening in India. All over India and all the pin codes, entrepreneurs are coming up. They want Panam, no money. From 2014 till 2022, US invested $2.32 trillion, China $832 billion, India only $140 billion, out of which 85-90% is come from abroad. Indians should invest. All of you should write a check for startups. And look at this, we export more software than Saudi Arabia exports oil. With 1% they export, 1% of workforce, we export more software than Saudi Arabia exports oil. Can you believe that? Only 1% of software. And we get $100 billion of remittance. Look at this data. And then, where are they? Amma, Bangalore. Come to Bangalore, Amma. We need your blessing. See, Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai. If Sridhar goes away, that 4% will become 2%. Well, Sridhar, come to Bangalore, Sridhar. Because after Udayanidhi and all that made the remark, I don't know what is the future there. Look at this data. We got $42 billion in 2021, 22, 25, this year only $12 billion because like Sridhar said, this winter, ginter and all is there. Next year we'll get more money. And then we got 109 unicorns. There'll be 250 unicorns. Unicorns are billion-dollar companies. Some of them may not survive, but that's okay. And then you can see the number of people unicorns created last year, 2021, 42, 2022, 25. And by 2026, unicorns value will go to $1.5 trillion. That's a great growth, and they're going to drive the economy. We got high-tech industries, AI, IoT, robotics, etc. One Britisher came to the office of mine and said, oh, in London, we've got companies which create apps. I told him every street, in Bangalore, in every street, every ticket is creating an app. Because people don't know, see, they come to Bombay, look at all the slum thing, poor country, dirty country. They go to Delhi, they look at all the narratives, anti-Hindu narratives and all, they think that is India. Come to Bangalore. Bangalore, out of 1.2 crore people, 23 lakh people work in technology. They export $80 billion of software. They got $65 billion of money coming in. And we produce 1.5 lakh to 2 lakh jobs every single year. We got 1.1 crore vehicles and we got a traffic problem. And Bangalore's per capita income is $14,000 to $15,000 a year. And we have some 30 lakh cars on the road. Everybody is buying a bigger and bigger car to sit on the road with AC. And you can see here, leading companies on YouTube, Bharat, Swamiji, Bharat, see what Bharat is doing. And we have the power of the narrative, which all the media companies should be the power of the narrative. And see here, e-commerce is growing rapidly, all data. Sridhar Vembu, confidence innovator. Sridhar has gone to the village and done so much. If he was in Bangalore, he'll do 10 times that much. Sridhar, wapa ni. Jaldi wapa, Bangalore ko wapa. Look, Amma has blessed you to come to Bangalore. Okay? Amma has blessed. What she sees, what Sridhar has done. One single man wearing a vesti, wearing a chappal, going in a auto rickshaw. Billionaire. Rambo panam irkudu. Rambo panam. Sridhar, kunchu kodopa. Some panam for me also, poor man. And look at this. Bharatiya startups are at ambitions at scale. Everywhere. Delhi University, do this, professor. Delhi should not be JNU, and Delhi is not India. Here you must do. JNU has got no future. And we created the India Stack, the greatest piece of public use software the world has ever seen. By India Stack, we gave an identity to 60 crore Indians who had no identity. If you lived in a village, you had no address, no bank account. 60 crores, 50 crore bank accounts are open. The India Stack, Aadhaar, 1.3, 130 crore people, digital locker, UPI, Jandan, 50 crore bank accounts open. No country has done it in human civilization. No country can do it again. It's taken 12 years. Under Nandan Nilekani with volunteers, government didn't pay much. Volunteers did that. Bharatiyas did that, working with the ideal to build Bharat. Our young people want to build Bharat. They want to give the power of digital to young people. All of you should know this because you should be proud of your country. World-class products are being built with open APIs, free cost. We'll go from data poor to data rich. We'll have the largest public use databases in the world. 50 crore people, medical data available, totally masked with privacy, so that we can have health startups to look at the human condition. And the disease of the world can be solved using technology to a great extent. And we can see Bharat Banking, 1,20,000 branches. We got about 203 lakh crore of deposit, 145 lakh crore of lending. And Bharat Banking is clean. Modi-san cleaned it up. He sent all those people, going to send all those people to jail. Some of them have gone to London. And newer banks are coming up. New kind of banks, neobanks are coming up in India. Digital payments, with the global leader, went up from 5.73 billion to 13 billion in 2 years. Today, you can send money in an app under UPI from one bank or another in 30 seconds. Poorest of the poor can send money. Look at the empowerment. And look at this, 10.56 billion monthly payments, and it's grown up. 42% of digital payments in the world belong to India. No China, no US, ella poichi. Look at this. Amma, you must pardon my Tamil. Very crude. New digital public goods. We are creating a platform called digital public goods will remain to public, because the greatest danger for humanity is digital monopolies like an Apple, like Google, and a Meta. They're threats to humanity because they collect your data and misuse the data. Like Meta used the data to Cambridge Analytica to manipulate elections. See the movie The Great Hack. Account aggregator framework as a public good has come to India. OCEN will enable credit. ONDC will give every mom and pop store the power of e-commerce. And we have the national health stack, which will make sure the data is available to improve health for every Indian. And you can see open protocols. We're creating systems which are open. Nachiketa knows about this. So everybody can use. It's not controlled by any big company, Nachiketa. Whatever you wanted, see, is happening here. But the speed of change, look at this. 62 years for flying to go to 50 million. Pokemon, 19 days. Arogya Setu, 13 days. The new Twitter app, 2 days. Speed of change is what we've got to be careful. Everything is changing very fast. Our minds are left behind. Our young people are changing. So we must educate, our children will educate us in future. Children, small children tell us how to use technology. And Tatas are building up a great tech conglomerate. 1 minute. Yeah. And then in America, there are 4.2 million Bharatiyas, 1 million are software engineers, 90 unicorn founders are Indians. And you can see here, in the US, out of unicorn founders, 44 are not born in India, and Bharat is the biggest. 750,000 Indians are studying outside India. 150,000 are gone for getting masters and all that. Balance are gone to emigrate. We must start sending 10, 20 lakh of Indians to go outside to create Bharat in all countries. That's a gift to the world. Like Amma says, Vasudeva Kutumbamam, young people will go. There are enough left in this country. Sridhar is there. Sridhar is there. What Sridhar? Nachiketa is there. Swami Vigyananda is there. Look at this. Out of 1,300 unicorns in the world, China, India, and US make up 1,200. Where is Great Britain? It's a small country. Right? See the data. Then, there are a lot of experiments happening. A lot of people are creating entrepreneurship. They're all doing everything in the grassroots. And you'll see them bubbling up and becoming heroes. In Bharat is optimizing to empower problem solvers. Startups will be the force multiplier to create efficiency and take Bharat forward. So, thank you very much, and Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki! Bharat Mata ki! Amma ki! Amma ki! Amma ki! Thank you, Amma. Your blessings are required.
Well, I think nothing more needs to be said. You should see how much data he has. He was not seeing his slides. All the data was coming out of his head. That's why I said that he's a man with 1,000 ideas, because he has knowledge and information in his head. And so, thank you very much. I will just conclude with a small quotation from Mahatma Gandhi. He wrote this small paragraph. He wrote, "Civilization is that mode of conduct which points out to man the path of duty. Performance of duty and observance of morality are convertible terms. To observe morality is to attain mastery over our mind and our passions. It goes back to what Sridhar was talking about. And this is very important, please listen to it very carefully. He says, if this definition is correct, then Bharat has nothing to learn from anybody else. We notice that the mind is a restless bird. The more it gets, the more it wants, and still remains unsatisfied. Our ancestors, therefore, had set a limit to our indulgences. A nation with a constitution like this is fitter to teach others than to learn from others. We should be confident of what we have, what we are, what our capabilities are, and what future beholds for us. And we should work hard to get there. Dhanyavad. Tomorrow 9? There's a small announcement. Tomorrow morning after breakfast, please come promptly to the concluding, tomorrow is we have only plenary sessions, so please be here and we'll start our proceedings right on time. Dhanyavad.
Friends, there is another announcement. Please tweet and post in Instagram, hashtag WSC 2023. Hashtag WSC 2023. We are trying to trend in Twitter and Instagram. Please tweet and in Instagram post WSC 2023. Thank you.